Chapter 701. The Prince Circle. Ms. Su, Xie Yujia immediately greeted Su Han after seeing her walking toward them. Su Han answered coldly and looked at Hao Ren. We'll be leaving tomorrow. You come to my home tonight. Her tone was cold and indisputable. Baffled, Xie Yujia looked at Su Han and then Hao Ren, wondering what Su Han was talking about. However, she didn't feel it was right to interrupt. I have school, Hao Ren said. I've talked to Lu Qing, and you'll take a 1-week leave, Su Han interrupted Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren knew that the time was near but didn't expect Su Han not giving him any time to prepare. Well, we may never return, Su Han suddenly continued. Hao Ren's heart lurched, and he sweated when he looked at Su Han's cold face. Taking a 1-week leave and might never return. Su Han was always cool but never cold. In fact, she was easygoing occasionally. Hao Ren knew that her ice-cold expression would only appear when she met someone she didn't like, or she was very nervous. The Nine-Dragon Palace was not less dangerous than the Demon Sea. Su Han and Hao Ren were going to face Chu Niu, one of the ancestors of all dragons, and he was fiercer than Lady Zhen. That's all. Su Han turned sideways and walked through Hao Ren and Xie Yujia toward the cafeteria calmly. Xie Yujia turned her head and looked at Su Han helplessly. Su Han was like half a master to Xie Yujia since the former had once tutored her in cultivation, but she looked colder than before. Does Su Han like Hao Ren as well? Xie Yujia's heart tightened a bit when her intuition whispered the words to her. Let's go. Seeing Xie Yujia standing there in a daze, Hao Ren held her slim hand and strode to the academic building. Seeing Hao Ren walking while holding Xie Yujia's hand, the guys could do nothing but envy. Xie Yujia walked alongside Hao Ren obediently and quickened her steps. Hao Ren walked fast, but she liked being led by him. The students were already all in the classroom. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia arrived, they were several minutes late. As Hao Ren showed up at the entrance while pulling Xie Yujia behind him, all the students turned to look at them. Sorry, we are late. After apologizing in a low voice, Hao Ren pulled Xie Yujia into the classroom and found seats beside Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. While blushing, Xie Yujia followed Hao Ren to the seats with her head lowered. Since she was a good student since little, she had never been led into a classroom by a guy in front of other students and teachers. Hee, Big Jumu has elevated the realm, Lu Linlin said after glancing at Xie Yujia. Lu Lili looked at Xie Yujia in surprise as well. With Xie Yujia's physique, her cultivation speed was supposed to be very slow, but she had advanced to top-tier foundation establishment realm, which showed that she had worked hard in cultivation. The students in the classroom all glanced at Hao Ren when he sat down. They had thought that Hao Ren had done well in the school, but they had never imagined that he was Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang's son. He was a special figure. Xie Yujia borrowed Lu Lili's notes and copied the key points while she listened to the teacher. Meanwhile, the golden shield spun on her collar slowly like a button, releasing weak nature essence. The life-death notes circulated in Xie Yujia's body and worked together with the golden shield, forming a vague black-white Tai Chi pattern on the surface of the shield. The original Dharma note that Qingfeng Hermit injected into Xie Yujia's body contained a trace of heavenly Tao which were represented by yin and yang, life and death. The golden shield had absorbed so much nature essence that it overfilled itself. The life-death notes in Xie Yujia's body circulated automatically, drawing out the excess nature essence from the golden shield and transferring it into Xie Yujia's meridians. Sitting beside Xie Yujia, Hao Ren didn't know that he got some of the nature essence while the life-death notes were adjusting the balance of the nature essence in Xie Yujia's body. According to the legends, powerful Dharma treasures could function automatically and increase the nature essence intensity in an area with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. The nature essence that the golden shield released was little, but it brought great benefits to Xie Yujia who was at the foundation establishment realm. If Qingfeng Hermit were in East Ocean City, Xie Yujia could ask her for help. However, with Qingfeng Hermit cultivating in seclusion on 8th heaven, Xie Yujia had to cultivate by herself. It was a strenuous process. In contrast, Zhao Yanzi could ask the dragon elders such as Lu Qing and Sun Yun for guidance. Also, when she returned to the Dragon Palace occasionally, Elder Xingyue would check her cultivation process. Only after Qingfeng hermit come out of her seclusion cultivation would Xie Yujia be taught properly. Parents, master, all the seniors whom Xie Yujia could depend on were not in East Ocean City, leaving her alone. Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia as she copied the notes in earnest with her head leaning to one side, and he suddenly felt passionate toward her. After I come back from the Nine-Dragon Palace, I will help Xie Yujia cultivate if I can gain a major breakthrough, Hao Ren thought. The 4 classes passed in the blink of an eye. While Hao Ren was helping Lu Linlin and Lu Lily pack up, Lu Qi appeared at the door and beckoned at him. Beside him was Chen Su, the royal prince of the Taibai Mountain Dragon clan, who had just transferred to the school. They are probably here to invite me to lunch, Hao Ren smiled and thought. Lu Qi had introduced the royal prince of the Taibai Mountain Dragon clan to this school due to his admiration of Hao Ren. From the perspective of the East Ocean Dragon clan, Hao Ren should get to know him better. When Hao Ren walked to the door, he saw a big group of young men standing on the other side of the door. Brother Hao, Lu Qi looked at Hao Ren and said with a little awkwardness, they are friends from different dragon clans. Chen Su invited some of them here, and others are friends of our friends. Hao Ren looked at them and realized that there were more than 30 young men in here. They had different realms and elemental attribute. Also, some dressed extravagantly while others wore plain clothes. This is the royal prince of the Min Mountain Dragon clan. This is the royal prince of the Hongzhe Lake Dragon clan. This is the royal prince of the Qinling Mountain Dragon clan. Lu Qi introduced some guys beside him. Hao Ren remembered that Zhao Guang had mentioned that some royal princes of other dragon clans would come to study in East Ocean City before leaving, and he was surprised that these dragon clans had acted so quickly. The royal princes of these dragon clans had come to East Ocean University together on the second day. They are here to take a look first. Their registrations are still in process, Lu Qi continued. While he was dealing with some business in the office of the calligraphy club, a large group of dragon cultivators suddenly came in. They were all young royal princes of different dragon clans, and they were coming to meet Hao Ren. That was why Lu Qin had led them to find Hao Ren here. In the dragon circle, Hao Ren was very famous, especially among the younger generation. The dragon kings and elders who had come to see the calligraphy exhibition had praised Hao Ren after they returned to their respective dragon clans. Hao Ren's achievements had spread among different dragon clans instantly. Since Hao Ren had stood out in the Dragon God Shrine's general exams and became a level 4 inspector, the royal princes were all curious about him, which was why they came to East Ocean City to see him with some doubts and admiration in their hearts. Escorted by their elders, the young dragon cultivators had flown to East Ocean City during the night in a few hours. Now that they saw Hao Ren's ordinary look, they began to wonder if he were as powerful as the rumors said. Good. Now that you're here, you are my friends. I'll invite you all to lunch, Hao Ren said generously. Then, Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters walked out of the classroom and stood on both sides of Hao Ren. These sharp-eyed royal princes immediately saw that 2 girls were at Kun level while the other was at the Foundation Establishment realm. An ordinary dragon clan only had a few Kun level cultivators, but 2 Kun level cultivators followed Hao Ren. As to the Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, they knew that she was quite extraordinary since she could live on land which was controlled by dragon cultivators. When Hao Ren led them to Hongji Square, the royal princes swarmed after him. The dragon cultivators held a connection conference every few years, but this important large-scale meeting discussed important issues and was attended only by the rulers of the dragon clans. The royal princes were left at home to guard the dragon palaces. These royal princes would inherit the dragon clans in the future, which was why the dragon kings were very strict with their upbringings, not allowing them to go out and have fun. However, their fathers had allowed them to go out and study in East Ocean City unprecedentedly, which brought them great excitement. After walking out of the school's west gate, Hao Ren led them to the second floor of a hot pot restaurant at Hongji Square. As a considerate guy, Lu Qi arranged the seats for them. Most of the royal princes were here at East Ocean University for the first time, and some even had never visited a city before. They were extremely curious and excited about everything. Since the royal princes couldn't leave the dragon palaces without permission, and their behaviors were strictly restrained by rules, they had been granted special permissions by their fathers this time to come to East Ocean City and investigate. Let's introduce ourselves. Hao Ren stood up graciously and said, "I'm Hao Ren, and this is my girlfriend Xie Yujia, and they are Lu Linlin and Lu Lily." Hearing Hao Ren introducing her as his girlfriend, Xie Yujia blushed and smiled at them. The royal princes took the opportunity to look at Xie Yujia and discovered her extremely beautiful. Although she was only at the foundation establishment realm, she had an extraordinary presence. They all knew that Hao Ren was the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon clan, and his formal wife should be the princess of East Ocean, but they didn't think that it was a big deal for him to have another girlfriend. To ensure that they could have offspring, the Dragon Kings usually had 3 or 4 wives. The fathers of these royal princes each had many queens. Since they would inherit the dragon clans, they must choose their mates early. Despite the young looks of these royal princes, they each had their own wives. Although Hao Ren didn't introduce Lu Linlin and Lu Lily as his girlfriends, the royal princes guessed that they were Hao Ren's reserved women from the intimacy between Hao Ren and the Lu sisters. If the princess, Dragon King, and Dragon Queen of the East Ocean Dragon clan don't object, it doesn't matter how many wives Hao Ren has, they thought to themselves. It said that Hao Ren has great power in the East Ocean Dragon clan since he could move the troops of East Ocean and was also mighty. Seeing the 2 beautiful Kun-level female cultivators and the gentle and elegant foundation establishment realm female cultivator beside Hao Ren, they all felt the happiness emitting from them. If one could have a life like this, what more could one ask for? The East Ocean Dragon clan had placed so much trust in Hao Ren that they almost gave the entire clan to him. After Hao Ren introduced himself, the royal princes all introduced themselves one by one. They all came for Hao Ren, and it was a happy gathering. Many Dragon Kings had sent their sons to East Ocean University, almost forming a short-term training camp with the hope that their sons could establish connections with other royal princes. After 2, 3, or 4 years, they would establish precious connections that would benefit them for life. These Dragon Kings had sent their sons to East Ocean City instead of other cities due to the gradual uprise of the East Ocean Dragon clan. Besides, the Dragon Kings were sure that their sons would trust and accept Hao Ren. Brother Hao is so powerful that he exchanged more than 30 rounds of attacks with that old peak Qian level metal elemental dragon. Chen Su told others about Hao Ren's achievements while he drank. When he was invited to East Ocean University by Lu Qi, he had been doubtful of Hao Ren's power. But after watching yesterday's fierce battle, he was completely convinced by Hao Ren. He wouldn't be able to match Hao Ren's power even after cultivating 200 more years. It wasn't good luck but true power that placed Hao Ren in the future ruling position of the East Ocean Dragon clan. If Hao Ren weren't so powerful, the East Ocean Dragon King wouldn't give the Dragon clan to him so willingly. While Chen Su talked about what he saw yesterday, the other royal princes looked doubtful. After all, they couldn't even take half a strike from a peak Qian level cultivator. They wouldn't believe Chen Su's words if their fathers hadn't told them after returning to their dragon clans. With lights flashing in their eyes, they looked at Hao Ren and wanted to ask Hao Ren to show his strength but didn't dare to invite him to a practice battle so rashly. After all, they had just met and were all royal princes. It wouldn't look good if they lost right away. Hao Ren ate with a smile on his face and didn't interrupt Chen Su's talk. With a red face, Xie Yujia saw these cultivators all looking at Hao Ren with admiration in their eyes, and she suddenly realized that her boyfriend was an influential figure. These people were all royal princes, and they were focusing on Hao Ren. Chapter 702. I will come back for most of the royal princes. It was the first time that they met each other, but they got along well. Without the restraint of their fathers and elders, the young men talked with each other freely. What they didn't know was that despite his calmness, Hao Ren, the president of the calligraphy club which they would soon join, was going to venture into the Nine Dragon Palace, the holy place of the dragon tribe. Entering Nine Dragon Place meant a high probability of death. The Nine Dragon Palace was the safest when the 4 ocean dragon clans opened it together, but it was another story if one decided to break into it. With Chu Niu cultivating in the Nine Dragon Palace in seclusion, the 4 ocean dragon clans wouldn't open the Nine Dragon Palace in a short time. After lunch, they talked until the evening. These royal princes from different dragon clans gained a great interest in life at the city, and they even considered bringing their wives to the school as well. Some royal princes wanted to bring their favorite sisters into the city and try the student life at East Ocean University. They were just toying with these ideas, but it would surely get Lu Qing, the vice principal, quite busy. After all, who could have expected that these royal princes would want to bring their families here? Several of them looked young, but they had kids already. It would be a mess if the fathers and sons attended the same university. Ha ha ha, they walked out of Hongji Square, laughing and having a good time. Hao Ren led Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters into the school and then toward the southern gate which connected with the student dorm area. After walking alongside Hao Ren in silence for a while, Xie Yujia clenched her hands and finally asked, "Hao Ren, did Su Han ask you to go to a very dangerous place?" "It's the Nine-Dragon Palace," Hao Ren answered. "Does Z know?" Xie Yujia continued to ask. "I haven't told her yet." "Is it very dangerous?" Xie Yujia stopped and caught Hao Ren's hand. With his hand in her grip, Hao Ren had to stop as well. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at them and blinked their eyes. "I don't know, but I suppose it's quite dangerous," Hao Ren said. Then, Xie Yujia's tense expression softened. "Can you not go?" It sounded like she was pleading in desperation. She had suppressed her curiosity for half a day. She didn't want to interfere with Hao Ren's business, but she also didn't want Hao Ren to be in danger. Her thoughts were contradicting each other. Seeing her pitiable and hesitating expression, Hao Ren instantly understood how Elder Xingyue felt when Zhao Kuo said farewell to her before he headed to the Demon Sea to gain battle experience. At that time, Zhao Kuo and Elder Xingyue just experienced a breakthrough in their relationships. On that Dragon Boat Festival, Zhao Kuo and Elder Xingyue were walking by the river while eating ice cream. Zhao Kuo had his black nose covered in white ice cream, and Elder Xingyue laughed. That was the happiest and most relaxed moment for both. When Elder Xingyue saw Zhao Kuo off, her expression looked almost the same as Xie Yujia's right now. However, Zhao Kuo had returned safely. "It's dangerous, but it's also a chance for me to break through," Hao Ren said while looking at Xie Yujia. When he came back from the Demon Sea, he understood what a narrow escape meant. The path of cultivation was full of difficulties. If not for Duan Yao's appearance, Hao Ren would have died in the Demon Sea. That was why Hao Ren began to have a good opinion of Duan Yao. After all, if Duan Yao didn't offer help or pretended to fail, Lady Zhen wouldn't blame her. It meant that Duan Yao really wanted to save him. However, he couldn't count on anyone to rescue him in the Nine-Dragon Palace. The Nine-Dragon Palace was an enclosed space, and it was hard to know what dangers were lurking inside. Biting on her lip, Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren and was at a loss for words. She considered holding Hao Ren back together with Zhao Yanzi, but she didn't want Hao Ren to think of her as a fussy girl. If Hao Ren doesn't come back, what would happen to Grandma? Xie Yujia thought. She wanted Hao Ren to think twice before he acted, but she worried that such comments would add to his burden. "Take care of my parents and Grandma," Hao Ren said as if he had seen through her thoughts. Su Han wanted to break through, so he must help her in the adventure into the Nine-Dragon Palace. He made a promise to her, and he was paying back the gratitude that he owed Su Han. This breakthrough was Su Han's ultimate goal. However, he knew that if he went back on his words and didn't go to the Nine-Dragon Palace, Su Han wouldn't force him. Su Han would find a way to go in there by herself. Hao Ren didn't want her to take the risk alone. In the Nine-Dragon Palace, only his light-splitting sword shadow scroll could work. "Gongzi, let us go with you," the Lu sisters said. "I'm going with Su Han, and only 2 people can enter," Hao Ren said. As the ancestral place of the dragon tribe, the Nine-Dragon Palace was more dangerous to cultivators without dragon cores. Xie Yujia swallowed her words. She wanted to go with Hao Ren but knew that she would only add to their burden with her low realm. They stood on the path that was between 2 basketball courts and led to the southern gate of the school. The students who were playing basketball saw Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and the Lu sisters through the iron fences. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren quietly while her gaze lingered on his eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth. Despite her best wishes, she was afraid that she wouldn't see him again. However, the flashing lights in Hao Ren's eyes told her that since he had taken the path of cultivation, she had no choice but to let him do him. "Take care of my parents and Grandma for me," Hao Ren repeated. He was afraid that he couldn't come back, but he was never a coward and wouldn't back out after promising Su Han. Most of the time, he just made the decisions, and Xie Yujia would have to agree. That made Hao Ren feel sorry for her. After opening her arms, Xie Yujia stood on her toes and held Hao Ren's neck tightly with pursed lips. The guys on the basketball courts stopped playing and watched with curiosity. As a reserved person, Xie Yujia had never shown any intimacy in public places. But this time, she didn't care about others' opinions. Big Jumu, sensing her reluctance to let go, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily called out in a low voice. "Come back safe," Xie Yujia whispered into Hao Ren's ear. With her cheek pressing on Hao Ren's, she held onto Hao Ren's neck tightly. The guys in the basketball courts on both sides were green with envy. Not knowing that Hao Ren was going to battle, they thought he was immersed in an intimate moment with his girlfriend. Hao Ren had experienced all kinds of dangers on his path of cultivation. If he only wanted to enjoy comfort in a safe environment, he could live comfortably under the protection of the East Ocean Dragon clan and enjoy the company of the gentle Xie Yujia and the vivacious Zhao Yanzi. However, it was Hao Ren's creed to protect the people around him with all his abilities. "For me and for little Z," Xie Yujia continued. She was a bit jealous that Hao Ren would go to the Nine-Dragon Palace for Su Han. However, considering that Su Han had rescued Hao Ren several times and even got severely injured for him, she thought that Hao Ren was doing the right thing. "Absolutely, I'll come back in one piece," Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia pressed her chest tightly against Hao Ren's without holding back. While Hao Ren continues to do his best, he will encounter more dangers, Xie Yujia thought of something. Meanwhile, the guys on the basketball courts on both sides of the road walked to the iron fences and watched Hao Ren and Xie Yujia at a close range. Xie Yujia loosened her arms and placed her hands on Hao Ren's shoulders, staring into his eyes. Her gaze was full love. This sight dazed the guys who were standing opposite to her. Hao Ren's girlfriend Xie Yujia is so beautiful. She doesn't even have makeup on, they thought to themselves. "I've got to go." Hao Ren kissed Xie Yujia's forehead tenderly before turning toward the direction of the administrative building. Standing by Xie Yujia, the Lu sisters looked after Hao Ren as well. Xie Yujia stood there for a few seconds and then turned to walk toward the dorms. She knew that Hao Ren wanted to accompany her a bit more, and that was why he walked this way with her. "Wow, are they breaking up peacefully?" the guys thought. Seeing Hao Ren and Xie Yujia parting ways with grim expressions, the guys thought with pleasure, the so-called perfect match didn't end well. One is a beautiful girl, and the other has countless girls pursuing him. This relationship surely wouldn't last long. These tall guys who thought that they were handsome looked at each other gloatingly, thinking that their curses had come true. A super beauty like Xie Yujia didn't need to lower herself by staying with Hao Ren, who had lots of female pursuers. She could get any guy she wanted, and he would cherish her like a princess. With her elegant beauty, Xie Yujia had become one of the most popular girls in the school. Many guys who liked her style had been watching her every move. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily ran after Xie Yujia. From the glance that Hao Ren gave them when he turned around, they understood that their responsibility was to protect Xie Yujia and others. Hao Ren's adventure into the Nine-Dragon Palace was indeed full of dangers, but his realm would increase greatly if he could return. If Hao Ren could reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm, they could stay by his side forever. While the Lu sisters walked toward the dorms with Xie Yujia, Hao Ren crossed the square before the library and came to the administration building. When he opened the door to Su Han's office, he saw Su Han in her white windbreaker, looking out of the window. The office had been tidied up with the files stacked on the right corner of the desk and chairs pushed under the desk. The array formation in the office had also been removed. "Let's go." Su Han turned to look at Hao Ren and said lightly. Chapter 703. Nine-Dragon Palace, Appear. The sun was setting when Hao Ren and Su Han walked out of the administration building. Wearing a white coat, black tights, and a pair of white boots which accentuated her beautiful legs, Su Han looked fresh and elegant. Some students looked toward them when they saw Hao Ren and Su Han walking out from the administration building together. When the wind blew up her windbreaker, Su Han looked elegant and relaxed with her long legs exposed, revealing her charming beauty. Hao Ren turned to look at the lake in the setting sun and thought that probably nothing significant would happen in East Ocean University while his absence. After walking out of the school, Su Han called a taxi. When she got into the back seat, she pulled Hao Ren into the back seat as well. The students at the school gate saw Hao Ren and Su Han both getting into the back seat, and they began to speculate the new development of their relationship. After asking for the address, the taxi driver started the car while he glanced at the beautiful Su Han through the rear-view mirror. Hao Ren sat more than 10 centimeters away from Su Han. Looking out of the window without a word, Su Han revealed her elegant neck. Hao Ren wondered what she was thinking. On their way, only the radio in the taxi broke the silence in the car. When they arrived at the apartment complex where Su Han lived, Hao Ren followed her into the elevator. Su Han was silent on the way, and Hao Ren didn't know what she was thinking. Hao Ren had been to Su Han's home before, but he felt as if a lifetime had passed since he was here last time. Despite the messy kitchen, the apartment looked clean. However, the marble floor looked gloomy and cold in this weather. Su Han hung up her windbreaker and turned on the heat in the apartment. The flexible purple sweater fit her body tightly, revealing her beautiful figure. Su Han lifted her wrist and checked her silver watch. "We'll set off at midnight." "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. "The dinner is instant noodles," Su Han continued. Hao Ren froze for a moment and had to agree to her suggestion. After taking off the pair of tall, white boots and pushing her feet into pink slippers, Su Han put a thin silk robe around her before getting busy in the kitchen. It seemed that she didn't want Hao Ren to stare at her gorgeous figure in the sweater. Leaning on the sofa, Hao Ren turned on the TV and surfed through the channels, thinking that this might be the last casual moment before their adventure. Su Han clanked around with the pots and pans in the kitchen, and Hao Ren wondered why she was making so much noise while cooking only instant noodles. They were alone in the big apartment. It felt lonesome but also intimate. If she weren't a cultivator, with her elegance and academic background, Su Han could easily have been a young business elite with a job paying over 500,000 yuan a year, living an uneventful and happy life. Hao Ren turned his head slightly and looked at Su Han, who was in the pink slippers and black tights in the kitchen. Her black hair had some golden strands which were accentuated by the light, and her slightly curly hair fell on her cheeks, making her look gentle. Slap! Su Han returned to the living room with 2 bowls of instant noodles in her hands. Hao Ren smelled the aroma of the instant noodles and thought that Su Han's cooking skills had improved. Meanwhile, the matchmaking show on the TV was showing the female guests with charming smiles. Seeing Hao Ren watching TV while eating the noodles, Su Han suddenly picked up the remote control and changed the channel. Hao Ren felt a bit frustrated when the channel was suddenly changed while he was ready to hear one of the female guests' self-introduction. After the rainy season, the mating season begins. Su Han happened to change the channel to the animal world, and the narrator was speaking these words. Cough. Hao Ren almost sneezed the noodles out from his nose. Su Han's cold face blushed suddenly, and she picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Since Su Han didn't like to talk, the room was plunged into silence after the only sound was turned off. Hao Ren ate the noodles noisily, trying to lighten the atmosphere. "Get yourself ready. It's not a field trip," Su Han said. "Got it." Hao Ren picked up the bowl and slurped the soup as well. Su Han frowned and pursed her lips, thinking that Hao Ren was acting as if this were his own home. However, she didn't want to scold him or anything, she only thought that he was a bit too casual. After going into her room, she took a bathrobe and took a shower in the bathroom. While eating the noodles, Hao Ren listened to the sounds of the shower in the bathroom and finally hiccuped with great satisfaction. It was hard to say what would happen in the Nine-Dragon Palace, and Hao Ren had planned to have a good meal before they set off. However, Su Han just treated him with instant noodles. "Forget it. I'm full anyway and ready to fight in the Nine-Dragon Palace," he thought. He dumped the 2 paper bowls into the garbage can in the kitchen and sighed heavily when he saw the sink that was filled with dirty plates. Su Han is terrible at housework. Hao Ren rolled up his sleeves, picked up the detergent, turned on the tap, and began to wash the plates that had accumulated for about 5 to 6 days. "I'm cleaning even though I don't know if we can come back or not," Hao Ren thought while he placed the clean plates and utensils into the cupboard. After walking out of the bathroom in her bathrobe, Su Han watched Hao Ren clean up the kitchen in a daze. Then, she went into her bedroom and put on her purple sweater and black tights while biting her lips. Hao Ren was acting like a great husband, but who could belittle him for that? Even Su Han had underestimated Hao Ren's potential many times. Maybe, he could reach the heavenly dragon realm as well? Su Han thought while she watched Hao Ren clean the kitchen. Wah! Hao Ren washed the rag and hung it on the hook above the sink before walking out of the kitchen. Standing at the door to her bedroom, Su Han looked at him and then turned her gaze away as she cleared her throat slightly. Drop the insignificant work. There are only 4 hours before we set off for the Nine-Dragon Palace. You must take the time to cultivate and get ready. Despite her words, she suddenly felt like Hao Ren was her husband while he was cleaning the kitchen. This feeling was a mental blow to Su Han, who had lived alone for a long time. Okay. Hao Ren entered her cultivation room and sat down cross-legged. Following him into the room, Su Han lit some incense and placed her longsword beside her before closing her eyes to rest. This time, she and Hao Ren would go to the Nine-Dragon Palace, a place even the deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine couldn't enter without permission. Su Han felt a bit nervous, and small ripples appeared in her mind. But quickly, she suppressed her emotions with her technique, and her mind became smooth again like the surface of a lake. Seeing her beautiful posture while she rested with closed eyes, Hao Ren placed his hands on his knees, exhaled deeply, and circulated his nature essence using the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Just as Su Han had said, they were not going on a field trip, and they couldn't afford to be careless. Time ticked away silently in the quiet cultivation room. When Hao Ren was gathering all the nature essence into his dragon core, Su Han's voice broke the silence. Let's go. With a slight push, Su Han opened the window. The slim and longsword rose in the air automatically, and Su Han slipped her feet into a pair of white boots before shooting out of the window on the longsword. Without hesitation, Hao Ren jumped out of the window. The moment he began to drop, the purple gold hairpin appeared beneath his feet. With a golden light, he followed Su Han tightly. The Nine-Dragon Palace was on Fifth Heaven, but only Su Han knew its precise location. After traveling above the misty lakes and mountains, Su Han and Hao Ren entered Fifth Heaven. Ding! Su Han observed the terrain and shot out a dragon nail. The silver nail shot into the mountain with a radiant white light. Stepping on the longsword, Su Han swept to the distance with extremely fast speed and shot out another silver dragon nail. Another light dot appeared in the rolling mountains. As long as a palm, the dragon nails were very powerful at building array formations and locating other treasures. Su Han led Hao Ren around a mountain before shooting out another dragon nail. This place was far from Hao Ren's ethereal summit, and he had never been here before. While her longsword swept across a deep valley, Su Han shot out another dragon nail toward the Black Mountain. After several tries, the 5 white lights flashed vaguely in the area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Go! Su Han threw out the longsword with all her force, releasing all the strength of top-tier Qian level. The black and white light instantly lit up this area with wondrous radiance. Su Han cultivated both metal elemental and water elemental nature essence. When the metal elemental nature essence reached its peak, it was white, and when the water elemental nature essence reached its peak, it would be black. Su Han's current realm was close to peak Qian level. All the strength that she had accumulated was released suddenly. Boom! Boom! Muffled thunderous noises sounded on the quiet Fifth Heaven in the night. Following Su Han, Hao Ren saw a gray outline appeared in the dark sky. The Nine-Dragon Palace. It was the Nine-Dragon Palace that Hao Ren had once seen. Like a huge city hovering in the air, it had lots of soil at the bottom while the top was beyond his sight. Using all her cultivation strength in the attack, Su Han broke the Nine-Dragon Palace's stealth. Although it was only a vague outline, they had a chance to enter it. Swoosh! Stepping on the longsword, Su Han dashed toward the Nine-Dragon Palace. The 5 dragon nails were stolen from the Dragon God Shrine, and they were holding the shadow of the Nine-Dragon Palace in place. However, it would last only dozens of seconds. Possessing the power of seriously injuring peak Qian level cultivators, the dragon nails were treasures of the 6th Deputy Shrine Master, and each of them could be used only once. This Deputy Shrine Master only had 8 dragon nails left. Su Han was taking a great risk to enter the Nine-Dragon Palace. She would die if she failed. Wah! Stepping on the purple gold hairpin, Hao Ren followed her. With the aid of the 5 dragon nails, Su Han's full force attack only revealed the shadow of the 9 dragon palace. Instantly, the outline of the 9 dragon palace began to dim and would disappear in the darkness again. It's the aura of dragon cultivators. A furious roar suddenly came from 7th heaven. Chapter 704. Fragile Su Han. Instantly, several powerful suppression crashed toward them from the high sky, choking Hao Ren and Su Han. Almost at the same time, 5 to 6 Dharma treasures flew toward them with whistling sounds. The attackers were Soul Formation Realm cultivators on 7th heaven. After the appearance of a supreme spiritual treasure on 6th heaven, they had begun to pay attention to 5th and 6th heavens by leaving a trace of spiritual senses in these places. When Hao Ren and Su Han entered 5th heaven at midnight, their movements couldn't escape the spiritual senses left behind by the Soul Formation Realm cultivators. Especially when Su Han used all her power to force the 9 dragon palace to appear with the aid of 5 dragon nails, the booming sounds alerted the Soul Formation Realm cultivators who were living on 7th heaven. On 5th heaven, which was far above the clouds on land, the thunderous noise could only mean that a cultivator was passing a lightning tribulation. With little effort, the Soul Formation Realm cultivators had sensed the aura of dragon cultivators on 5th heaven. Therefore, the Soul Formation Realm cultivators attacked immediately. Not expecting that the Soul Formation Realm cultivators would intervene, Hao Ren and Su Han were alarmed when the Dharma treasures shot through the array formation between 6th heaven and 5th heaven and crashed toward them. Su Han had purposefully selected midnight to enter 5th heaven so that they wouldn't alert the human cultivators on 5th heaven. With her top-tier Qian level strength, she wasn't afraid of the nascent Soul Realm cultivators, but she wouldn't be able to force out the 9 dragon palace if a large group of human cultivators chased her. She had avoided the core fruition realm and the nascent Soul Realm cultivators but couldn't escape from the spiritual senses of the Soul Formation Realm cultivators. The Soul Formation Realm cultivators had never cared much about the things happening on 5th heaven. But after the emergence of a supreme spiritual treasure and the incident around Ethereal Summit, they realized that they couldn't ignore 5th heaven. Go! Seeing the Dharma treasures crashing toward them at lightning speed, Hao Ren worked up the chaotic lightning energy in his body and managed to break off the suppressions of the Soul Formation Realm cultivators. While stepping on the purple gold hairpin, he dashed behind Su Han. Holding Su Han's waist, he raced toward the base of the disappearing 9 dragon palace while the purple gold hairpin moved at its greatest speed. Hum! The 5 silver dragon nails suddenly shot out white lights on one spot at the base of the 9 dragon palace. After careful calculations, Su Han had found this spot for them to enter the 9 dragon palace. She had done her investigations on 5th heaven by concealing her aura, but they were discovered by the Soul Formation Realm cultivators from 7th heaven. Su Han's longsword released a blinding light which opened a small crack in the 9 dragon palace's array formation. It was the weakest spot in the array formation. With her full strength, Su Han was only able to create a small tunnel. Gritting his teeth, Hao Ren held Su Han's waist with force. On one side was the small crack in the array formation of the 9 dragon palace, and on the other side was the Dharma treasures launched by the Soul Formation Realm cultivators from 7th heaven. Swoosh! Hao Ren flew into this small crack that was surrounded by colorful lights with Su Han in his arms, feeling as if they had entered a wormhole with glowing lights. If they were a split second slower, he and Su Han would be sealed in the array formation and squeeze into pieces. Hao Ren poured out the metal elemental and water elemental nature essence from his body, pushing the purple gold hairpin to its greatest speed. It was fortunate that the purple gold hairpin wasn't an ordinary Dharma treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fly under the violent suppression of the array formation. With widened eyes, Su Han's body tensed up like a piece of iron. Her calculation was perfect, but the unexpected delay caused by the Soul Formation Realm cultivators at the most critical moment made them enter the crack in the array formation half-second late. They should have passed the crack with little risk, but now the situation was extremely dangerous. The array formation was closing right behind Hao Ren's heels. Bang! Hao Ren and Su Han suddenly fell on the ground after being spat out by the array formation. Meanwhile, the Dharma treasures of the Soul Formation Realm cultivators crashed on the edges of the array formation around the 9 Dagon Palace, and the dark outline of the 9 Dragon Palace was revealed again. However, even the Dharma treasures of the Soul Formation realm cultivators couldn't open the 9 Dragon Palace's array formation, and they were bounced off one by one. The 9 Dragon Palace vanished into the darkness. Lying on the ground, Hao Ren panted heavily and touched his cheek with his left hand, finding that he was still alive. Suddenly, he saw his right arm holding Su Han's soft waist while his right palm was gripping the softest part of her chest. Wah! Hao Ren withdrew his right hand hurriedly, knowing that Su Han would kill him for touching her body this way. After receiving no reaction from her, Hao Ren turned to look at her cautiously. Su Han's body was listless, and her eyes lost its usual sharpness as if she had exhausted all her strength and couldn't even get up from the ground. Hao Ren sat up and tried to pull her up by grabbing her wrist. "Let me rest for a while," Su Han panted her words out while leaning her head on Hao Ren's shoulder. Hao Ren suddenly remembered that in the 9 Dragon Palace which sealed the 5 elements, any cultivator who didn't have Hunden energy, which was the combination of all 5 elements, were as weak as mortals. Despite her top-tier Qian level strength, Su Han was just a mortal who couldn't use any of her cultivation techniques. Right now, Su Han wasn't a master but a fragile girl who needed Hao Ren's protection. It was night outside of the 9 Dragon Palace, and it was the same inside. It was so dark that Hao Ren couldn't see his own fingers if he didn't use his nature essence. With his super eyesight, Hao Ren could only see himself and Su Han and nothing beyond half a meter. Not able to cultivate or recover her nature essence, Su Han leaned on Hao Ren's body and tried to recover some of her strength by using the traditional breathing method. While grabbing Hao Ren's wrist with her left hand, her shoulders moved slightly with her breathing. In this dark night, if they got separated, they wouldn't be able to find each other. It seemed that the sounds were blocked, and they couldn't travel far. The dull space felt like an invisible cage. Hao Ren thought that Su Han wouldn't be able to make it by herself if he didn't come with her. Besides, she has no nature essence in the 9 Dragon Palace and can only rely on me, entrusting her life in my hands. It is a great trust, Hao Ren thought. In fact, Su Han was quite emotional as she tried to breathe evenly. She remembered that when the array formation closed, Hao Ren still held her tightly even though it slowed him down. He hadn't let her go despite the risk of being swallowed by the array formation. Su Han pressed her cheek on Hao Ren's shoulder, feeling a sense of security that she had never experienced before. Su Han had been alone all her life and had never relied on anyone, but in the 9 Dragon Palace, she had to rely on Hao Ren. Snap! A thread of Hunden lightning energy appeared on Hao Ren's fingertip and shone on Su Han's beautiful face. "Don't," Su Han immediately reached out and covered his fingertip. "Let's find a place to hide during the night." Hao Ren looked at her in bafflement. "We can't wander around," Su Han said in a low voice. Roar, roar, from a distance came roars of monsters. The roars sounded distant, but in the 9 Dragon Palace where the sounds were blocked, the fierce beasts might be very close to them. Except for when the 4 ocean dragon clans opened it together, the 9 Dragon Palace is full of fierce beasts, Su Han whispered to Hao Ren. Either due to her weak strength or the intention to lower her voice, Su Han's voice was very low, and her breath tickled Hao Ren's ear. Hao Ren's heart raced when he thought that Su Han, who had been admired afar by men, was now leaning on his body so softly. Su Han felt around to pick up her longsword and placed it on Hao Ren's knee before saying lightly, "Don't think about those things." Hearing her words, Hao Ren sat straighter as if she had hit the target. "What do we do now?" Hao Ren asked her. Despite her beauty, no one could get close to her quickly. She only leaned on his body since she took Hao Ren as someone she could trust. It was a great fortune for Hao Ren considering her usual reaction to other men. "We have to stay here until daytime, and we'll act after assessing the situation," Su Han said. She had probably recovered some of her strength since her tone was stronger instead of soft and listless. Roar, roar, the roars of fierce beasts rose around them constantly. Hao Ren touched his chest and felt like they were lucky that they hadn't landed beside some fierce beasts. They would have to engage in a fierce battle or would have been swallowed by the fierce beasts without a chance to fight if that happened. Since they landed on the spot without fierce beasts too close by, they could recover their strength slowly in half a day. Even the first step in their adventure in the 9 Dragon Palace had been so dangerous, and Hao Ren found it hard to imagine what other dangers were waiting for them. Although he couldn't see clearly in the dark night, Hao Ren sensed that the Nine-Dragon Palace was a gloomy and damp place filled with thick fogs at night. He and Su Han had landed on a flat land without any rocks that they could hide behind. At midnight, even the fierce beasts didn't dare to move around, so it was the safest to stay where they were. However, this damp and chilly air sent shivers to even Hao Ren, let alone Su Han, who couldn't activate any nature essence. After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren tightened his arms around Su Han's shoulders, pulling her into his arms, and giving her some warmth with his broad chest. Su Han looked up at Hao Ren, and her white face looked so exquisite and lively in the dark night. Despite her reluctance to Hao Ren's impetuous act, Su Han was now a little woman who couldn't activate her nature essence. Biting her red lips, Su Han leaned her head against Hao Ren's chest. Chapter 705. Fierce Beasts. The Nine-Dragon Palace at midnight was engulfed by darkness. The place was filled with all kinds of uncertainties and dangers while fierce beasts roared. "I have a blanket in my storage ring." Leaning her head on Hao Ren's chest, Su Han said suddenly. She lifted her slim finger toward Hao Ren. "Okay." Hao Ren took her smooth hand with his left hand and opened her storage ring with his right hand by circulating the Hunden energy, taking out a thin knitted blanket. Despite the big space in his necklace, Hao Ren could only store stuff with nature essence. In contrast, Su Han's storage ring couldn't store a lot of things, but she could place some ordinary objects in it. While he drew out the blanket, Hao Ren's spiritual senses felt around in her ring and found elixirs, bandages, and even ordinary medicines such as pills for the common cold. She was well prepared for the adventure. The reason that she had prepared some ordinary medicines was that she couldn't activate her nature essence in the Nine-Dragon Palace. If she caught a cold, she probably needed to take some medication. Thinking that the usually cold Su Han, a Qian-level cultivator who had never worried about being ill, was now reduced into a weak mortal girl who had to prepare medicine for the common cold, Hao Ren felt like he had to care more about her. "Hand." Su Han lifted her eyes and said coldly. Hao Ren gathered his thoughts and suddenly realized that he was still holding her slim fingers after drawing out the knitted blanket from her storage ring. Okay. Hao Ren cleared his throat and withdrew his hand in embarrassment. He hadn't been holding her palm on purpose. He had just wanted to see what other stuff was in her storage ring and had been distracted by other thoughts in this misty environment. If they had been outside the Nine-Dragon Palace, Su Han would have put her longsword against his neck for not releasing her hand. But now, she was more lenient to him. Hao Ren spread out the blanket and covered Su Han. Since Su Han leaned her body in Hao Ren's arms, the blanket was covering both of them. Su Han remained silent while she curled up in Hao Ren's arms. It wasn't her intention to reveal her weakness, but she didn't want to get sick after just getting into the Nine-Dragon Palace. It would be a worthless show of strength. The time ticked away, but the darkness didn't show any sign of receding. While practicing the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, Hao Ren continued to strengthen the Hunden energy in his body. With the abundant natural Hunden energy that was nowhere to be found outside of the palace, it was a good place for Hao Ren to cultivate if not for the fierce beasts around them. Lying in his arms, Su Han seemed to have fallen asleep. While her back and shoulders touched him, he felt warm. Hao Ren placed his hands on Su Han's belly over the blanket. In this icy cold night, Hao Ren kept his clear mind and didn't dare to think that he was holding a fragile woman. Outside of the Nine-Dragon Palace, Su Han was still a Qian-level master who overpowered other cultivators, and Hao Ren would look up at her. Su Han's chest rose and fell with her long and peaceful breathing. Hao Ren filled his meridians with Hunden energy and tried to make a breakthrough. He cultivated the 5 elements simultaneously with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and formed Hunden energy with lightning cultivation. When Hao Ren came here last time, the Nine-Dragon Palace had been very peaceful, probably because the fierce beasts hid after the array formation was opened. At that time, Hao Ren could do nothing but throw out random Hunden sword energies, but it gained him a great advantage in that journey. As a demon beast, Little White could also move around in the Nine-Dragon Palace. Its level 5 strength was powerful in the eyes of human cultivators, but it was weak in front of the level 10 demon beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace or the Demon Sea. That was why Hao Ren didn't bring Little White this time. Hearing the fierce beasts' roars around them, he knew that Little White was no match for these fierce beasts. The midnight mist in the Nine-Dragon Palace even blocked sounds, which meant that the roars were earth-shaking since they could enter Hao Ren's ears. This time, Hao Ren had reached top-tier Dewey level and thus could use the Hunden sword array by combining 5 elements, making his power dozens and even hundreds of times more powerful than the last time. When the 4 ocean dragon clans opened it together, the Nine-Dragon Palace allowed only low-level cultivators to enter. At Dewey level, Hao Ren and Su Han would face dangers dozens of times greater than before. Roar, roar, a large group of fierce beasts suddenly let out low roars. Leaning on Hao Ren's chest, Su Han was woken up by the low roars and she sat up warily, listening to the sounds around them alertly. Hoo! A huge gust blew over, and even Hao Ren was blown to the ground by such a powerful wind. Without nature essence, Su Han fell onto Hao Ren's body with her black hair in a mess. In the dark night, Hao Ren couldn't see where the gust came from but could feel that a huge, fierce beast had swept over them in the high sky. The strong wind that could blow people to the ground was caused by the fluttering wings of that flying fierce beast. "It's okay," Su Han said and sat up with her hands pressing on Hao Ren's chest. The nearby roaring fierce beasts quieted down finally. Instead of savoring the tempting sensation when Su Han fell onto his body, Hao Ren sat up alertly and released tiny sword energies around them within a range of 100 meters. He suddenly realized that they probably would find themselves surrounded by dozens of fierce beasts when the sun appears. The dark night made it impossible for them to move, but it was also a layer of protection because the fierce beasts wouldn't move around in the night either. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll which Hao Ren cultivated combined Hao Ren's spiritual senses into the sword energies, and the sword energies were planted around them within 100 meters, able to alert him of dangers. However, he didn't release sword energies to areas further away, afraid that they would trigger the sleeping fierce beasts. "You rest, and I'll keep guard," Hao Ren turned to look at Su Han and said. "Okay." Su Han pulled the blanket back over her and leaned into Hao Ren's chest. Hao Ren placed his hands lightly on her shoulders and exhaled silently. Nestling in his arms to fend off the cold, Su Han wasn't troubled with other thoughts, but Hao Ren felt unsettled. In the darkness, the fierce beasts would occasionally roar together in low voices, probably because some flying beasts had disturbed their sleep. With Su Han in his arms, Hao Ren kept his mind on the faint sword energies that he had planted in the ground without a moment of relaxation. When Hao Ren felt numbness in his hands and feet, a radiant light suddenly appeared in the east. Instantly, thousands of beasts roared. Feeling like the daytime was coming, Hao Ren immediately pushed Su Han up, rolled up the knitted blanket, and put it into her storage ring. Hao Ren beckoned, and the hundreds of sword energies that were scattering around returned to his palm. The Nine-Dragon space was in a secluded space without the sun, the moon, and other stars. This blinding light must have come from the array formation which was circulating automatically in the Nine-Dragon Palace. Feeling like the fierce beasts would wake up from their sleep soon, Hao Ren tossed out the purple gold hairpin to leave on it, but he realized that he couldn't use it. Since the 5 elements were blocked in the Nine-Dragon Palace, he couldn't activate the metal elemental and water elemental nature essence alone, which meant that he couldn't use this powerful Dharma treasure. The white light lit up all the corners in the Nine-Dragon Palace almost instantly. Hao Ren saw all kinds of huge beasts walking on the broad plain. In the valley and forests farther away, there were also big and small fierce beasts. In the misty high sky were huge birds that were as wide as thousands of meters. Their sharp beaks spat out flames. The rolling mountains were endless. Stepping on mountaintops, some unknown fierce beast bit off a tree trunk that had a cross-sectional diameter of about 6 meters and chewed it up. They were all prehistoric fierce beasts. If he didn't witness it himself, Hao Ren could never imagine such a magnificent sight. The ancient cultivators had faced such fierce beasts. How could the present-day cultivators do any damage to these fierce beasts? Hao Ren thought. Roar! A black-skinned fierce beast by the lake raised its head and roared with fury, and dozens of gray jackals that had flames emitting from their paws immediately retreated from the meadow. The black-skinned fierce beast raised its thick front leg and crashed a dozen jackals into meat pies. Frightened, Hao Ren took Su Han's hand and flew toward a nearby forest by releasing Hunden sword energies under his feet. While the light was still spreading across the land, the plains, valleys, and forests were just struggling out of darkness. Everything was engulfed in dark, red lights. Swoosh, from the forest that Hao Ren was heading toward flew out about a dozen weird birds. These weird birds looked ugly and evil with colorful feathers, which gave people a sense of danger instead of beauty. After all, poisonous snakes were usually colorful. Bang! Bang! Hao Ren released his Hunden sword energies. The dozen weird birds had their heads pierced by the sword energies and fell dead before they could slash their sharp claws at Hao Ren. Suddenly, their bodies released colorful vapor which was highly toxic. It could even numb and kill the huge beasts that were as tall as 100 meters. Sensing the killing power in the vapor, Hao Ren hurried out of the area. In the area within hundreds of meters of the spot where the weird birds dropped, the trees withered quickly before rotting to the ground. If Hao Ren had acted 1 second slower, he would have ended up the same. Wah! Hao Ren shot sword energies into the dense forest to investigate even though he didn't see any fierce beasts with his eyes. Each sword energy carried his spiritual senses, and he instantly knew that no fierce beasts were lurking inside. Then, he landed in the forest with Su Han. From shooting out the sword energies and killing a dozen weird birds to sending the sword energies into the forest before landing with Su Han, Hao Ren's movements were smooth and quick without any hesitation. However, Hao Ren didn't feel as calm as he looked. When he landed on the soft soil in the forest, his clothes were soaked by sweat. When those dozen weird birds dashed out, he would have died if he had reacted half a second slower or were not alert enough. It was a narrow escape, and the adventure had just begun. Seeing the birds and beasts all over the place, Hao Ren realized that the number of fierce beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace far surpassed his imagination. In the Demon Sea, demon beasts all lurked under the sea. But in the Nine-Dragon Palace, the demon beasts ran around freely, and there were even flying beasts. It was hard to determine the realms of these beasts, but Hao Ren guessed that they were at least level 6 or level 7. Hao Ren couldn't handle them with ease. There are no directions such as east, south, west, and north in the Nine-Dragon Palace, but I think we are on the edge of this world. With one hand resting on a huge tree, Su Han said calmly while she looked into the valley and observed the terrain and lights carefully. We need to cross this plain and the mountain on the other side to see if we can find a route, Su Han said. The information about the inside of the Nine-Dragon Palace was the top secret among secrets, but she had gathered enough fragmented information from the ancient scrolls in the Dragon God Shrine to get a vague layout of the Nine-Dragon Palace. That was why she knew her whereabouts even though she had never been in the Nine-Dragon Palace before. While she was talking with her eyes staring into the distance, she suddenly felt Hao Ren getting close behind her. Su Han raised her head slightly and saw Hao Ren insert the purple gold hairpin into her hair. This is Lady Zhen's treasure and carries her aura. It means that it probably has some suppressing effects on these beasts. You will be safer wearing it. Hao Ren looked at her and said. Su Han froze for a moment and then nodded. She knew that the purple gold hairpin was Lady Zhen's treasure and thus had some suppressing effects on the demon beasts, but she was surprised that Hao Ren had placed it into her hair to give her protection instead of keeping this useful treasure for himself. As the token from Lady Zhen, the purple gold hairpin could fend off the high-level demon beasts in the Demon Sea. Although the demon beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace probably didn't know about the power of the purple gold hairpin, it was a Dharma treasure that an eternal demon king carried with her. It would fend off some low-level demon beasts. Let's go. After getting a clear idea of the layout of the demon beasts in the valley and on the plain, Hao Ren circulated the Hunden sword energy and pulled Su Han onto it with him before flying toward the mountain on the other side. Boom! The moment that Hao Ren flew up, he suddenly saw the Black Origin Dragon Grand Palace moving swiftly in the sky above the mountain on the other side. Chapter 706, Climbing the Mountains with You. Boom! A magnificent black ancestral dragon palace whistled across the sky before vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. When Hao Ren was in the Nine-Dragon Palace last time, he had entered 2 ancestral dragon palaces and knew that they were very heavy and made with huge black stones. However, such a massive building was flying so swiftly in the air. What kind of power was required? Usually, when the 4 ocean dragon clans opened the 9 dragon palaces every 50 years, the 9 ancestral dragon palaces always changed their positions. It turned out that while array formation was in operation, the 9 big palaces were continuously flying around in the 9-dragon palace. The black ancestral dragon palace disappeared in the distance gradually, and Hao Ren didn't even see which ancestral dragon palace it was. "Let's go." Su Han touched Hao Ren and reminded him. "Okay." The shock that Hao Ren received was beyond words. The 9 ancestral dragon palaces were moving in a predetermined pattern. It was a major void array. The center of the 9 ancestral dragon palaces must be the core of the 9-dragon palace and the array formation. Only when the 4 ocean dragon palaces opened the 9 dragon palaces together, the array formation would stop operating temporarily, and the 9 ancestral dragon palaces would land on the ground in different positions. While he was speculating the movement pattern of the palaces, Hao Ren moved the Hundan sword energy toward the foot of the mountain. Standing at the end of the sword energy, Su Han held Hao Ren's shoulders with both hands. Her full chest pressed against Hao Ren's back, bringing tingling sensations to Hao Ren. However, it wasn't the time for such thoughts. After all, he and Su Han might die here at any moment and wouldn't have a second chance. Su Han shared Hao Ren's thoughts. She was placing her greatest hope on Hao Ren and didn't care about minor things such as the touching of their bodies. Once they arrived at that place, her nature essence would fully recover. Hao Ren's main responsibility was to help her cross this area full of mountains and wild fierce beasts. Thud. Hao Ren landed lightly on a stretch of grassland. The wild grass was more than 2 meters tall, hiding Hao Ren and Su Han's whereabouts. Before the fierce beasts that were usually hundreds of meters tall, they were as tiny as 2 insects. Su Han praised Hao Ren's route choice silently as it aligned with her own. It seemed that Hao Ren was also observant and had a quick mind. "We can't get separated." Hao Ren reached back and caught Su Han's left hand. Due to Su Han's loss of nature essence in the 9-dragon palace, Hao Ren couldn't sense her location easily, and they couldn't use modern communication devices. If he and Su Han got separated, they would be in trouble. With her hand in his, Su Han's heart raced, and she immediately quickened her steps to walk alongside Hao Ren. Su Han's fingers were cold and smooth like jade. Hao Ren gripped her hand and decided on the direction before striding through the grass. Su Han gripped her longsword tightly, but since she couldn't circulate nature essence, she barely had the strength of a martial arts master. Hao Ren's sword energies floated at the top of the 2-meter-tall grass to scout the area around them. They were now at least about a dozen kilometers away from the mountain on the other side, and it was the most dangerous distance that they needed to cover. Gaw! Gaw! Several huge white birds flew in the high sky, and Hao Ren dropped down onto the ground in a hurry, pressing down Su Han with him. Hoo! All the green grass was blown down by the huge wind, revealing about a dozen small beasts that were hiding in the grass. The huge white birds reached out their iron-like claws, dashed down to the ground, and grabbed 5 to 6 small beasts before tearing them into pieces. Then, they flew to the distance with blood dripping from their claws. Due to their small sizes, Su Han and Hao Ren's bodies were covered by the 2-meter-tall green grass as it tilted sideways, helping them hide. After the huge birds flew away, the green grass bounced back, and Hao Ren raced forward with Su Han. The attack from the huge birds frightened the small beasts in the grass, making it the perfect moment for Hao Ren and Su Han to cross this grassland. Swoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly came from Hao Ren's back. Hao Ren turned his head and saw another huge bird hovering in the sky and throwing a huge rock toward him. Bang! The 1280 sword energies merged into 256 Hundan sword energies, and they stabbed toward the rock. With a loud noise, the huge black rock was shattered by Hao Ren's sword energies before falling on the ground. Hao Ren was about to heave a sigh of relief when he found a silent shadow moving toward him from another side. Another huge white bird soared toward him with great speed while its fluttering white wings created almost no air currents. Hao Ren, who had just cast all his sword energies, was ashen-faced with shock, knowing that he had underestimated the hunting skills of the fierce beasts in the 9-dragon palace. Dang! Su Han stabbed her sword forward while her body leaned backward. The longsword flew out for dozens of meters while Su Han was sent flying for more than 10 meters even though she escaped from the claws of the huge bird. Su Han! Hao Ren yelled and hurried toward her. Boom! A burning flame swept toward Hao Ren from the back. The huge white bird that had attacked Hao Ren first struck toward Hao Ren's shoulders. These two birds surrounded Hao Ren and Su Han and attacked separately. The huge white birds had an intricate hunting strategy. With the one-on-one strategy, they wouldn't allow Hao Ren and Su Han to get together again. When Hao Ren was about to be hit, the sword energies around him condensed into a colorful energy sword as Hao Ren used the first strike of the mystic water sword techniques. Slash. Hao Ren's sword cut off one claw of the huge bird. In pain, the huge bird that attacked Hao Ren flew up. Hao Ren looked back and saw Su Han rolling in the grass while the other huge bird clawed up dozens of pounds of soil from the ground beside her. She escaped the claw by a few inches. Otherwise, it would have torn her into pieces. Without her sword or any nature essence, Su Han was pale. She was about to leap up and roll again when the other claw of the huge bird dashed toward her like a small mountain. Su Han clearly saw the red flames in the center of the claw. Dodging it was impossible. She closed her eyes, ready to take this fatal blow. Dang! A loud noise almost shattered Su Han's eardrum. She opened her eyes and saw Hao Ren flying up with both hands on the colorful energy sword, piercing the claw and blocking the powerful attack for her. The flames in the center of the claw were suddenly jetted out, knocking Hao Ren back onto the muddy ground like a cannonball. Go! The moment that Hao Ren flew out, he waved his arms and commanded that energy sword. The colorful energy sword which had pierced through the claw suddenly shot up into the long slim neck of the huge white bird. Bang! The colorful energy sword suddenly shattered and turned into hundreds of Hunden sword energies, exploding in its long neck. The huge bird that was more than 100 meters tall fell to the ground. Su Han watched in shock and then stood up with dirty hands while panting heavily. Seeing its partner killed, the other huge bird that had lost a toe let out a shrill cry before flying to the distance. The two huge birds were behind the group. After seeing that the other bird was killed, this one didn't linger around. It fled to join its group in a hurry. Hao Ren turned and looked at Su Han with fear in his eyes, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. Although the battle lasted only a moment, and they used only 3 attacks, it was an incredibly chilling experience. After dashing over to pick up her longsword, Su Han grabbed Hao Ren's hand and raced toward their destination, not giving a thought to the wound in her shoulder. She was afraid that the huge birds would return. If they did, she and Hao Ren wouldn't be able to fight them. Seeing her purple sweater turning red by the blood that was oozing from her shoulder, Hao Ren also didn't dare to stop and bandage her wound. He ran with Su Han. After running for almost 1 hour and were certain that the huge birds didn't return, they finally stopped for a break. Their eyes met. They both felt lucky after the narrow escape. The medicine is in my ring. Su Han lifted her hand and said. Hao Ren picked up her finger and dug out a dark red glass medicine bottle from her ring. With a frown, Su Han opened the bottle and put some red medicine solution on her shoulder. From her furrowed eyebrows, Hao Ren knew that she was hurting from the stinging in the wound which was caused by the solution. She handed the bottle to Hao Ren, who then put it back into her ring. Hao Ren wanted to ask her if she needed to rest for a few minutes, but Su Han had begun walking with clenched teeth. We must cross that mountain before dark. Otherwise, we won't find a hiding place, and we will die. Su Han looked back at Hao Ren after walking a few steps and said. Hao Ren turned to look at the almost boundless plain and the flying or running fierce beasts. He had to admit that Su Han was right. Su Han lifted her left hand at Hao Ren. Hao Ren walked over and took her left hand into his right hand. Let's go. Hao Ren locked his fingers with hers and strode forward steadily. In this open space, flying on his sword energy was the most dangerous act. The relative safer way was to walk in concealment in the high wild grass to reach the mountain on the other side. Walking by Hao Ren's side with her fingers in his tight grip, Su Han's heart raced, and she slowly tightened her grip on Hao Ren's fingers. She couldn't name the feeling that she was having right now. However, at that most dangerous moment, she was thinking of Hao Ren. That huge noise caused by Hao Ren's strike was still ringing in her ears. The scene where Hao Ren shot up and pierced that huge bird was ironed into her mind. With her hand in Hao Ren's grip, she felt dazed, and her mind was blanking out. She finally understood how it felt. Chapter 707, as gentle and silent as the rain. The 2-meter-tall wild grass grew in the mud, and it was exhausting to trudge through the mud for Hao Ren and Su Han. Su Han wore a white windbreaker and a purple sweater with black tights and white boots. However, while she trudged with Hao Ren, her white boots were covered in mud, and her white windbreaker turned dusty after she rolled on the ground to dodge the huge birds. It would take people several hours to walk more than 10 kilometers even on a highway, let alone in the Nine-Dragon Palace, which was full of fierce beasts. The level 8 and 9 fierce beasts possessed some degree of intelligence, but fortunately, they hadn't transformed yet and didn't possess true intelligence. Despite the same environment as the Demon Sea, Hao Ren and Su Han hadn't seen any transformation realm fierce beasts while they trudged through the grassland. There should be level 10 demon beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace, but I don't know if there are any transformation realm demon beasts here, Su Han said while she stumbled through the mud, holding onto Hao Ren with her left hand. I don't think so, since the Nine-Dragon Palace is sealed off from the outside world, and there's no heavenly lightning for them to pass the transformation tribulation, Hao Ren said. Su Han turned her bright eyes toward Hao Ren and realized that he was right after a moment of consideration. She was surprised that Hao Ren was so familiar with the details of heavenly tribulations. She didn't know that Hao Ren had gained some knowledge about the habits and features of demon beasts after his trip in the Demon Sea, especially how they passed heavenly tribulations. It was why he had a general idea of the movement patterns of the ancient fierce beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace and had chosen the safest route accordingly to reach the mountain on the other side. The longer Su Han walked with Hao Ren, the more experienced she thought he was, and thus the safer she felt. Her fast walking pulled the wound in her shoulder, and she was in pain. However, Su Han gritted her teeth and didn't show any sign of pain. "If you are tired, I can carry you on my back," Hao Ren turned his head and said after feeling Su Han's steps getting heavier. "I'm fine." Su Han frowned. She didn't want Hao Ren to think that she was fragile. The sky had brightened. There was no sun in here, but Hao Ren estimated that it was about noon, and they had covered less than half of the distance. If they didn't speed up, they wouldn't be able to reach the mountain on the other side before nightfall, and fierce beasts on the plain would surround them. More importantly, they probably wouldn't be able to fend off the cold during the night. After entering the Nine-Dragon Palace at midnight, Su Han almost couldn't bear the chill even though it had been only half a night. Today, she was wounded and exhausted. If she couldn't have a good rest, she would find it difficult to pass the night. The chilliness in the Nine-Dragon Palace was different. No matter how much they wore, they couldn't fend off the chill alone. They must increase their speed. Determined, Hao Ren suddenly caught Su Han's left hand and pulled her into his arms before lifting her legs with his left hand. Caught off guard, Su Han was lifted into his arms. Then, Hao Ren swung her over his shoulder and carried her on his back. "You." Su Han was surprised and felt ashamed. With his hands pressing under Su Han's smooth thighs, Hao Ren bent forward a bit and dashed like a shooting arrow. Thud. Thud. Running on the muddy ground, Hao Ren dashed through the dense grass with his body tilted forward at 45 degrees. The gray sword energies followed Hao Ren's body like hundreds of cameras, scouting the surrounding area. Lying on Hao Ren's back, Su Han bounced and felt her chest constantly crashing onto his back. Blushing, she immediately reached out to tighten her arms around his neck, making herself press onto his back tightly. She didn't want Hao Ren to carry her because she didn't want to feel weak and was worried that she would exhaust Hao Ren's physical strength. However, now she knew that her second worry was ungrounded. Hao Ren's physical strength far exceeded her expectation. In the Nine-Dragon Palace, which was full of Hundan energy, Hao Ren was like a fish in the water. The only drawback was that his realm was lower than those demon beasts, so he didn't dare to fight them head-on. While Hao Ren inhaled the Hundan energy quickly, he maintained a quick pace. Su Han had never been carried by a man before, which was why she couldn't help but blush despite her efforts to contain her distracting thoughts, knowing that they were still in the Nine-Dragon Palace. Hao Ren had crossed the line by forcing his will on her. Despite her anger, she admired his great strength when he dashed forward in the grassland as if he were in a 100-meter race. "I will settle the accounts with him later." Clenching her fists, she held Hao Ren's neck tighter and pressed her chest onto his back. Swoosh! Hao Ren leapt lightly over a rock. His movements were so agile that it seemed like he had been moving around in the mountains all year round. Su Han bounced up and down on Hao Ren's back. Feeling her chest tingling and hurting, She wished that she could walk by herself. However, Hao Ren locked his hands on her thighs tightly, and his fast pace didn't give her a chance to jump down from his back. Having sent the sword energies to scout the situation ahead of them, Hao Ren suddenly moved aside and walked around a swamp that was hidden by the grass. Lying on his back, Su Han was swung to the side violently before swinging back. Her chest rubbed against his back so forcefully that she was sure that Hao Ren felt it. It made her blush even more. Did he do it on purpose? Su Han gritted her teeth and put that thought away when she saw Hao Ren's grim expression. The fierce beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace would dash out anytime from anywhere in the grass. Hao Ren was concentrating on the running and didn't have time for such antics. If Hao Ren were a true pervert, he would have gone to bed with Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters who had stayed with him for a long time. At least he would have done that with Xie Yujia. However, before they entered the Nine-Dragon Palace, Su Han had clearly sensed that Hao Ren had an intact vital young physique. In other words, he was still a virgin. Boom! Hao Ren's sword energies suddenly flew to the side and exploded a fierce black beast that was at least 2 meters tall. With Su Han on his back, Hao Ren leapt up lightly and covered more than 10 meters while the sword energies hit back and knocked away a black three-tailed tiger that was lurking in the grass on the left. Tap! 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 Hao Ren sped up and continued to run. Distracted, Su Han tightened her grip on Hao Ren in a hurry. The 2-meter-tall wild grass shook in waves as if small beasts were running around in it. Spitting black flames from their nostrils, 2 three-tailed black tigers sprang at the spot where the grass shook, surrounding the prey from the front and the back with their excellent hunting skills. With Su Han on his back, Hao Ren moved quickly as if small engines powered his legs. Roar! The 2 black tigers leapt up at the same time, crashing toward the movement in the grass. With a wave of flashing lights, sword energies shot out from the grass and disappeared gradually. Su Han looked back and saw the 2 black tigers leaping up, which made her admire Hao Ren's smart strategy. He had made the grass move with his sword energies and thus drew the 2 black tigers toward the opposite direction, buying them time to escape. He is not only brave but smart as well, Su Han said in her heart. We've reached the end. Hao Ren suddenly bent down, and Su Han slid from his back toward the ground. Before she dropped to the ground, Hao Ren held her slim waist lightly, helping her gain her balance. Gritting her teeth, Su Han looked at Hao Ren with anger and helplessness. She looked in the direction of Hao Ren's gaze and saw that they had reached the edge of the grassy swamp on this vast plain, and there was a big grassland in the open space before them. Although grass could conceal all kinds of fierce beasts, it also offered them protection from the huge, fierce beasts. However, it was difficult to reach the mountain on the other side if they had to travel through the open space. If they waited until midnight, the chilling cold was one problem. Also, traveling through the resting places of the fierce beasts in the dark night was a greater and almost impossible challenge. There is about, Hao Ren looked into the distance ahead and said, 5 to 6 kilometers left. Since an ancestral dragon palace had flown across the mountain on the other side, Hao Ren had the optimistic notion that there were probably less fierce beasts in the mountain, which meant that they would be safer there. He moved his arm, and the Hunden sword energies that were floating in the wind returned to his palm. Shall we dash over? Hao Ren looked at Su Han's cold face and asked. What percentage of success do you think we have? Su Han asked with a grim expression. 30%, Hao Ren answered. He felt like the fierce beasts didn't move fast despite their enormous sizes, and it gave them a chance to dash through. Let's go. Su Han decided without hesitation. Standing behind Hao Ren, she brought her hands under his arms and held his chest. Okay. Hao Ren moved the sword energies from his palms to his feet instantly, lifting them. Hold tight. Hao Ren reminded her. Su Han blushed at his reminder and thought, don't need you to remind me. While pressing her chest tightly against Hao Ren's back, she placed her chin on his shoulder, and one of her ears almost touched his. Up. Spotting the fierce beasts on the grassland, Hao Ren created a gray energy sphere before shooting toward the distant mountain. Just as Hao Ren expected, the fierce beasts in the Nine-Dragon Palace could see through the energy sphere formed by Hao Ren's Hunden sword energies. With furious roars, they dashed toward Hao Ren and Su Han. Hao Ren had expected that the energy sphere which could block mortals' views was useless against the fierce beasts, but he had underestimated their speed. The seemingly clumsy big-sized fierce beasts suddenly covered thousands of meters instantly as if they were flying. The fierce beasts which had been resting in the distance were suddenly only hundreds of meters from Hao Ren. Meanwhile, all kinds of lights shot out from their claws, eyes, and mouths. Although the level 8 and 9 fierce beasts didn't possess full intelligence, they were conquerors with countless battle experience. Hao Ren took in a deep breath and used the connate nature essence in his body. It began to circulate like crazy. This was the 5 elemental nature essence that he had cultivated during the week of the poison pill plan. After he recovered his realm, it was converted into connate nature essence, which was unique and precious. At this critical moment, he had to use it even though it couldn't be replenished. The gray sword energy beneath his feet shot out a gray light beam while his speed tripled. Clutching onto Hao Ren tightly, Su Han was surprised that Hao Ren had such great energy hidden inside him. However, she also felt that Hao Ren was using a core part of nature essence in his body and was afraid that his realm and body would be damaged. Release. Hao Ren's gray sword energies shot out in all directions. He had to release Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength. Hundreds of blinding sword energies containing intense, Hundan lightning energy pushed the Hundan energy in the 9-Dragon Palace toward more than 10 high-level fierce beasts which were trying to surround them. Almost instantly, the sword energy that carried Hao Ren and Su Han dashed out from these fierce beasts' trap. Swoosh! Hao Ren's sword energy dashed into the mountain on the other side like a shooting star. The wounded fierce beasts got wild and began to attack, biting each other and turning the relative quiet grassland into chaos. Meanwhile, Hao Ren and Su Han had passed the mountaintop and fell to the other side of the mountain. Su Han rolled on the ground, leaving several scratches on her smooth skin. Meanwhile, Hao Ren's sword energy shot into the cliff, and Hao Ren crashed onto the rock, making a deep crater in it. Alarmed, Su Han drew out her longsword and climbed onto the rock. She climbed to Hao Ren's side without sparing a glance at the burning scratches on her legs and hands. I'm fine. Climbing out from the deep crater, Hao Ren smiled at Su Han with a face full of debris. Su Han was relieved after holding Hao Ren in her arms. However, her expression turned back to cold while she tried to observe this side of the mountain. They were facing another big grassland, but there was no trace of fierce beasts as if they all stayed on the other side of the mountain. A black ancestral dragon palace soared in the high sky at an extremely fast speed while another black dot was moving in the distance. It must be another ancestral dragon palace. Hao Ren brushed the debris off his cheeks and stood beside Su Han to observe the situation. He had thought that his realm would be greatly damaged, but besides some wounds on his body, the connate nature essence in his body had been replenished quickly by Hundan energy. In the 9-Dragon Palace, the intense Hundan energy was boundless. With Hao Ren's low realm, he could open his meridians and fill them with the outside Hundan energy freely. It was a perfect place for cultivation. Su Han turned her head and found that Hao Ren had turned energetic again in the blink of an eye. He is a weird creature, and I had made the right decision to ask him to come along, she thought. Then, she suddenly blushed after thinking about what happened. You observe the directions and see which route we can take, Hao Ren said in a steady voice. Okay. Su Han nodded and studied the terrain on this side of the mountain carefully. She had looked through all the materials in the Dragon God Shrine, including those ancient scrolls that only deputy Shrine Masters had access to. That was why she had a general idea of the place even though it was her first time entering the 9-Dragon Palace. I want to go to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. You must have been there before, Su Han said. Hao Ren thought for a while and remembered that when he entered the 9-Dragon Palace the first time, the first place he went into was a huge black palace in which the dragon god was worshipped. By the flying routes of the small ancestral dragon palaces, my guess is that the Origin Dragon Grand Palace should be in the center, which is the hub of the array formation of the whole 9-Dragon Palace, Su Han continued. Let's go then. Without another word, Hao Ren took Su Han's hand and walked down the mountain. This mountain separated the large plain into 2 zones. On one side lived all kinds of fierce beasts while the other side was unimaginably quiet. Hao Ren thought about it and realized that he and Zhao Yanzi probably had landed in this zone which was protected for the first time. Su Han glanced at Hao Ren and didn't know what to say. Without any poisonous mist or fierce beasts, there was no need for him to hold her hand. However, Su-han didn't object. It seemed like she had gotten used to holding his hands after half a day. The green plain at the foot of the mountain was very beautiful while the air was refreshing. It will get dark in a few hours. We must find a place for the night, Su-han reminded Hao Ren after walking with him hand in hand for hours. Okay. Let's go to the top of that hill, Hao Ren said while looked up at the ancestral dragon palace which flew across in the high sky again and then pointing at a small hill before them. Okay. Su-han took the opportunity to draw her hand from Hao Ren's grip and walked forward self-consciously. Hao Ren followed her and walked back to Su-han's side. He didn't want to take advantage of Su-han. He just needed to hold her hand so that he could act faster when she was in danger. Of course, it indeed felt good to hold her slim hand. Just as Su-han predicted, the sky darkened slowly, and they climbed along a gentle slope toward a hill, trying to find a place for the night. Sky Heart Bamboo. Walking ahead of Hao Ren, Su-han's eyes lit up. In a valley, about a dozen green bamboos were swaying in the wind. The Sky Heart Bamboo was the top-tier material for making sword-shaped Dharma treasures, but it was extinct in the outside world. Su-han had tried to find such material but couldn't find any all over the world. However, she found more than 10 flourishing Skyheart bamboos in the Nine-Dragon Palace. It must be noted that the Skyheart bamboo grew only 1 inch in 100 years. Right now, these bamboos were more than 1 meter long. Su-han ran over in exhilaration and cut down one with her longsword. The swords made with Skyheart bamboo was very light. Despite their slow-growing speed, they were very fragile. Even an ordinary weapon could cut them down. This was why the Skyheart bamboo had become extinct. Su-han was about to pick up 2 pieces of bamboo and ask Hao Ren to put them into his necklace when a black insect crawled out from the soft soil where the Skyheart bamboo grew. The insect was as big as a palm. When it broke out from the soil, it suddenly expanded and revealed long sharp knives like a mantis. Startled, Su-han reacted quickly. She drew out the longsword from her belt and blocked the half-meter-long black sharp knife that the weird insect slashed out. Slash! The tip of the sharp knife cut a long bloody wound in Su-han's lower leg. Bang! At this critical moment, Hao Ren's sword energies suddenly shot over Su-han's shoulder and cut the insect into 2 halves. While thick black liquid oozed out of the body of the insect, Su-han picked up the 2 pieces of Skyheart bamboo and backed off, stumbling backward into Hao Ren's arms. Her frightened look was the same as any scared girl. "It is okay, okay." Hao Ren held her arms and said into her ear, comforting her as if she were a little girl. The soil where the Skyheart bamboo grew turned black gradually after getting contaminated by the thick liquid. The fragile Skyheart bamboos turned from green to black, withering and falling. Su-han regulated her breathing with concentration and finally regained her composure. If Hao Ren had acted half a second slower, she would have died under the second strike. "I've checked. I think the spot further away is a good place for us to stay the night." Hao Ren patted her hand lightly and said in a low voice. "Okay." Su-han immediately drew her shoulders from Hao Ren's hands. Seeing Hao Ren walking over, she thought for a moment and jogged over, taking Hao Ren's hand. The lack of fierce beasts didn't mean that it was completely safe. While walking beside Hao Ren, Su-han looked like a small girl who was admitting her mistake. After looking at her limping right foot, Hao Ren hesitated for half a second and suddenly bent down, taking her into his arms. In the Nine-Dragon Palace, Su-han wasn't as strong as she had been outside, which stimulated his protective instinct. Being carried in his arms, Su-han gritted her teeth, and her shoulders struggled slightly, not knowing what to do. To her surprise, Hao Ren tightened one of his arms and used the other hand to shoot dozens of sword energies into a rocky surface, opening a small cave with a depth of about 5 meters. Hao Ren strode over and carried Su-han into the cave. Then, he took the purple gold hairpin from her hair and planted it in the ground at the entrance for its effect of suppression demon beasts. During the day when the weird bird attacked Su-han, it probably had sensed the aura of a demon king from the purple gold hairpin and thus hesitated, giving Hao Ren the precious time to save Su-han. Sitting alone in the cave, Su-han had a bad feeling when she saw black blood oozed from the wound in her right lower leg. Soon, Hao Ren returned to the cave with a big pile of straw and twigs in his arms. He shot out a small lightning bolt and lit the straw and twigs. The sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. The fire in the cave abode illuminated Hao Ren and Su Han's faces. "How is your leg?" After laying the remaining straws on the ground, Hao Ren sat beside Su Han. He took off her white boots, pulled up her flexible tights, and looked at her lower leg. There was a deep wound in her lower leg, and mingled in the red blood that was oozing out was a trace of black blood. Hao Ren looked down and saw a pool of black blood on the ground. It seemed that Su Han had tried to handle her wound while he was out collecting twigs. "The poison is still in there." After glancing at Su Han's charming face, Hao Ren lowered his head and kissed her lower leg, which was as smooth as jade. "Don't." The moment she said it, a wave of acute pain shot into her mind, and she endured it with a frown and clenched teeth. "Pooh." Hao Ren spat out a mouthful of black blood after sucking on her lower leg. Hao Ren didn't stop until the blood he spat out was no longer mingled with blackness. He took out a detox pill from his necklace and broke it into 2 halves. He fed one half into Su Han's mouth and ground the other half before applying the powder onto her wound. Su Han swallowed the detox pill and then glanced at Hao Ren with intense emotions. "It's poisonous," Su Han said to Hao Ren with lights flashing in her eyes. "It doesn't matter. I can push out the poison with cultivation," Hao Ren said. While he spoke, he got into the position to cultivation. Su Han looked at him helplessly, knowing that level 4 detox pill might not be able to remove the poison of that weird insect. "Are you still in pain?" Hao Ren opened his eyes a moment later and asked Su Han. "No," Su Han shook her head. "Good." Hao Ren nodded with satisfaction and closed his eye to continue his cultivation with his hands on his knees. Su Han looked at him quietly and exhaled a little. Without nature essence, she couldn't cultivate, and she couldn't sleep either. In the lights, Hao Ren looked magnificent with his back facing the stone wall. Su Han's heart melted and fell into Hao Ren's arms. Caught off guard, Hao Ren, who had been cultivating, was pushed onto the ground. Lying in his arms, Su Han's lips touched his chest, then his chin, before kissing Hao Ren's lips. Beneath her windbreaker was a purple sweater. When she moved slightly against Hao Ren, he felt the astonishing softness and bounciness of her body. While biting Hao Ren's lips, Su Han wrapped her arms around his neck. Only 1 day passed, but she seemed to have entrusted herself into Hao Ren's hands. Crack! The burning fire let out slight crackling sounds. Holding her slim waist, Hao Ren felt her smooth skin and beautiful waist under her fluffy sweater. Wah! Hao Ren suddenly pushed Su Han up. Su Han was still surprised when Hao Ren suddenly sat up and then pressed down on her. Su Han's soft body lay back on the white windbreaker, which accentuated her elegant curves beneath her purple sweater. Hao Ren lay on Su Han and bit her lips. Su Han wanted to struggle but realized that she couldn't. Then, she closed her eyes. Their tongues touched each other tentatively, giving Su Han a sensation that she had never felt before. She panted, and her thoughts were in a mess. The person who had protected her during the day was now pressing down on her aggressively. To her alarm, Hao Ren pushed his cold right hand under her sweater and caught her chest. Su Han's shoulders shook violently while the tingling sensation spread from her toes to her head. The events that happened today told her that Hao Ren was a man instead of a boy. While Hao Ren's right hand moved, her shoulders shook, and her entire body tensed up. She wanted to yell, but Hao Ren locked her lips, and his tongue tangled with hers tenderly. The sense of being suppressed that she couldn't release made her body tense up even more, and Hao Ren's left hand rolled up her sweater, revealing half of her elegant body under the firelight. Since things came to this point, Su Han knew that she couldn't refuse him anymore. With her tongue between Hao Ren's teeth, she closed her eyes while her long lashes shook slightly. Hao Ren kissed her lips, then her neck, shoulders, and the force surging in his body had to be released. While pulling her arms from the sleeves of the white windbreaker, Hao Ren took off her purple sweater, and Su Han's long and slim arms rested on her sides charmingly. While kissing her tenderly, Hao Ren was excited but didn't dare to be too forceful. As if he were facing the best artwork, he was afraid that he would break her if he weren't careful. Closing her eyes, Su Han touched Hao Ren's firm chest, and then her hands slid to his back to feel his strong muscles. Skin to skin, Hao Ren cushioned Su Han's neck with his right arm while he leaned his upper body onto hers, rubbing the fullest part of her body lightly and locking her breath with his lips. Afraid that Su Han would stop him at this moment, Hao Ren's left hand pushed down her last protection without hesitation and concentrated on it. With her eyes closed, Su Han's shoulders raised slightly while she bit Hao Ren's lips with some anger. However, Hao Ren grabbed the opportunity and pulled her entire body into his arms. The flames danced with crackling sounds, leaving two shadows on the uneven stone wall. Then, the shadows moved silently like a gentle rain. Chapter 708. For you, for me. The twigs in the fire had burned up, leaving only dim embers in the ashes to maintain the warmth in the cave. After looking at the knitted blanket on her body and then at Hao Ren who slept on his side beside her, Su Han turned her gaze toward the light at the entrance of the cave. The morning had come. Being planted quietly in the ground at the entrance, the purple gold hairpin was the witness of last night's event. Su Han turned to look at Hao Ren and found her lying in his arms. With his upper body naked, he held her waist while he slept. The muscular arm felt heavy and powerful. While exhaling deeply, Su Han looked at Hao Ren who was soundly asleep again powerlessly. It must be his first time. He was so impatient. His stamina was so high that he did it almost all night. There probably won't be another chance like this again. However, he got gentle afterward. And before he fell asleep, he had pulled the knitted blanket over me, leaving himself in the cold, Su Han thought as her gaze moved to Hao Ren's shoulders and then waist. Shameless. Shameless. Su Han muttered with a blush and tossed the knitted blanket over his waist. She sat up and saw some red stains on the yellow straw. I've become his. Su Han put on the black tights and the purple sweater before throwing the white windbreaker over her shoulders. She had been living all alone, and the men who had tried to get close to her all craved her beauty. Her solitary life had been good until Hao Ren, who had no idea about her identity as an inspector, entered her life abruptly. It was the first time that Su Han felt truly taken care of by a man. Hao Ren who was lying beside Su Han woke up and groaned a little. When he saw the knitted blanket covering his waist and Su Han, he was instantly embarrassed. He was a little poisoned yesterday and got a bit dizzy, but the poison had no aphrodisiacal effect and didn't confuse his mind. In short, he just wasn't able to control himself. When he saw Su Han's silent look and gritted teeth, he suspected that she was trying to suppress her fury. Last night, he had lost his mind in excitement and hadn't been very considerate of her in the beginning, afraid that Su Han was going to disappear. While looking at Hao Ren with a cold frown, Su Han said, "Nothing happened last night." Hao Ren gave her a response hesitantly. "We have a long way to go today. When will you get up?" Su Han looked at him and asked in a cold voice. It seemed like that cold and strict Su Han had returned. Discouraged, Hao Ren picked up his clothes in embarrassment and put them on quickly. After pulling on her white boots, Su Han touched the wound on her lower leg before standing up with gritted teeth. While looking at the beautiful legs that were accentuated by the black tights under the open white windbreaker, Hao Ren was aroused when he remembered how he had admired and touched her smooth legs freely last night. Also, he was heartbroken when he saw the injury on her leg. Of course, with the recovery of her nature essence, the injury would disappear soon, returning her legs to their previous white and flawless state. Standing up, Su Han's face turned a bit red when she saw Hao Ren gazing at her legs. Tink. She pulled up her longsword which was inserted into the ground of the cave. Seeing the flashing lights on the sword, Hao Ren immediately gathered his thoughts and combed his messy hair with his fingers before standing up. From Su Han's cold expression, Hao Ren felt like he had acted rashly last night since he had taken advantage of her when she was without any nature essence. Since Su Han didn't blame him and even pretended that nothing had happened, he felt fortunate and thus didn't dare to harbor any unrealistic ideas about their relationship. From his point of view, he felt like the relationship between them would cool down drastically, and he would never see her again after they leave the Nine-Dragon Palace. "You, sense your realm," Su Han looked at Hao Ren coldly and said. A little baffled, Hao Ren went to the entrance of the cave and lifted his slightly sore arms, shooting out a wave of sword energies. Bang! More than 2,000 sword energies appeared. Since the 5 elemental sword energies couldn't be used in the Nine-Dragon Palace, the sword energies shattered in the air after flying for a few meters. Surprised, Hao Ren felt his dragon core and realized that he had 296 unlocked openings in his dragon core. He had not only unlocked the last 4 openings in Dewey level but also reached mid-tier Shuan level. It must be noted that the 72 openings from Shuan level to Kun level were extremely difficult to unlock, but Hao Ren had reached middle-tier Shuan level just like this. Standing in the cave, Su Han bit her lips when she saw Hao Ren's pleasantly surprised expression. She had guarded herself for more than 20 years but had submitted to him. Hao Ren checked again and confirmed that his realm was stable. Then, he looked back at Su Han and asked tentatively, "Did you give it to me?" Su Han looked at him and pouted her lips without explaining, thinking that he took it as a kind of extra reward. She blushed and couldn't answer this question. What a dumb man he is, she thought. The vital yin energy of the female cultivators was definitely an elixir for male cultivators, let alone the fact that Su Han was at top-tier Qian level and close to peak Qian level. Since your realm has increased, we'll have a better chance of finding the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, Su Han said. Her words seemed to suggest that last night's incident was a part of her plan to accomplish their mission in the Nine Dragon Palace. However, Hao Ren wasn't fooled. Despite her words, she wouldn't have given herself away so easily since she didn't give Qin Xiaoyang, a Kun-level cultivator, any chances. Many things caused last night's event, and Su Han had her own reasons for doing it. However, the reason that she just mentioned was absolutely not the key factor. If you can surpass me one day, I don't mind becoming your woman. Su Han sheathed her longsword, put it at her waist, and walked past Hao Ren who stood at the entrance of the cave. After looking at her pretty and cold figure, Hao Ren thought for a moment with his head lowered. Then, he walked over and picked up her hand before walking to the plain that was covered in flourishing plants. It was a promise only made to Hao Ren. Chapter 709. Entering an ancestral dragon palace again. The grass field was vast and peaceful. Hao Ren and Su Han were on alert for strange bugs that might crawl up from the ground while they headed straight to the center by trusting their instincts. The Nine Dragon Palace was as big as a giant city. When they looked around, there were only some wildflowers and grass, no other moving creatures. If they were trapped in the Nine Dragon Palace, they might not die from hunger, but they would feel an immense sense of loneliness and helplessness. Legend said that the world started with only one woman and one man. Hao Ren and Su Han continued walking in this vast grass field for hours. "We haven't gotten lost, have we?" Hao Ren asked Su Han. "No," Su Han said with confidence. Every half an hour, they would put up a wide and tall wooden stick as a visible mark to prevent themselves from getting lost and walking back in circles. When they looked back, they saw the wooden sticks standing there in a row, indicating that they did not go off the path. The Nine Dragon Palace indeed had a huge landmass. Inside Su Han's storage ring was food and water that was sufficient for a few days. If she were able to recover her nature essence, she wouldn't have to eat. However, she only had the strength of an ordinary girl right now. "We don't know how far it is. Moving like this isn't a good method," Hao Ren said. If Su Han went on like this, her body might not be able to last, and she would collapse. Chu Niu was at his low in terms of power, but he was recovering. This was another problem because if he regained his realm, then it would be very difficult for them to leave. Chu Niu probably had strong enough spiritual senses to detect the two invaders. However, he was in the middle of seclusion cultivation, so he didn't have time to deal with them. "Then, what's your suggestion?" Su Han stopped and asked Hao Ren. Her feet inside the boots were already blistered, but she didn't complain. From the information that she got on the Nine Dragon Palace, she knew that they would be able to see the Origin Dragon Grand Palace as long as they walked toward the center. Whoosh! A black ancestral dragon palace flew past them in the sky. Hao Ren looked up to see the black ancestral dragon palace flying past them quickly. Then, he looked at Su Han and said, "There's a large mysterious array formation that's operating inside this Nine Dragon Palace. The Origin Dragon Grand Palace is the core while the 9 ancestral dragon palaces are the side components." Su Han frowned and nodded slightly. The side components rotate around the core. In half a day, I've noticed that these ancestral dragon palaces fly from afar and then fly off to afar. It isn't completely a circular motion but rather an oval motion. "Okay. Keep going." Su Han looked at Hao Ren, sensing that he had got something up his sleeves. "If it's an oval, then it means that some parts of their trails are closer to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. If this is a faraway location, then there must be ones that are closer to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, Hao Ren continued to explain. You mean? Su Han lifted her pretty eyelashes and looked at Hao Ren. If we can take the risk and jump onto one of the ancestral dragon palaces, it'd be like riding a bus. We might be able to see the entire 9 Dragon Palace and also find a closer route to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. It's better than us walking. Hao Ren laid out his plan. He could use his Hunden sword energies in this 9 Dragon Palace, but the effects wouldn't last long because the Hunden sword energies were made up of 5 elemental nature essence. It had quite the power but would take a lot of energy. If Hao Ren were to use it, he would have to rest every once in a while. However, Su Han was not willing to stay in the same place to rest, so the two had to walk a long distance. What's the detailed plan? Su Han stared at Hao Ren and asked. She was quite impressed by Hao Ren's analytical skill since he was able to figure out the rough operation of the array. After all, he was a science guy. From what I just saw, that ancestral dragon palace came from that mountain. It's probably only a few hundred meters higher than that mountain. You know that my realm is low, so I could only store so much nature essence. I won't be able to use Hunden sword energies for a prolonged period. However, we still have hope if I use it all at once, Hao Ren said. I didn't say that your realm is low. Su Han tried to explain herself. Then, she looked over at the peak of the mountain where Hao Ren pointed and said, okay. Let's try it then. If we continue walking like this, we might not get to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace in another 5 or 6 days. After getting Su Han's approval, Hao Ren grabbed Su Han's hand and headed toward the mountain in the front at a fast speed. He had just used up his Hunden energy. If he could get to the peak of that mountain one moment earlier, he could save up more nature essence and try to succeed in one go. Su Han was dragged over by him. Even though her feet hurt like hell, she understood that it was an urgent situation, and Hao Ren didn't really know how to care for girls. That was why she ran with him carefully. After successfully climbing to the top of the mountain, Hao Ren was still very busy. He used sword energies to cut down a few big trees to form a solid foundation. Su Han sat on a rock nearby to take a break. She couldn't help looking and laughing at Hao Ren because he was cutting down trees like a barbarian. However, if Hao Ren weren't there, she wouldn't be able to move in the 9 Dragon Palace. Hunden sword energies came out from Hao Ren's palm. He then used his muscular shoulders to carry the hundreds of years old trees over. In 2 hours, the forest was chopped down to its roots. Hao Ren's face was full of dirt, and his shoulder area of his shirt was worn. However, he had successfully built a 200-meter tall platform. Let's go up. Hao Ren grabbed Su Han by her hand. Then, he put his other hand on her waist and dashed to the top of the platform. Su Han slid down from Hao Ren's hand, and she could feel that his hand was full of calluses. Then, they could only wait for a black ancestral dragon palace to fly back. Su Han held Hao Ren's hand tightly as she was ready to risk everything with Hao Ren. Whoosh! Just as Hao Ren expected, an ancestral dragon palace had finished one circle and was flying back from afar. Hao Ren tightly held onto Su Han's hand. When the ancestral dragon palace came flying over at a rapid speed, Su Han stared at it anxiously. The ancestral dragon palaces were made of sturdy black stones. With the speed that it was going at, it would be able to smash a level 10 demon beast into bits. Jumping onto such an ancestral dragon palace was indeed a huge risk. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black ancestral dragon palace flew over at a fast speed. In such circumstances, any hesitation would result in them falling from the platform. However, Su Han wasn't afraid as she held onto Hao Ren's hand tightly. Because Hao Ren had been working diligently for the past 2 hours, his hand was sweaty. However, Su Han felt a sense of security from it. Boom! Hong! The ancestral dragon palace, which was only as big as a black dot, charged over and turned into a giant palace that was more than 10 meters tall. If hit, even a giant mountain would be shattered, let alone human bodies. Go! Hao Ren started counting the seconds in his mind while raising the Hunden sword energies under his feet. His Hunden sword energies reached full speed in the blink of an eye. Crack! The platform that Hao Ren made from trees was hit by the ancestral dragon palace, got destroyed, and crumbling down to the valley. Hao Ren flew up into the sky at this moment. This ancestral dragon palace was so fast that it was about to pass by them, but Hao Ren's fast speed could only last for 2 seconds. Go! In such a short amount of time, Hao Ren threw Su Han to the main entrance of the palace. Su Han grabbed onto a stone pillar at the entrance and used her other hand to hold onto Hao Ren's arm. Almost at the same time, Hao Ren's Hunden sword energies was used up. A gigantic array formation powered the ancestral dragon palace. It was amazing how it could fly with such speed. Hao Ren was hanging onto the ancestral dragon palace like a person hanging from a high-speed train. The palace was now dragging Hao Ren. Underneath him was a valley, but there were over 1,000 meters between him and the ground. If he were to fall while flying at such speed, death would be inevitable even though he were at Xuan level. Su Han clenched her teeth and hugged onto the stone pillar while holding onto Hao Ren. She was now only an ordinary girl, and Hao Ren was a heavy man. To make things worse, they were flying at an incredibly fast speed. Let go! Hao Ren shouted. If he fell, he might still be able to survive. However, if Su Han fell with him, she would die for sure. He regretted following such a treacherous plan now. Su Han clenched her teeth tighter, and her delicate shoulder was bleeding from grinding with the pillar. However, she would not let go. Whoosh! This ancestral dragon palace's trajectory suddenly changed the angle. As a result, Hao Ren's entire body was sent flying outwards. Su Han was almost dragged over by him. Hao Ren looked back, and the mountain that they stayed on had disappeared. Not only didn't this show how fast this ancestral dragon palace traveled, but it also showed how vast the 9-dragon palace was. Even with the speed of the ancestral dragon palaces, it would still take hours for it to make one round. If they had used his Hunden sword energies combined with walking, it would take them months to reach the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. Hao Ren looked up at Su Han, who was clenching her teeth hard, and he tried desperately to operate the weak nature essence within him, hoping that could boost them a little. Due to the large arc trajectory that this ancestral dragon palace was traveling at, Su Han felt more pressure on her arm, and a large bloodstain appeared on the stone pillar. Bang! Hao Ren suddenly was able to release 2 sword energies underneath his feet, offsetting the power of this ancestral dragon palace. He then grabbed onto the stone pillar at the gate and climbed up desperately. Su Han massaged her arms, which had already been dislocated. She leaned against a stone monument in the ancestral dragon palace while she held onto her wrist. Then, she put her arm back in position forcefully as a painful expression appeared on her face. They had avoided death. Hao Ren looked up and saw the following words on the main entrance of this palace: Baxia Palace. Chapter 710. If you're brave enough, then come. Hao Ren had been to this Baxia Palace once before. However, it was only a quick visit at that time, so he left before he could decipher the difficult ancient scriptures. He never thought that he would come to this palace again on this trip. The back palace was flying rapidly. Hao Ren and Su Han had gotten used to such speed, so they stood up by holding onto a stone nearby. All the monuments in this palace had ancient scriptures and cultivation techniques engraved on them. Since the 9-dragon palace was locked, and the cultivators nowadays couldn't unlock the array formations, this ancestral dragon palace was almost deserted. From the many stone monuments around the Baxia Palace, people could tell that this was a place where ancient scrolls and techniques were stored. The ancestral dragon palace flew fast. Su Han wasn't able to maintain her stability, so she firmly grabbed onto the stone monument next to her. See if you could decipher one and bring one back, Hao Ren said. He was able to read the old texts in the techniques of the East Ocean Dragon clan, but he couldn't recognize these ancient ones. There was something really magical about these stone monuments. The words on them would become brighter or darker depending on the change of lights. The scriptures also didn't seem to flow as they were always shifting. It might be that the stone monuments had some array formations hidden in them. Su Han knew that it wouldn't be easy to decipher these very ancient techniques. If she really wanted to do so, she would have to move an entire monument back and take her time to decipher it. However, even if she dug out an entire monument, scriptures might not show on it. After all, almost everything in the 9-dragon palace was mysterious. She walked around these stone monuments and finally decided on the smallest one. If I try really hard, I can understand a little bit. Let me take time to examine it. Su Han looked over and said to Hao Ren after she sat in front of it. She had often read the ancient scriptures in the dragon god shrine, so she had some knowledge of these ancient characters that the ancient cultivators used. If she took her time, she might be able to understand it. Hao Ren stood at the entrance of the Baxia Palace while holding onto the stone pillars tightly. He was looking at what was happening around them. They flew past all sorts of mountains and rivers underneath them. Other than mountains and rivers, Hao Ren was able to see many fierce beasts gathering across a river. However, he didn't see any fierce beasts within the movement area of the ancestral dragon palaces. From the look of it, the array formation in the 9-dragon palace had effects on fierce beasts. Boom! The ancient dragon shrine suddenly went into a territory of utter darkness. Hao Ren was able to hear the sound of the wind, so he was able to confirm that they were still flying. Su Han was still examining the monuments. When she felt that the shrine had entered into darkness, she was not a bit scared. Instead, she continued to examine the words on the monuments to try to find patterns. Hao Ren was guarding at the entrance, so she felt very safe. This ancient dragon shrine flew in darkness for a while and still haven't flown out of it. Hao Ren suddenly realized that the world inside the 9-dragon palace was separated between night and day. It symbolized yin and yang, the foundation of the universe. When he and Su Han barged into the array formation, they had fallen into the night area of the 9-dragon palace. If they fell into the day area instead, they would be in the territory of fierce beasts. When he realized this, cold sweat dripped through Hao Ren's back. At that moment, Su Han was reading the scripture on the monuments through the dim reflective lights. She had understood a bit of the opening sentences on the monument. This technique was called sky patching scroll. According to the descriptions on the monument, this technique was used by Nuwa when she patched up the sky and legends. Su Han was very excited. She realized that even this short technique was very valuable, so she kept reading. If she were to understand this technique, it might be able to help her withstand the heavenly tribulation. Amongst many stone monuments, this one was the shortest, yet it was very suitable for female cultivators. Su Han focused all her attention on the stone monuments, and she tried to memorize every bit. The scripture on this monument would change every few seconds. However, Su Han was very smart, and she had already figured out how to read it. She had to switch from the front to the end when the scripture changed order. The whole technique was around 1,000 words. Su Han had slowly memorized the words. Then, she read it again and compared it with what she remembered to make sure that there were no mistakes. Although there were parts where she didn't really understand, she could go back and take the time to comprehend it. Boom! The ancestral dragon palace suddenly came out of the darkness. Hao Ren used his fingers and counted time. Su Han had memorized every single word in the sky patching scroll by heart. Then, she came back to Hao Ren's side. With Su Han's head, it was a piece of cake for her to memorize every word she read. 3651, 3652, Hao Ren mumbled. Su Han didn't know what Hao Ren was doing but also didn't want to disturb him. There was a part of Hao Ren that was rarely shown most of the time. Su Han was very satisfied already for getting a technique when they had just come in here by chance. She knew that it was all thanks to Hao Ren, and she decided that when she fully understood this technique, she would teach it to Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi as well. In terms of other techniques on the other monuments, she could only give up because she didn't have enough time to decipher them, and they were all too long. Even if she could remember the longer ones, it might take her tens or hundreds of years to understand them. The techniques that were stored in this ancestral dragon palace were probably ones that ancient cultivators couldn't even fully understand and cultivate. The Baxia Palace flew along the wind. Sometimes, they would see other ancestral dragon palaces passing by. Hao Ren was very focused and continued to count. The palace had returned to the mountain that Hao Ren and Su Han jumped from. When Su Han saw those shattered pieces of wood, she got a little scared. The ancestral dragon palaces were like super trains controlled by the array formation. Suddenly, it was all dark again. Hao Ren suddenly raised his hand and pulled Su Han's hand, making her stand next to him. He used a bit more force while putting the other hand on her back so that she would be in his arms. They were hugging face to face, so Su Han's red lips were so close to Hao Ren's that they almost touched. Hao Ren's expression was still very serious. He continued to count while pulling Su Han's hands to his waist. Su Han was slightly discontent with how Hao Ren moved her, but she still hugged onto Hao Ren tightly. 18,586. Hao Ren hugged Su Han and suddenly jumped off this ancestral dragon palace. Almost at the same time, sword energies appeared under his feet. With the speed of the ancestral dragon palace, they were sent flying for a few thousand meters in seconds. Hao Ren had maintained steady sword energies and held onto Su Han tightly. Finally, they were able to land on the ground while being surrounded by pitch darkness. Hao Ren's lips were pressing onto Su Han's neck, and a hickey was left on Su Han's neck due to the strong force. Although it was because he used too much power, it still made Su Han a bit embarrassed. He had taken advantage over her in all possible ways during this trip to Nine Dragon Palace. It was very different when the palace flew in the light versus the dark. The movement in the darkness was much shorter. It meant that the Baxia Palace was much closer to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace in the dark. We have landed in the middle of the movement pattern of the Baxia Palace in the darkness. If we walk perpendicular to the movement pattern, we would be able to reach the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. Hao Ren said to Su Han while looking at her. Okay. Su Han wasn't stupid. After hearing his explanation, she knew his plan straight away. Imagine that the 9 ancestral dragon palaces were circling the Origin Dragon Grand Palace in the shape of an oval. According to Hao Ren's calculations, they would be able to reach the Origin Dragon Grand Palace by following his plan. It wasn't a difficult strategy to understand. However, it was extremely difficult to think of. It took the Baxia Palace so long to fly one round. If they walked on foot, then it would take them years to get to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. Su Han looked at Hao Ren and was impressed again. Just when such thoughts came up in her mind, Hao Ren had acted again without her consent by holding onto her delicate hand and flying forward with her. The Hundan energy was much denser here compared with other places. They could guess that they were getting closer to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. Hao Ren's realm had successfully increased from top-tier Dui level to mid-tier Shu level. He was much better at controlling his Hundan sword energies. Now, Hao Ren was able to use his sword energies in such an area where the Hundan energy was dense without a break. Hao Ren felt like he had gone back in time to when he had to search for the Origin Dragon Grand Palace in the dark with Zhao Yanzi. However, he was only a low-level Li-level cultivator at that time, but he was now a Shuan level. In this never-ending darkness, it was tough to tell which direction they were going at, making it close to impossible to reach the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. When he and Zhao Yanzi entered the Nine Dragon Palace last time, they had information from many past cultivators. They also accurately calculated the route and direction to get to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. They didn't know how long they had flown. However, they had reached a big black thing in the mist. The Origin Dragon Grand Palace. Su Han almost shouted out in excitement. It was a giant tower-like black building in the dark. If it weren't the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, then what was it? However, the 4 stone doors in all 4 directions of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace were firmly locked. The Dragon God Shrine tried to imitate the structure of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. However, the Dragon God Shrine wasn't as big and awe-inspiring. When they were a few hundred meters away from the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, Hao Ren's Hundan sword energies suddenly stopped working. He was caught off guard, and he fell into the cold mud with Su Han in his arms. He suddenly sensed no Hundan energy within a few hundred meters of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. The center of the Nine Dragon Palace was the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. It seemed like the Origin Dragon Grand Palace was a large array formation, and all the Hundan energy was spreading from hundreds of meters away from it. Su Han landed and got out of Hao Ren's arms. Her windbreaker fluttered in the wind and made her look very cool. Tink. Her longsword which she held all the time suddenly flew up and went back into her palm. Hao Ren stood up and looked at Su Han in shock. Bang. A strong aura exploded from Su Han's body. Hao Ren was immediately blown away by many steps. Qian level, peak. Hao Ren couldn't believe what he had just seen. If you're brave enough, then come with me. If you're not, then stay outside and wait for me. Su Han jumped up and looked back down before saying to Hao Ren. She was so cold that it seemed like her eyebrows were made from frost, and her eyes were made from snow. Chapter 711. Heaven-reaching tower. I'm going. Hao Ren responded with no hesitation. He was a bit slow to react because he was shocked by how Su Han had suddenly recovered her strength and even broke through to peak Qian level from top-tier Qian level. He wasn't hesitating. When Hao Ren saw how little effort it took Su Han to jump up 5 meters, Hao Ren jumped up to follow her. Su Han suddenly grabbed Hao Ren's collar like how a hawk would snatch a duckling. Then, she lightly jumped a few steps, easily reaching the outer wall of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. Hao Ren thought Su Han would open the stone gates of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. However, she moved along the outer wall. Hao Ren stepped onto the stones that made this palace so that he could catch up to Su Han's speed. The two were like squirrels that were great at climbing, and they climbed up this great and awe-inspiring outer wall of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace quickly. Su Han's speed was especially fast. Her long white boots were moving quickly while her white windbreaker fluttered in the wind. Her white outfit created a sharp contrast with the black wall of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace and made her look even livelier. Hao Ren tried his best to absorb nature essence to catch up with Su Han. However, he didn't understand how Su Han was able to recover her nature essence overnight. More confusing, how was she able to reach peak Qian level from top-tier Qian level? Unless, Hao Ren looked at Su Han's snow-white face as he thought about how he increased his own realm. Su Han closed her lips tight. Every time she moved her legs, she would jump up at least 6 meters. She knew that Hao Ren was guessing how she increased her realm, but she didn't want to explain to him. If Hao Ren had thought that of her, then she wouldn't need to explain much of herself either. She didn't expect that Hao Ren's vital young physique would help her achieve a breakthrough. Suddenly, she realized that Hao Ren's physique wasn't as weak as she had expected. However, Hao Ren was still looking at her, and it made Su Han unhappy. It should be a cultivator's happiest moment when reaching peak Qian level, but Su Han didn't seem happy at all. The material that made the Origin Dragon Grand Palace was obsidian, which was a special material. It was a material that could block all nature essence from the outside, but it was the best nature essence transmitter from the inside. That was why this type of material was often used for elixir chambers and isolated array formations. Because of this special material, the Hundan energy that filled the Nine Dragon Palace was blocked hundreds of meters away from the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. This made Su Han capable of using her nature essence, but it was still impossible to fly using her sword around the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. In other words, she could use the nature essence within her body, but the obsidian would quickly absorb it if she were to use it externally. Hao Ren was chasing Su Han. It took him a lot of energy, and he was breathing hard. He was only at mid-tier Shuan level, so his volume of nature essence was no match for Su Han's. Therefore, it was tough for him to catch up to Su Han's speed. Also, Su Han seemed unhappy, so she ran quicker and quicker. After chasing her like this for 2 hours, Hao Ren was still only able to see her figure from afar. Currently, Hao Ren only had 2 thoughts in mind. 1. Chasing this girl sure was tiring. 2. This Origin Dragon Grand Palace sure was tall. Even though his running speed was about 60 km per hour, he was still far from reaching the top. He looked up and saw that Su Han was already in the white mist. He almost couldn't see her anymore. Hao Ren clenched his teeth and used his nature essence desperately so that he could run faster. She didn't get mad when she should. What is she mad about now? Hao Ren was confused. His legs were almost broken from running. Although he had cultivated all 5 elemental nature essence together, and he had more nature essence compared to other cultivators of the same realm, he was still no match for Su Han, who was at peak Qian level. Su Han had run for quite a while. She saw how Hao Ren was trying so hard to catch up, so she finally slowed down to wait for Hao Ren. How much further? Hao Ren asked. White mist covered the area. It was wet and cold. If one stopped for only a little while, he or she would be wet. The Origin Dragon Grand Palace also has another name, and that is the Heaven-Reaching Tower, Su Han responded. Heaven-reaching. How far does it take to reach the sky? Hao Ren thought to himself. This section of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace did not look like the square building that they saw from the ground. Instead, it was now a long, tall, never-ending pillar. Regardless of whether they looked up or down, they could only see the white mist. They could no longer estimate the height. What they knew was that they were high up in the air. If you can't take it, it still isn't too late to go back. Su-han said to Hao Ren while looking at him. Hao Ren glared at her. Then, he put all his energy into his feet to surpass Su-han before going upward continuously. Su-han saw how Hao Ren was slightly frustrated but still progressed forward steady. She suddenly smiled and jumped a bit higher. According to the records in the Dragon God Shrine, there was a godly item at the top of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. However, there was no mention of how tall the Origin Dragon Grand Palace was. Su-han had to go through a lot to reach the 9 Dragon Palace. She went through all that because she wanted to get that godly item on the top, but she might trigger Chu Niu, who was inside the 9 Dragon Palace. She only hoped that Chu Niu was in a critical moment in his cultivation so that he wouldn't bother with the 2 trespassers. Hao Ren and Su-han climbed up together at the same pace now. The taller the tower, the thinner and smoother it got. They had climbed for a few hours, and the heaven-reaching tower was now only as thin as an arm. The mist still surrounded them, and this made the smooth black stone even slippery than it was. They were not able to fly on swords now. If they were to fall, they would die. This not only tested their strength but also their courage. There might be tens of thousands of steps to climb. If they messed up one move and were not able to grab hold of the stone pillar, they would die. The sky slowly brightened. Hao Ren and Su-han had run up the stone pillar for the whole night. However, they still couldn't see the tip of the heaven-reaching tower. Su-han stopped for a bit and got out 2 elixir pills from her storage ring. She kept one for herself and threw the other over to Hao Ren. Her hair and cheeks were wetted by the mist, making her look very charming. We might need to climb for a few days. You better get prepared for this, Su-han said. Another few days. Hao Ren shivered a bit. Su-han did not wait for a response from Hao Ren and continued to climb further up. Hao Ren swallowed the elixir pill and rushed over. There was no going back now. Even if Su-han tricked him again, there was no turning back for him. The sky was turning from white to black and then from black to white, a never-ending cycle. Hao Ren thought that he was going to go nuts and was in a never-ending dream loop. One they may never be able to see the end due to array formations. The friction against the pillar already moved a layer of soles from Su-han's long boots. Water droplets from the mist just continually lingered on her windbreaker. If there were still another 10 days, it wouldn't be easy to go back either. Such a thought appeared in Hao Ren's mind, but he could only clench his teeth and continue to climb up when he looked at Su-han's determined look. It was another full day of climbing, and Hao Ren started to doubt whether the 9 Dragon Palace was really this tall. Suddenly, the black tower turned white, and the white mist suddenly turned back. Su-han was about half a body length ahead of Hao Ren. Suddenly, she felt that her nature essence wasn't running smoothly, and her arm couldn't grab hold of the thin pillar. Then, she fell on her side. While Hao Ren felt like something was wrong, he saw Su-han suddenly falling, and he was scared to his nerves. Su-han. Hao Ren reached out with his right hand and grabbed her by her white windbreaker. Su-han was so terrified that her face turned pale, and she immediately grabbed Hao Ren's wrist. Come up. Hao Ren used all his power to throw Su-han up half a meter and into his arms. Su-han was spared from death. When she saw how scared Hao Ren was, she suddenly felt touched. In the ancient scrolls from the Dragon God Shrine, they did not mention that the obsidian which was used at the bottom of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace would be switched to another material. Without the repulsive power of the obsidian, the Hunden energy was able to gather, locking Su-han's nature essence. That was why she almost fell. Not only was Su-han's nature essence locked, but Hao Ren's nature essence was also restricted. He tried to adjust the Hunden energy within him, but he discovered that within this heavy mist, the Hunden energy had very little effect. Su-han clenched her teeth as she looked up. She did not like the taste of failure. The designer of the heaven-reaching tower had put in such a great amount of effort to prevent others from reaching the top. Hao Ren also looked up to see the top of the white tower that was hidden amongst the black mist. Then, he suddenly slightly adjusted Su-han's body which was still in his arms. Su-han felt that she was being moved, so she quickly grabbed hold of Hao Ren but discovered that she was thrown onto his back. Hao Ren did not say anything. He simply used all his strength to climb the white tower like a monkey. Su-han was on Hao Ren's back with her hands wrapped around his neck. She looked down at the mysterious white mist and felt scared. If Hao Ren took a wrong step, she would die with him. She didn't expect her attitude to change from being extremely tough to have to rely completely on Hao Ren again. She could feel Hao Ren's muscles tighten up as he climbed up the white tower bit by bit. Su Han hugged onto Hao Ren and was completely moved by his actions. Sometimes silence said more than words. They trusted each other so much that they didn't need to communicate with words. Hao Ren was able to save the energy on talking and use it on climbing. Right now, he had to climb this never-ending tower with pure physical strength and no nature essence at all. Paw, 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 paw. Hao Ren left clear handprints on the wet white tower with each step he took. He didn't stop and just kept going for over 2 hours. His arms and legs felt like they were going to break. To save him some energy, Su Han had thrown away her windbreaker and long boots. She was only wearing a sweater and clinging to his back while her smooth legs were wrapped around his thighs. If Hao Ren used up all his energy in the middle of the climb, their ending would be very predictable. I had dragged Hao Ren all the way here, and I'm the one to blame. Su Han was regretting her decisions. However, a platform that had the size of a small city suddenly could be seen on top of the White Tower. Chapter 712. Chu Niu. Hao Ren looked up and could only see white. Hold tight. Hao Ren reminded Su Han since he was worried that there were traps at the top of the tower. Okay. Su Han nodded while clasping her hands around Hao Ren's neck. Then, she rubbed her chin on Hao Ren's shoulder a bit. They had been through a lot to reach the top of the heaven-reaching tower. She didn't want all this effort to be wasted. Hao Ren climbed to the top. Then, he touched the bottom of the platform before striking it with a punch to create a hole in it. Hao Ren did not hesitate for even 1 second, and he carried Su Han and jumped up. Su Han could feel her nature essence suddenly being re-released. Surprisingly, there was no Hunden energy at the top of the 9-Dragon Palace. Instead, it was pure 5-elemental nature essence. Su Han took one breath and already felt the slight increase in her realm. No wonder this was the holy place for dragon cultivators. Hao Ren was out of energy, so he observed the environment while trying to recover. He thought that he would need to go through much more trouble to get to the platform, but they easily made it up. On second thought, there weren't really many cultivators who could climb to the top of the heaven-reaching tower. Many strange plants grew here, and their fragrance was flowery. There were a lot of lingzi mushrooms, and they were as thick as tires. If someone randomly picked one, it would be more than 1,000 year old. Pick some more. Most of them are more than 10,000 year old. Su Han threw over a half-metal half-wood box. Hao Ren didn't know what to do with these spiritual herbs. Nor did he know what the spiritual herbs he needed looked like. Therefore, he randomly picked a lot of colorful spiritual herbs and put them in the box. He had carried Su Han all the way here. Getting the spiritual herbs was a repayment. It would probably be a lot more difficult if they were to come to the 9-Dragon Palace next time. Boom! The platform that was thousands of meters wide suddenly shook while Hao Ren ran around and picked spiritual herbs. Su Han, who was looking around and measuring the platform, couldn't maintain her balance and fell into a bush of flowers. Su Han was already a peak Qian level cultivator, but there was a strong, powerful presence that suppressed Su Han to the ground. Hao Ren lay on the ground and put the box into his necklace. He had to use a lot of strength to just look up. Slowly, they saw a black palace in the sky. There was a small yellow dragon with scales and horns flying around this black palace. Squeak. The purple gold hairpin which was attached on Su Han's hair suddenly flew out on its own. It turned into the size of a mountain instantaneously and attacked the yellow dragon viciously. The yellow dragon that was flying around the black palace was slower to react, but it raised its sharp dragon claws in time. Although it looked like a dragon, it was only the size of a snake. It probably was smaller than a python. Hao Ren could clearly sense the power that the purple gold hairpin unleashed. It was a power on the level of soul formation realm. Wait, it was beyond the soul formation realm. Bam! Smoke was everywhere. 2 of the yellow dragon's legs were blown off. The purple gold hairpin that was Lady Zhen's treasure had been sacrificed at the same time. It turned into powder. Don't just stand there. Attack! Su Han climbed up and shouted. She charged with her longsword in her hand. Su Han knew very clearly that this yellow dragon was Chu Niu, the leader of the ancestral dragons. Hao Ren couldn't believe that the strong purple gold hairpin got turned into powder with just one hit. Even the golden shield was afraid of it. However, with such sacrifice, the opponent had also suffered heavy damage. He didn't expect that he would have to attack an ancestor of the dragon tribe. However, there was no turning back now. Just like what Lady Jen said, Chu Niu was weakest in these few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost 2 legs with just an attack by a treasure. However, the sudden attack of the purple gold hairpin left them with no other choice but to attack as well. They did not have the chance to negotiate with Chu Niu, who had a strange temper, anymore. Whoosh! Hao Ren let out 5,120 sword energies. That was his limit. Ignorant youngsters. Chu Niu was still in the form of a small dragon while he mumbled these words. He used the remaining claws he had to let out a series of golden light. Although his realm was the lowest now, he was still at the soul formation realm. He immediately understood the situation after the self-detonation of Lady Jen's purple golden hairpin. He knew who sent them here. He only took Lady Jen's son as a disciple, but Lady Jen took it to heart. Chu Niu's realm had fallen to his lowest, so he couldn't transform into his human form. However, he was still capable of great power, and Su Han and Hao Ren could barely move. Chu Niu didn't even have 10% of his normal strength right now. If he were at his prime, he would be able to crush them with just one finger. Get out! Chu Niu blasted out his anger. Its body was only half a meter long, but no one could deny that he had great power. Of the 9 sons of the godly dragon, he was the one who was closest to the godly dragon, so he was the most important ancestor to dragon cultivators. However, these 2 juniors did not know their position. They dared to attack him, and that was because they were bewitched by that demon king in the demon sea. He spat a mouthful of dragon breath, and big platform immediately turned into a sea of fire. This platform was a garden for spiritual herbs that were very old. Now, these spiritual herbs were burning and withering. This was the Hunden heavenly fire. A half-black half-white energy sphere that was about 2 meters in diameter appeared around Su Han, and she floated on top of the platform so that the Hunden heavenly fire wouldn't burn her. Hao Ren retrieved his thousands of sword energies immediately so that he could surround himself with a lightning energy sphere. Hao Ren felt it was such a waste for these spiritual herbs that were tens of thousands of years old to be suddenly burned by the fire. However, rather than worrying about those spiritual herbs, he was more worried about himself and Su Han. Even though Chu Niu only had 1/10 of his full power, he was still not someone who could be reckoned with. His thin dragon claws lightly tapped on the black palace and a strange light immediately came out beside him. Go! Su Han was almost about to go through the heavenly tribulation, and she used her black and white energy sphere to protect herself from the Hunden heavenly fire while using her longsword. The longsword left a dash of green light in the sky, and the light aimed toward Chu Niu, who was on top of the palace. If Chu Niu were not there, then everything would be okay. However, Chu Niu was there, so she could only fight him. Chu Niu had severely injured her last time when she tried to enter the 9-dragon palace, so this battle was also revenge for Su Han. Chu Niu's yellow dragon form was only half a meter long, which was shorter than Su Han's longsword. However, he was a godly beast, so he was very difficult for Su Han's sword even to get close. He struck out a black cone-shaped energy wave toward the longsword with his sharp claws. At the same time, a dense and piercing power aimed toward Hao Ren and Su Han. Although Chu Niu only had 1/10 of his strength, they were still no match for him. Go! The sword energies around Hao Ren suddenly dispersed and went charging toward Su Han's longsword, and these sword energies stuck firmly around the longsword. The longsword and the 5-element sword energies were respectively Su Han and Hao Ren's natal Dharma treasures. The fact that Hao Ren used his own sword energies to surround Su Han's sword energies was more intimate than him bugging her. Hao Ren knew that Su Han's longsword was connected to her soul. If it were to break, not only would her realm fall drastically, she would also be severely injured. Su Han turned over to look at Hao Ren. She knew that Hao Ren was on the same boat as her. Suddenly, their souls and minds became one, and a 5-colored light shone from the longsword. If they could break Chu Niu's full force attack, they could defeat him. Hiss! Chu Niu's black cone-shaped waves struck the tip of Su Han's longsword. Bam! Hao Ren's sword energies scattered into thousands of pieces instantly. Although Su Han's longsword was knocked away, it wasn't broken. However, it had fallen off the platform and down into the abyss. Chu Niu was at the weakest moment of his life, and the purple gold hairpin had already wounded him when it exploded. Hao Ren and Su Han had tried their best but still couldn't fight against Chu Niu in his current condition. Humph! Chu Niu snorted and struck out again. A black cone-shaped energy wave that was visible to the eyes was charging at Su Han. Hao Ren's sword energies scattered in the midst of the burning Hunden heavenly fire, and he felt like this burning fire was cooking his dragon core. The five-elemental nature essence in his body was evaporating out of his body, and he had little power to go against it. He had lost focus for a split second, and that black energy wave was already closing in on Su Han. Just like Hao Ren, Su Han was floating on the same spot, unable to move. She could only watch as the black energy wave came at her. Chu Niu's realm had fallen drastically, but he was still mighty. Boom! Hao Ren suddenly escaped, and he tapped his feet on the floor and charged over to Su Han. Su Han could not move her feet at all. All she could do was to open her eyes wide and watch Hao Ren charge over. It seemed like he was trying to take this hit for her. Hao Ren used Zhao Horan's peak Qian level cultivation strength again. He didn't have any treasures with him, so he would die if he got struck at Gen level. Hunden. A circular light appeared in Hao Ren's palm. Bam! All the spiritual herbs dust on the platform rose. Su Han's shoulders shook as she slowly opened her eyes and wondered if she were still alive. All she could see was Hao Ren hugging her, and the black energy wave that should have hit them was blocked by one thing. Golden shield. The golden shield spun in the air, and there was a huge dent in its center. However, it blocked the black waves. Hao Ren looked at the golden shield with great surprise. He did not expect it to have followed them secretly and saved them during this critical moment. Bam! Chu Niu struck out again, and this wave directly knocked over the golden shield. Like a piece of broken iron, the golden shield fell into the scorched soil. Little shield! Hao Ren called out in surprise. He felt like this supreme spiritual treasure had no chance of survival. You think you could steal the godly item with just 2 peak Qian level fools and 1 supreme spiritual treasure? Chu Niu scoffed. He was in the critical moment of his seclusion, but he caught his breath now. There weren't many dragon cultivators with such courage, but he didn't mind letting them suffer a bit. The little yellow dragon that was flying above the palace suddenly started to fly. The front legs that had been blown off started to grow back, and this yellow dragon waved its tail and extended to thousands of meters long. Whoosh! It spat out its dragon core. Buzz! Su Han's longsword suddenly flew back from afar. 3. A voice suddenly sounded from afar. Chapter 713. 3 against 1. Whose victory? This voice. Hao Ren was surprised when he saw a strong figure appearing in the middle of the platform. Su Han waved lightly to retrieve her longsword. 3 peak Qian level. Chu Niu sounded a bit surprised. If his realm had not dropped, he wouldn't care if there were 100 peak Qian level cultivators. However, he was at the lowest point in his realm, and his nature essence wasn't flowing smoothly. That was why he came to the 9-Dragon Palace in the first place. How dare you come to the 9-Dragon Palace without telling me? A white sword energy went flying toward the center of Hao Ren's eyes. Hao Ren hurried to use his hands to block it. Then, he absorbed that energy immediately. The third cultivator who appeared was Zhao Kuo. Normally, he wouldn't appear in the 9-Dragon Palace. However, when he heard that Hao Ren was in the 9-Dragon Palace from Zhao Yanzi, he was worried that Hao Ren would die here. That was why he immediately forced the other 3 Ocean Dragon clans to work with East Ocean and revealed the location of the 9-Dragon Palace. Then, he used his full power to open a hole in the array formation of the 9-Dragon Palace so that he could venture in by himself. Since he entered the proper way, he was very close to the Origin Dragon Grand Palace and saw Hao Ren and Su Han's footprints on the mud nearby. That was why he came chasing after them up this structure. In reality, he was only behind Su Han and Hao Ren a little bit. However, the tower was surrounded by thick mist, so they weren't able to see each other. When Zhao Kuo was close to the top, he suddenly saw a longsword falling. He immediately understood that a battle was happening on the top, so he threw out a metal ball to knock the longsword back up. He also rushed up as well. Now that he saw Hao Ren was safe and sound, he was relieved but also furious. Hao Ren was the Fuma and the commanding general of the East Ocean Dragon clan. If the East Ocean Dragon clan lost the commanding general, it would be still okay to some extent. However, if Zhao Yanzi lost Hao Ren, then she would become a widow. When Zhao Kuo thought about how Hao Ren risked his life to come to the Nine-Dragon Palace with Su Han while Zhao Yanzi waited at East Ocean anxiously, he became so angry that he almost hit Hao Ren. Your life doesn't really matter, but Zi's happiness is of essential importance, he thought. If they didn't have to fight a powerful enemy, he could cut Hao Ren in half with his sword. However, those were just his thoughts. Even if it weren't for Zhao Yanzi, he would still have come to save Hao Ren. After all, Hao Ren saved and helped him several times, so he had to repay him. If he didn't know Hao Ren so much, he would have let such a troublemaking Fuma die. In his mind, it would be better off since Zi could still find another husband. Also, Zhao Kuo didn't think that Zhao Yanzi's problem of missing the dragon core couldn't be solved in other ways. When Hao Ren saw the changing expressions on Zhao Kuo's dark face, he didn't know what the latter was thinking. However, Hao Ren coming to the Nine-Dragon Palace was dangerous and was not doing Zhao Yanzi right. If you want to fight with me, we'd have to get rid of him first, Su Han said with no expressions as she pointed her longsword at Chu Niu. I'll settle this with you after. Zhao Kuo clenched his teeth and said to Hao Ren angrily. Then, he stared at Su Han furiously. From his perspective, Hao Ren wouldn't have come to the Nine-Dragon Palace, a forbidden place for dragon cultivators, if it weren't for Su Han. Hao Ren is Zhao Yanzi's fiancée, but Su Han keeps seducing Hao Ren. Such bad intentions, Zhao Kuo thought. Also, Su Han was a level 4 inspector and oversaw the affairs in the East Ocean City. In a way, Su Han monitoring the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and Zhao Kuo didn't like that. That was why he didn't like Su Han either. Whoosh! Dragon claws were striking toward their direction. Black waves were vibrating around the claws. Su Han held up her longsword, and a layer of white mist appeared within a 1,000-meter radius all of a sudden. Even Zhao Kuo felt the chill to his bones, and he shivered. Whoosh! Hao Ren sent out all 40,960 sword energies. Since he was using Zhao Horan's strength, he couldn't maintain that many sword energies for an extended period. He needed to finish the battle quickly. Bam! Around Zhao Kuo, the same 40,960 sword energies appeared. Hao Ren realized that Zhao Kuo was also at peak Qian level. He seemed to have advanced quite a lot in just 2 days. More than 80,000 sword energies and Su Han's long sword which shone a green light were charging toward Chu Niu. If Chu Niu had recovered his realm, he could have destroyed these three in thousands of ways. However, he only had less than 10% of his original power and couldn't use most of his techniques, making him only able to use black energy waves and his claws. Lady Zhen had chosen a good date for Su Han because she knew it was when Chu Niu was weakest. Chu Niu had never expected Su Han, Hao Ren, and Zhao Kuo to be able to reach this place. He couldn't use any of his Dharma treasures and techniques. He was at the point where he had just started cultivating. Bam! Chu Niu clawed forward, and that directly knocked away the more than 80,000 sword energies and Su Han's longsword. Chu Niu was indeed powerful as he was at his weakest but still able to defeat 3 peak Qian level cultivators. Zhao Kuo originally did not intend to make Chu Niu his enemy. Now that he was with Hao Ren, he could only fight. Sword array formation. Hao Ren's sword array formation surrounded all corners of the platform. Zhao Kuo condensed his sword energies and suddenly pulled out the black dragon spike. Then, the 40,960 sword energies concentrated onto the black dragon spike, making it dark yet shiny. Su Han used her technique, and snow fell in the area. She was already very proficient with her technique. Now that she was at peak Qian level, she was not a force to be reckoned with. Ha ha ha, will I, Chu Niu, lose to you 3 little cultivators? Lady Zhen. This little demon sure has great strategies. Chu Niu was floating on top of the platform, and the aura he let out was still very strong. Suddenly, Hao Ren, Su Han, and Zhao Kuo thought that they were hallucinating as heavenly music sounded. Attack! Hao Ren thought that he had heard this music somewhere before, so he shouted out loud. Su Han and Zhao Kuo, who were getting lost in the music, suddenly woken up at Hao Ren's shout, and they started attacking. What? You can get out of my 7 killing array. Chu Niu was surprised. More than 40,000 sword energies came out of the black dragon spike. The attack was like colorful and magical nails piercing into Chu Niu's neck. Su Han's longsword let out cold and sharp icicles that acted like sharp swords, and she pierced it into Chu Niu's dragon scales. They both did not hold back. Sweat was dripping from Hao Ren's body because he was controlling a grand sword array. The sword energies closed in all directions, and they flashed. The buzzing noises indicated how strong and powerful the array was. Whoosh! The golden shield which had been lying by Hao Ren's feet suddenly bounced up. It was pretending to be dead all along to see who was winning. It had suddenly resurrected. Chu Niu's blood was very beneficial to the Dharma treasure. The golden shield turned and tossed, and thousands of smaller shields appeared, all aiming at Chu Niu. Shield! Don't take his life! Hao Ren rushed to shout out. The golden shield shone while sucking up the ashes of the spiritual herbs. Then, it devoured some of Chu Niu's blood that was on the ground and attacked Chu Niu's stomach. The golden shield was very petty. It was like a small animal and held grudges. Since Chu Niu hit it, it wanted revenge. You want to die, don't you? Chu Niu blasted out a dragon breath. Its arms expanded quickly and attacked the golden shield. Not only was Chu Niu the ancestor of the dragons, but he was also the Grand Master at making treasures. The Hunden heavenly fire that he had could dissolve the golden shield easily. However, the golden shield had no intention of fighting. It flew away with its fastest speed. Like always, it ran as soon as it took advantage of someone. Defending Hao Ren was probably the riskiest thing it had ever done. Bam! Hao Ren's sword energies suddenly started moving. Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike and Su Han's longsword cut through Chu Niu's dragon head and dragon tail simultaneously. Even if Chu Niu weren't killed, he was severely injured. Chu Niu fell from the sky and instantly crushed the Black Palace. Ding, 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 ding. The Black Palace started to crumble, and 10 of colorful treasures began appearing. Donggunog Bell, Xuanyang Sword, Pangu Axe, Lianyao Pot, Haoshan Pagoda, Fuxi Harp, Shenong Cauldron, Kongtong Stamp, Kunlun Mirror, and Nuwa Stone. The 10 ancient godly items in legends were all stored here. Sorry. Su Han stepped lightly on her longsword and took the Nuwa Stone at the very end of the line. She knew there were godly items stored in the 9-Dragon Palace but didn't know there were 10. She originally wanted to take the Donggunog Bell, which was the most powerful of all. However, she was afraid that she couldn't control it. Also, she had gained Nuwa's sky-patching scroll in the Baxia Palace, so she felt like taking Nuwa Stone, the least powerful, was better. If I can pass the heavenly tribulation, I will for sure return this. Thank you for lending me this treasure, Master. Su Han put the Nuwa Stone which was shining all colors into her storage ring. She bowed to Chu Niu politely and emphasized that she was only borrowing it. Su Han only wanted to borrow it for a short period of time. She did not dare to keep such a godly item all to herself. Even Soul Formation Realm cultivators would not dare to keep such valuable treasures to themselves. She only wanted to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. She wanted to achieve her dream and know who her parents were. What happened today is all on me, Su Han. It has nothing to do with the other two. If I am able to transform into a heavenly dragon, I will follow all the orders that you give me. If I cannot get through the heavenly tribulation even with this godly item, please punish me with thousands of true lightning bolts, she said to Chu Niu. Bam! Chu Niu looked very weak, but it suddenly shook its tail. All of a sudden, everywhere was pitch dark. Hao Ren saw that it wasn't a good sign, so he went flying toward Su Han. He felt a sharp pain piercing into his backbones. If heavenly lightning bolts had never tempered his body, then all his bones would have been shattered. Just when he was going to faint due to the pain, he opened his eyes and saw that Su Han was hugging him, and they were falling into the endless mists. Bam! Su Han and Hao Ren fell into the water. White mists were surrounding them. This was the Demon Sea. Chapter 714. Killing Demon King. This is, Su Han swam in the water and asked Hao Ren in bafflement. Demon Sea, Hao Ren answered. The sweeping attack from Chu Niu almost broke all his bones, and now he couldn't use any nature essence. Su Han wasn't doing any better since that attack suppressed her from peak Qian level to top-tier Qian level. However, it was a fair price to pay for the Nuwa Stone. Hao Ren looked around and didn't see Zhao Kuo, thinking that the latter must have been swept to another place or another part of the Demon Sea. He looked up into the sky and saw no trace of the Nine-Dragon Palace. Since the Demon Sea was below the Nine-Dragon Palace, the array formation around the Demon Sea, Hao Ren seemed to understand the relation between these two places. The array formation of the Nine-Dragon Palace was effective not only to the inside of the Nine-Dragon Palace but to the outside as well. Due to the suppression of the Nine-Dragon Palace, the Demon Kings in the Demon Sea couldn't get out of this region. Lady Zhen probably had her own secret technique of breaking out of the array formation around the Demon Sea, which meant that she was more powerful than most of the other Demon Kings. Now that she had taken Duan Yao as her disciple, she didn't have to go out in person to run errands. The ocean waves surged up as if the water were boiling. Hao Ren sensed the nature essence intensity in the ocean and realized that they had unfortunately fallen into the inner area of the Demon Sea. If he still had Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin with him, he might be able to defend himself. Now that the purple gold hairpin was gone, the golden shield disappeared, and he and Su Han had no access to their nature essence. Chu Niu was sending them on the path of death by kicking them out of the Nine-Dragon Palace and tossing them into the Demon Sea. A demon dragon that had one horn on its forehead rose from the ocean. Su Han still had her realm but couldn't use any of her strength. With her purple sweater soaked, she could barely float alongside Hao Ren. She had never been in such a poor state. Don't be afraid. Hao Ren held Su Han's waist and condensed a Hunden lightning energy with the other hand, but this lightning energy was so weak that it was only the size of a thumb. Are you Hao Ren, Gongzi Hao? The demon dragon suddenly asked Hao Ren and Su Han. Hao Ren froze, and Su Han looked at him in surprise as well. Yes, I am. Hao Ren answered. The queen instructed me to wait for you here. When I saw you two falling from the sky, I felt like you must be Gongzi Hao. It seems like I'm right. The demon dragon emerged entirely from the ocean and revealed its magnificent body. Its body was even bigger than the largest fierce beast that Hao Ren and Su Han had seen in the Nine-Dragon Palace. When it rose from the seawater surged up with it. What's your name, senior? Hao Ren condensed a Hunden lightning energy while he asked warily. I'm a common soldier out of the 8 million demon soldiers under Queen Zhen's command, and my name is not important. Gongzi Hao, please follow me to the Pity Flower Palace. I'll get punished if we are late, the demon dragon answered with a booming voice. Hao Ren was a bit relaxed when he heard Lady Zhen's name. If it represented another demon king, it would have attacked instead of wasting its time. There is no choice here, Hao Ren said and leapt up with Su Han to stand on the back of this demon dragon. Su Han hadn't expected that she would fall into the inner area of the Demon Sea. The danger of the Demon Sea was even more than the Nine-Dragon Palace. She didn't think that she would still have to rely on Hao Ren after they were outside of the Nine-Dragon Palace. However, the nature essence intensity in the Demon Sea was several times more abundant than in the Dragon God Shrine, giving her an excellent opportunity to recover. Like a high mountain that was moving on the sea, the demon dragon swam toward the distance with Hao Ren and Su Han on its back. The nature essence close to the sea surface was relatively thin, and only level 8 and level 9 demon beasts lingered here. The devil dragon covered Hao Ren and Su Han's auras with its own level 10 demon beast aura. Therefore, they didn't attract the attention of the big and small demon kings at the bottom. In the last couple of days, Lady Zhen had sent out thousands of level 10 demon beasts to patrol the ocean surface, forcing the level 8 and level 9 demon beasts to stay low. Now that the demon dragon had successfully picked up the people that Lady Zhen wanted, it was ready to go back and receive its reward. Standing on the demon dragon's back with Hao Ren, Su Han sensed the Nuwa stone in her ring and was relieved. After they came out of the Nine-Dragon Palace, the famous Nuwa stone had turned into a gray and dry pebble. If she hadn't taken it out from the Nine-Dragon Palace personally, she wouldn't have believed that it was one of the ancient godly items in legends. If the Nuwa stone was tossed into a pile of pebbles, Su Han was sure that she wouldn't be able to distinguish it from the others. It proved that ordinary cultivators couldn't own godly items. Boom! While Su Han was happy about this, the ocean waves suddenly surged up violently around the demon dragon. Cackle, Exahao, can't allow anyone to pass my territory so easily. A sharp and ear-piercing voice sounded from the depth of the ocean. As the 100-meter-high water beam shot into the sky, a thin figure appeared in it. Roar! The mountain-like demon dragon shot out 2 black death rays from its eyes. Cackle! A small level 10 demon beast dares to attack me. The figure swallowed the black rays and suddenly left a big hole in the demon dragon's body. Cackle! Wearing a red robe and holding a red shoe in his hand, a small demon with a pointed head and bullnose appeared before Hao Ren and Su Han. Splash! The demon dragon collapsed into the surging water like a mountain. After all, a level 10 demon beast was fragile before such a big demon king. Exahao was the last one on the list of the 10 big demon kings, and his territory was the smallest. However, he excelled in disguises and stealth. Since the 5 elements in nature couldn't restrict him, even other big demon kings found it hard to deal with him, and anyone who messed with him was in great trouble. Looking at him, Hao Ren remembered that when he left the demon sea last time, Exahao had almost succeeded in sneak attacking him. It had been a narrow escape. Short and thin, Exahao looked ridiculous in the big red robe. Right now, he tilted his head to one side and looked at Hao Ren and Su Han up and down, seeming to be considering how to eat them. Cackle! You still have the immortal physique. Despite the small loss in your vital yang energy, you're still a top-tier material for making elixirs. Exahao looked at Hao Ren with satisfaction and then glanced at Su Han by his side. This one is tender-fleshed. You are at nascent soul realm, and you're also a great tonic. He stuck his long tongue about his withered mouth and licked his lips with greed. He had eaten lots of small demon kings, but his favorites were human cultivators. After being locked in the demon sea, he hadn't eaten a human cultivator for many years, especially a young cultivator. In your dreams, Su Han shot her longsword toward Exahao. Cackle! The more you resist, the better you taste. Exahao reached out his 2 slim arms from the red robe, letting Su Han's longsword pierce his body. His body was shapeless like a ghost. While Su Han's longsword pierced his body, it didn't injure him at all. Since he a mass of ancient souls while was beyond the realm of 5 elements, he was just a ghost that advanced by swallowing people's fear, anxiety, and hatred. Without a tangible form, he couldn't be injured with physical attacks. Having never met such a monster before, Su Han immediately withdrew the longsword and created an energy sphere. However, Hao Ren knew that Su Han's energy sphere had no effects on this demon king either. Like a ghost which could enter people's mind, Exahao couldn't be blocked with physical barriers as well. Hao Ren's sword energies connected and formed a circular energy sphere that had lightning energy flashing around it. Almost at the same time, Exahao, who had struck out his sharp claws toward Su Han, saw the crackling lightning lights and pulled back. Since lightning could break evils, only Hao Ren's lightning energy had some effect on him. You know lightning techniques. Shu Hao looked at Hao Ren with some astonishment. Hao Ren snorted and brought his hands together, shooting dozens of Hunden sword energies toward him. Cackle! Exahao let out a series of weird chilling laughter before vanishing suddenly. However, Hao Ren wasn't so naive to think that Exahao had fled. He knew that the latter was hiding somewhere, waiting to attack. Since Hao Ren's realm had dropped from peak Qian level to Xuan level, and his body was damaged due to his use of Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength, he couldn't use the sword arrays now. Seeming to know that Hao Ren couldn't last long, Exahao was lurking near Hao Ren and Su Han. If he tried his best, he surely could break Hao Ren's weak lightning energy sphere, but he excelled in sneak attacks and didn't want to fight with Hao Ren head-on. After all, they were in his territory, and he could exhaust Hao Ren's strength. He didn't want this to turn into a huge battle where other demon kings would be attracted. Just as Hao Ren was feeling exhausted and couldn't maintain the energy sphere anymore, he felt a great surge of nature essence being transferred into his back. Su Han placed her palms on Hao Ren's back and transferred some of her strength into him. In the demon sea that had an abundance of nature essence, she had recovered a part of her cultivation strength in a short time. Sword array. Up. The 2,560 sword energies condensed into 512 Hunden sword energies. Su Han felt the nature essence in her body pouring out like water in a waterfall. Hao Ren's sword energies swept out in a wave. After being injured by Exahao last time, he had wanted revenge. However, he entered the demon sea again and met this demon king again before his realm reached the desired level. Now that they meet again, he was determined to kill this ghost. Suddenly, Su Han felt like almost all her nature essence was being sucked out by Hao Ren. With 2/3 of her strength out of her body, she fell onto Hao Ren's back. The gray sword energies lit up Zhu Hao's figure in the area, breaking his stealth. The second strike of the mystic water sword techniques. The Hundan sword energies turned into a colorful energy sword with flashing lightning on it, and it stabbed toward Zhu Hao's heart. Hao Ren stood where he was while the sword moved at his will. With green lights shining in his eyes, Exahao was panicking, and he quickly turned into white smoke, wanting to escape into the ocean. The lightning energy was a combination of the 5 elements, and it could eliminate all evil and filth. Combining his own strength with Su Han's, Hao Ren was determined to kill this demon king so that the latter wouldn't cause trouble for him again in secret. The colorful energy sword slashed toward the sea surface and instantly cut the white smoke into 2 halves. Hao Ren had condensed a great amount of vital yang energy into the sword, and it was especially useful against ghosts. The water in the sea was clearly lit up by the bright light. The white smoke was trying to flee into the depth of the ocean, but Hao Ren suddenly released all his and Su Han's nature essence. At the moment, Su Han felt like all of her nature essence was sucked out. Hiss! Hao Ren's colorful energy sword shot out a beam of light toward the center of the white smoke. Please forgive me. I will do anything for you. At this critical moment, Exahao immediately begged for mercy. Hao Ren wouldn't give him any chance since he had sensed that Exahao had swallowed countless cultivators and harbored many evil thoughts. Su Han! The Nuwa stone! Hao Ren yelled. He was afraid that his sword energies couldn't kill Exahao completely, and the evil ghost might get away. Surprised, Su Han took out the Nuwa stone from her ring. Hao Ren injected the last bit of Hundan energy into the Nuwa stone, and colorful lights instantly lit up the entire area. Exahao had split himself from the white smoke and was ready to flee as a dash of black smoke, but he yelled in desperation when he saw the lights, Nuwa stone. He had never imagined that an ancient godly item would appear here. Hiss! Exahao was melted by the light which was released from the Nuwa stone. If Hao Ren's lightning sword energies hadn't cut off half of his soul, he might have had a chance to escape. Exahao, one of the 10 big demon kings, had never thought that he would die at the hands of Hao Ren, who was supposed to be his prey. Boom! The ocean waves surged up. The demon kings were coming this way one by one after getting the news. Go! Hao Ren took Su Han's hand and fled into the ocean while he controlled Su Han's longsword with the metal elemental and water elemental nature essence. Damn it! Why am I always fleeing for my life when I'm with Hao Ren? Su Han couldn't help complaining silently. In the blink of an eye, Hao Ren dug out a token and hung it on his belt. The Peng Lai Immortal Token, Chapter 715, Acquaintance. Hao Ren had planned to give himself a break after the journey to the 9-Dragon Palace before coming to the Demon Sea if he couldn't find enough spiritual herbs to cultivate the 7-core 5-color lotus. However, his plan was interrupted when he fell to the dangerous Demon Sea after coming out of the 9-Dragon Palace in an exhausted state. The big demon kings in the Demon Sea had their territories, especially the top 10 demon kings who controlled most of the area of the inner sea. The high-level demon beasts swimming near the surface looked harmless but were in fact spies for the big demon kings. When Hao Ren was picked up by that demon dragon, the information was immediately sent to Exahao by some high-level demon beast. When Hao Ren killed Exahao with the power of the Nuwa stone, it attracted the attention of the other big demon kings. Hao Ren and Su Han were no match for big demon kings even when they were at their peak realms, not to mention that they were now severely wounded. Get out! Hao Ren opened the way with sword energies, splitting open the seawater. Having witnessed Hao Ren killing Exahao, one of the top 10 demon kings, the level 8 and 9 demon beasts didn't dare to block him, and they fled from him one by one. After placing her hands on Hao Ren's shoulders, Su Han injected her metal elemental and water elemental nature essence into Hao Ren continuously. She had recovered a part of her nature essence, but their enemies who were chasing them were no longer high-level fierce beasts in the 9-Dragon Palace but the demon kings who were equivalent to the Soul Formation realm. She only hoped that Hao Ren was familiar with the terrain of the Demon Shan and could get them out of this situation. It wasn't in her plan to fall into the Demon Sea from the 9-Dragon Palace. Swoosh! Su Han's longsword drew a wave of green light while it shot through the seawater. Above the sea surface, the big and small demon kings swept across the high sky like flying mountains, casting huge shadows on the sea. The high-level demon beasts in the sea had all fled. Waves of energy penetrated the seawater, trying to find Hao Ren and Su Han. The quietness right now signaled the arrival of a great storm. Hao Ren didn't venture too deep into the demon sea while he fled with Su Han. The level 8, 9, and even 10 demon beasts fled faster than they did. The spirit senses overlapped with each other while they engulfed the deep ocean from the high sky. Su Han bit her lip, not expecting that she might die in the demon sea, which even heavenly dragons didn't dare venture into after just escaping from the 9-dragon palace. 5 to 6 big demon kings and dozens of small demon kings surrounded tens of thousands square kilometers of area, and even Deluo golden immortals couldn't escape from this. The person who could kill Exahao is not an ordinary figure, and the colorful light that shot into the clouds must come from a great treasure, the demon kings thought to themselves. Lady Zhen had recently taken in a young disciple who went around and took the souls of demon kings. Even some big demon kings were killed, forcing the other demon kings to stay home in fear. Now that Exahao was killed quickly, the demon kings suspected that it meant Lady Zhen had begun to deal with the demon kings who were in the top 10, and that was why they all came out to investigate. Celestial Island. Right before Hao Ren was about to be located by spirit senses, he saw a mountain-shaped shadow on the sea surface. The celestial mountains in the demon sea didn't have fixed locations. Like the cultivation sects that hovered in the high sky, these islands hovered above the sea surface. Seeing a celestial mountain floating on the sea surface, Hao Ren felt as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Disregarding the spirit senses of the demon kings, Hao Ren flew up with Su Han but found that it was an empty mountain. More than 10 demon kings were dashing toward them from different directions. As soon as Hao Ren got out of the ocean, he was located by all the spirit senses. Meanwhile, 18 black lights flew from another direction. Lady Zhen had sent out her 18 demon generals to pick up Hao Ren. Some of the small demon kings who were rushing at the foremost were shattered into dust by the black lights. Having never seen such a scene, Su Han looked at Hao Ren in panic. Not a stranger to the battles in the demon sea, Hao Ren shot over without hesitation when he saw a dark gray circular door on the empty mountain. The battle between the demon kings was earth-shaking. Since Hao Ren didn't want to be picked up by Lady Zhen for the time being, his priority was to get out of the battle safely. The dark gray rusty circular door looked as if it hadn't been used for years, and it sucked Hao Ren and Su Han in with lights flashing around it. The Peng Lai Immortal token hanging at Hao Ren's belt released a pale light, which was the key to unlocking the teleportation array. If Hao Ren hadn't seen a teleportation array in the Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo in East Ocean City, he wouldn't have guessed that this was the teleportation array often used by human cultivators. Seeing Hao Ren and Su Han disappearing in the teleportation array, the demon kings got furious and shot out a wave of fierce lights, shattering this empty mountain which had appeared from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, Lady Zhen's 18 demon generals dashed into this area from a distance and attacked. A messy battle began. Su Han felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she was standing hand in hand with Hao Ren in a forest with singing birds and fragrant flowers. Master, didn't you say that you wouldn't see Hao Ren again until he reaches the heavenly dragon realm? A crisp voice entered Su Han's ears gently. She looked up and saw 2 kids who stood beside an old man who was quite ugly, and they were looking at her and Hao Ren in curiosity and bafflement. I could ignore him, but I must save the girl. The old man patted the 2 kids' heads and comforted them with a laugh. The 2 kids who were as cute as pearls looked reluctant. When Hao Ren left Peng Lai Island, the 2 kids who were serving Zhen Yuanzi didn't like the fact that Hao Ren, a young cultivator who hadn't even reached soul formation realm, would become their uncle master. Zhen Yuanzi had told them that if Hao Ren came back to the demon sea as a cultivator below the heavenly dragon realm, he wouldn't be able to find the Peng Lai Island. However, when Hao Ren came to the demon sea suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi not only revealed the Peng Lai Island but sent out the teleportation array to pick Hao Ren up. The 2 kids were very unhappy about it. Senior, thank you for saving us. Hao Ren retained his balance and said while he cupped his hands at Zhen Yuanzi. When he was surrounded by a group of demon kings, an empty mountain with a teleportation array appeared suddenly on the sea. He knew without a doubt that the rescue had come from Zhen Yuanzi. Although he had met Zhen Yuanzi only once, the latter saved him as soon as he put on the Penglai immortal token, which touched Hao Ren's heart. Ha ha ha, it's in destiny that we meet again. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily while stroking his beard. Then, he waved his hand, and Hao Ren and Su Han flew into the peach orchard. Su Han looked at the ugly old man in bafflement, wondering about his identity and background. Qingfeng, Mingyue, go and pick 2 immortal fruit for our guests. Zhen Yuanzi lowered his head and said to the 2 kids beside him with a stern face. Got it. Master. The 2 kids turned immediately and ran toward the dense forest angrily. In their mind, their master was the leader of all earthly immortals, and even soul formation realm cultivators must kneel and greet him with respect. However, these 2 young cultivators didn't kneel to their master, and their master also welcomed them in person and gave them immortal fruits. The 2 kids got angrier while they mulled over this. Sit down. Zhen Yuanzi waved his sleeve, and a few stone chairs and a stone table appeared in the peach orchard suddenly. In this celestial mountain full flower fragrance, there was no trace of the danger which was abundant in the Demon Sea. Su Han even doubted if she were still in the Demon Sea. If she walked to the edge of Penglai Island, she would see that the celestial mountain was hovering in the midst of the high sky instead of floating on the sea surface. Hao Ren could find Penglai Island last time because Zhen Yuanzi had wanted him to see it. If the latter hid the Penglai Island, Hao Ren would never have found it even if he searched the entire Demon Sea. Su Han looked at Hao Ren and then at Zhen Yuanzi before sitting on a stone chair cautiously. Her purple sweater and black tights had been soaked, but her clothes had dried quickly with the recovery of her nature essence. This friend has got a nice treasure. Zhen Yuanzi studied Su Han with squinted eyes and said with a smile. Su Han looked at Zhen Yuanzi warily while her expression turned ice-cold. The 2 kids came out of the nearby forest with a fruit platter in their hands and returned to Zhen Yuanzi's side. When they saw Su Han's cold expression, they were both astonished and furious since no one had ever dared to do this to their master. This girl's realm is only at top-tier Qian level, and it is equivalent to peak nascent soul realm, they thought. They had seen lots of visitors of this realm, and none of them dared to be so disrespectful to their master. Qingfeng. Mingyue. Seeing the 2 kids glaring at Su Han, Zhen Yuanzi's tone turned a bit displeased. Qingfeng and Mingyue lowered their heads and returned to Zhen Yuanzi's side. Friend, don't worry. I'm a friend of your father, and I do not need your treasure, Zhen Yuanzi said to Su Han with a laugh. His magnificent presence was emitted invisibly. Although he didn't release any suppression, Hao Ren and Su Han still sensed his ethereal realm which was beyond this world. Su Han nodded slightly and said, I'm relieved to hear that, senior. It's not that I'm greedy and want to keep this treasure. I have borrowed it with great efforts and must return it intact. Her answer was reasonable and well measured, showing her good grace. Hearing her words, Zhen Yuanzi nodded with satisfaction. Despite the minor desire, you can still keep yourself aloof from treasures. That's good. He admired Su Han for not trying to keep the treasure. More importantly, she was able to suppress her curiosity and didn't take this opportunity to ask about her father. This girl will become a great figure in the future, Zhen Yuanzi thought. He was able to figure out Su Han after hearing only a few sentences. These are special products from my island. You may try one. Zhen Yuanzi pointed at the 2 immortal fruit on the stone table and said to Hao Ren and Su Han. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. After taking the 2 fruits, Hao Ren handed one to Su Han and stuffed the other into his mouth. He had been to Penglai Island before and knew that Zhen Yuanzi wouldn't offer anything not good. It would be a waste if he didn't eat it while he could. Thank you very much, senior. Su Han sensed the intense nature essence in the fruit when she took it in her hand. Glancing at Hao Ren who had swallowed half of the fruit already, she smiled helplessly and took one bite to savor it carefully. The purest nature essence entered her body from the fruit. Requiring 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to grow fruits, and another 3,000 years to mature, the immortal fruits were the godly fruit among all spiritual fruits. It was a great fortune for Hao Ren and Su Han to eat one. Standing behind Zhen Yuanzi, Qingfeng and Mingyue watched Hao Ren and Su Han eat the fruits and swallowed their saliva. Okay, okay. You too, go. Each of you eats one as well. Seeming to have sensed their hunger, Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand toward the forest. The two kids ran toward the forest without any regard for their manners, as if they were afraid that Zhen Yuanzi would go back on his words. Hao Ren had been starving in the Nine-Dragon Palace, but this little immortal fruit filled his belly and replenished his nature essence instantly. Su Han felt the same. All her internal and exterior injuries had healed, and even her skin looked smoother. However, her realm stayed at top-tier Qian level, which was a test from Zhen Yuanzi, who didn't want to elevate her realm with spiritual fruits. Instead, the effects of the immortal fruits would slowly show in the future, which was why Qingfeng and Mingyue were so excited to have the chance to eat one as well. Taking almost 10,000 years to mature, the immortal fruit would show its effects slowly in cultivation. The younger the cultivator, the greater the benefits. Friend, do you remember my words? I have said that if you come to Penglai Island again, we will swear loyalty to each other and become blood brothers one. Zhen Yuanzi waved his long sleeve and said to Hao Ren slowly. Qingfeng and Mingyue, who were walking out of the forest while eating the immortal fruits, almost dropped the fruits onto the ground when they heard Zhen Yuanzi's words. Chapter 716. Swear loyalty to each other? Hao Ren had just finished eating the 10,000-year-old immortal fruit and was still wiping his mouth with his palm. Hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Hao Ren stared at him in astonishment as well. Biting on the remaining half of her immortal fruit, Su Han also stared at Hao Ren and then at Zhen Yuanzi in amazement. She had read lots of ancient scrolls and knew that some remote independent cultivators lived in the Demon Sea, including a few grandmasters who were as old as the world. Due to the ever-increasing number of mortals, the nature essence on land became scarcer, and the powerful cultivators had moved to the Demon Sea as hermits while the large cultivation sects moved on to Fifth Heaven. Su Han had been secretly astonished when she heard the name of this ugly old man who was short and fat. When she ate the 10,000-year-old immortal fruit, she knew that her instinct was right. He was indeed Zhen Yuanzi, the legendary leader of all earthly immortals. He was a figure who had the greatest cultivation strength among the human cultivators. He was on the same level as the Queen Mother of the West One. In fact, his status was slightly higher than hers. In terms of his seniority and background, he was on par with Chu Niu. According to the legends, the earthly immortals who had passed the heavenly tribulations in the past must visit the King Father of the East at Penglai Island, then the Queen Mother of the West at Kunlun Mountain, and lastly Zhen Yuan immortal before they could truly elevate into a heavenly realm and become heavenly immortals. It showed how high Zhen Yuanzi's status was. The leader of all earthly immortals who was responsible for evaluating all candidates before they could ascend into the heavenly realm. However, since the cultivators in the last thousands of years no longer elevated into the heavenly realm, people gradually forgot about this process, and Zhen Yuanzi somehow took over Penglai Island. Despite all this, Su Han still couldn't believe that Zhen Yuan immortal, who had a higher status than the Queen Mother of the West, wanted to become blood brothers with Hao Ren. Senior, your status is too high for me. Besides, I've received a lot of your help and kindness, and it's not right for me to go beyond and stand beside you. Hao Ren regained his composure quickly and said in a hurry. With your steady state of mind, you will reach the heavenly dragon realm sooner or later. Besides, I'm only at the soul formation realm, and there's not much difference between us. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Hao Ren with a smile while stroking his beard. With sweat sliding down his forehead, Hao Ren thought that Zhen Yuanzi was technically right, since the soul formation realm cultivators were regarded as earthly immortals according to the human cultivators realm system. However, there were huge differences between different soul formation realm cultivators. Hao Ren suspected that even 60 soul formation realm cultivators couldn't defeat Zhen Yuanzi. Master, seeing Zhen Yuanzi was serious in taking Hao Ren as his blood brother, the two kids got worried. More than 1,000 years ago, Zhen Yuanzi became brothers with a small demon king who had broken his 7 killing array. That small demon king had been so powerful that he almost sank the Penglai Island. However, Hao Ren had only broken 7 killing array with luck, and his realm hadn't even reached the soul formation realm. Although their master acted modestly before other cultivators, he didn't need to lower himself like this. However, they only knew the drastic difference in status between Zhen Yuanzi and Hao Ren, but they didn't understand that all this was determined by fate, and everything Zhen Yuanzi did follow the heavenly Tao. It was the result of the heaven Tao that Hao Ren had returned to the Demon Sea and Penglai Island earlier than they had expected. As the leader of earthly immortals, Zhen Yuanzi naturally needed to follow the heavenly Tao. Besides, he had a feeling that the fatal turning point in these thousands of years was on Hao Ren's side. Thousands of years ago, the small demon king who had broken the 7 killing array destroyed the world. If Zhen Yuanzi hadn't taken the opportunity to become blood brothers with him, the world would be different now. As the leader of the earthly immortals, Zhen Yuanzi was the most precious chess piece that the heavenly Tao left in the mortal world, and his act would determine the future of the world. How could these two kids understand these hidden messages? Senior, Hao Ren was about to decline when Su Han bumped him and said with clenched teeth, "Don't be so bashful." Hearing her words, Hao Ren was embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept Zhen Yuanzi's offer, he just didn't want to freeload too much. He, today, you'll kneel twice in ceremonies. Seeing Hao Ren and Su Han looking at each other, Zhen Yuanzi went on and laughed. Hao Ren looked at Zhen Yuanzi, wondering if the latter also wanted to take Su Han into this ceremony as well. Then, he thought that it wasn't possible since Su Han didn't break Zhen Yuanzi's 7 killing array. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Does Zhen Yuanzi mean that Su Han and I will have the ceremony of? Su Han, who had encouraged Hao Ren to become Zhen Yuanzi's blood brother, suddenly understood the latter's words, and he blushed. From her point of view, it was a great and rare opportunity for Hao Ren to become brothers with Zhen Yuanzi, the leader of the earthly immortals. However, from what Zhen Yuanzi said, it sounded like she must have the ceremony with Hao Ren and get married before Zhen Yuanzi and Hao Ren could have their blood brother ceremony. At the end of the karma, with a wave of his whisk, Zhen Yuanzi chanted in a low voice. The treasure cauldron collects the auspicious smoke and condenses. Suddenly, a melodious voice suddenly came from the outside of the island. Zhen Yuan immortal, don't you welcome a visit from me? The melodious voice continued to ask. Oh, it is Lady Zhen. Zhen Yuanzi laughed and waved his sleeve, lowering the Penglai Island down into the Demon Sea. With an oil paper umbrella in her hand, Lady Zhen, who was wearing a colorful traditional dress, walked onto the island gracefully. A few light steps later, she covered the distance of hundreds of meters like a phantom and entered the peach orchard. Greetings to Zhen Yuan immortal. Lady Zhen bowed slightly to Zhen Yuanzi. What brought Lady Zhen to my desolate island? While nodding slightly, Zhen Yuanzi looked at Lady Zhen and asked with a laugh. Seeing the appearance of Lady Zhen, the two kids who were standing behind Zhen Yuanzi retreated to the distance since a meeting on such a level didn't need them around. However, they were pleased that their master probably wouldn't take Hao Ren as his blood brother due to the appearance of Lady Zhen from the Demon Sea. These two friends of mine came to visit me in the Demon Sea, but they got lost and stumbled into Penglai Island by mistake. Please forgive them if they disturbed your cultivation, Lady Zhen said. Not at all. I've been having a great chat with these two, and I liked them the moment I met them. Zhen Yuanzi waved his arm and said graciously. Then, if you don't mind, I'll take them to my place. Lady Zhen turned her beautiful eyes to Zhen Yuanzi and said with a faint smile. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Lady Zhen and knew that he didn't have any reason to keep Hao Ren and Su Han. They were Lady Zhen's guests and happened to come onto Penglai Island. Now that their hostess, Lady Zhen, had come to pick them up in person, Zhen Yuanzi didn't think it right to make them stay any longer. Wait for a second. When Lady Zhen was about to leave with Hao Ren and Su Han, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly called out. While moving the oil paper umbrella, Lady Zhen turned elegantly and looked at Zhen Yuanzi. Lady Zhen, the heavenly Tao has its cycles. You mustn't kill too much. As she looked at Zhen Yuanzi, Lady Zhen was silent for a few seconds before nodding with a grave expression. I got it. When Zhen Yuanzi didn't speak, Lady Zhen asked, is there anything more you want to say to us? Zhen Yuanzi sighed slightly and turned to Hao Ren. It's destiny that this friend and I met again, and we were about to become blood brothers by swearing loyalty to each other. Lady Zhen, why don't you act as our witness? Gen Yuan Immortal, it's an honor that I can't accept. You, Gen Yuan Immortal, are in the same rank as the 3 Pure Ones too and the 4 Emperors, and I don't dare to be such witness. Lady Gen said hurriedly. Her words were in fact meant for Hao Ren, pointing out to him the background of Gen Yuanzi. Now that he wanted to become brothers with Hao Ren, how could Lady Gen take the position and act as the witness? Since Gen Yuanzi was just below the Heavenly Tao would acknowledge this big event. After the ceremony, Hao Ren's status would be on the level of true immortals even though he hadn't reached the realm of true immortals. Gen Yuanzi waved his sleeves, and a gray incense furnace appeared on the stone table while a scroll of seal characters of heaven and earth hung in the air in the forest. Go. Su Han nudged Hao Ren toward Gen Yuanzi. Although she didn't know why Gen Yuanzi wanted to become brothers with Hao Ren, she knew that it was destiny for Hao Ren, and it wouldn't be a bad thing for him to have such a figure as his brother. Su Han didn't know that Gen Yuanzi had mentioned this just to give Hao Ren an incentive to cultivate hard to reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm. If not for Su Han's dangerous situation in the Demon Sea, and Gen Yuanzi had to save her due to her father, Hao Ren wouldn't have met Gen Yuanzi again so easily. From Gen Yuanzi's point of view, all this was destiny. In short, it was due to Su Han that Hao Ren gained this great fortune. Gen Yuanzi also wanted to follow the intention of the Heaven Dao and make Hao Ren and Su Han marry each other. Instantly, Gen Yuanzi and Hao Ren kneeled and kowtowed toward the scroll 3 times. With a flash of golden light, the scroll rolled up and disappeared. Auspicious clouds rose around Penglai Island, and Hao Ren felt so thoroughly refreshed that he thought an unnamed godly power engulfed him. Now that Hao Ren had become Gen Yuanzi's brother, his had a trace of connection with the Heavenly Tao. After all, Gen Yuanzi had been left in the mortal world to control the fortunes in the world. His power matched his status. The Heavenly Tao in the past thousands of years had changed. According to Gen Yuanzi's calculations, there should be a figure coming out soon, even though none could say who the figure was. The Heavenly Tao would choose many geniuses, and the one who could stand out would be the most hardworking one. In other words, if Hao Ren had made mistakes by being too impulsive, too cynical, or too impatient with greed, then someone else would be in Penglai Island instead of him. One's fate is in one's own hands. This old saying had some truth to it. When Hao Ren broke the 7 killing array, Gen Yuanzi's hope for him had doubled. He had wanted to wait until Hao Ren reached the Heavenly Dragon Realm to determine if the latter was the key figure in this Heavenly Tao's transition, but the time came earlier than planned. Congratulations. When Hao Ren and Gen Yuanzi finished the ceremony, Lady Gen said with a smile. Now that Hao Ren had become brothers with Gen Yuanzi, she had to be more careful with Hao Ren. However, it wasn't a bad thing for her since Hao Ren had a good relationship with her. With her experience as an eternal demon king, she had a vague idea about the significance of this ceremony. I didn't expect this kid to become so important. From now on, the fortune in the world will probably lean toward him, Lady Gen thought. Farewell. I'll come and visit again. A white feather appeared beneath Lady Gen's feet to support her, and Hao Ren and Su Han then flew toward the direction of the deep ocean with her. In his simple Taoist robe, Gen Yuanzi stood there with his hands behind his back. While looking up at the white feather, he was deep in thought. It is hard to predict the future and the Heavenly Tao. Hao Ren's realm is a bit too low after all. If I have made a mistake in my calculation, and it proved that Hao Ren isn't the central figure in this cycle of Heavenly Tao, I would be in big trouble. However, I've never made a mistake in the past hundreds of thousands of years. I hope that I'm right this time. While exhaling deeply, Gen Yuanzi shook his head and entered his cave abode. No matter if he made a calculating mistake or not, Hao Ren must rely on himself to cultivate since Gen Yuanzi wouldn't do such a silly thing as to elevate Hao Ren to the Heavenly Dragon Realm. The small demon king whom he became brothers with thousands of years ago had now become the #1 master in the Heavenly Realm, and Gen Yuanzi wondered what realm Hao Ren could reach. The Penglai Island suddenly vanished, including dozens of smaller islands around it. Standing on the white feather that Lady Gen controlled, Hao Ren felt the thick layer of godly power around him dissipating. Meanwhile, Su Han had fully recovered her nature essence and became energetic. I heard that you killed Exahao? Lady Gen asked abruptly. That ghost in the red robe? Yeah, we killed him with lightning energy, Hao Ren answered. Haha, you got rid of a small trouble for me. With a relaxed smile, Lady Jen controlled the white feather as it rushed into the ocean. With this spot as the center, Lady Jen directly controlled an area that was several thousand kilometers to the east and west and tens of thousands of kilometers to the north and south. A glorious city as prosperous as Chang'an from the Tang dynasty appeared before Hao Ren and Su Han. They looked into the deep ocean and found that the city was immersed in the seawater. It was a kingdom on the bottom of the ocean. Chapter 717. A part of fate: the exterior city, the interior city, the defense walls, the royal palace. As Hao Ren got closer, he saw the city's overall layout. The magnificent presence was quite similar to the capital city of the Tang dynasty. The Taichi Palace was in the center of the city, and the East Palace and West Palace, which were on either side of the Taichi Palace, were more majestic than the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Many cities interlaced with each other, and teams of demon soldiers patrolled inside and outside of the cities in order. Most of the demon beasts resided in the Demon Sea, and only the demon beasts that could transform were able to live in the cities. There were many small demon kings, and the big demon kings were civil and military officials. Su Han was slightly surprised because she didn't expect that this would be the situation under the Demon Sea. Even the Soul Formation Realm cultivators and Heavenly Dragon couldn't enter this core region of the Demon Sea, but Hao Ren and Su Han were fortunate to see this by following Lady Jen. Whoosh! 18 rays of light shot from a distance. Welcome back, Queen Jen. The 18 armored demon generals lined up horizontally and cupped their hands toward Lady Jen respectfully. Lady Jen raised her hand and yawned lazily as she asked, all done? Queen Jen, other than the big demon king, Chang-Chi, who had escaped, we executed all other big and small demon kings, the demon generals answered. Never mind. Chang-Chi is too strong for you guys to deal with. You guys can go back. Lady Jen waved her hand. These 18 demon generals turned into 18 rays of lights and dashed toward the 18 directions. Judging from the attitude of these 18 big demon kings, Lady Jen had the absolute authority in the region. She probably managed many cities and controlled numerous soldiers. This demon kingdom under her control was mighty and prosperous. The white feather under Lady Jen moved forward and drifted into the royal palace. Master. Duan Yao, who was practicing sword techniques in front of the Taichi Palace, saw Lady Jen and ran toward her quickly and happily. However, her expression suddenly turned cold when she saw Hao Ren and Su Han as well. She was wearing a long pink skirt and looked skinny and pretty. Under the lights of the magnificent palace, she looked just like a little Lady Jen. Lady Jen put away the feather, inserted it into her hair bun, and walked toward the Pity Flower Palace on the side. Duan Yao followed Lady Jen and looked at Hao Ren. She felt like Hao Ren's realm was slightly different than before. Then, she looked at Hao Ren in disdain when she saw Su Han. As expected, this Hao Ren isn't a good person. The girls around him are always changing, she thought. Su Han squinted at Duan Yao with a casual gaze, but she was surprised when she discovered that Duan Yao was in the nascent soul realm. It seemed like Duan Yao was having a good life in the Demon Sea, and Lady Jen seemed to treat her very well. There were many beautiful maids in the palace. When they saw that Lady Jen had brought over guests, they quickly moved to the corners on both ends. Lady Jen entered the Pity Flower Palace, walked inside a tranquil courtyard, and pushed open the door of an elegantly furnished room. Then, she patted the corner of her skirt and sat on a Taishi chair one. There weren't any other decorations other than a colorful flower and bird painting which was hanging in the room. Duan Yao immediately took a pot of hot water from the maid outside when she saw Lady Jen sitting down. Then, she returned to the room and poured some tea for Lady Jen. Afterward, she walked to Hao Ren and Su Han and poured them some tea with an unwilling expression. When she was on sixth heaven, people always served her, and she had never done these things that maids did. That was the reason why she was arrogant and domineering before. Yet, in Lady Jen's territory, she was tame like a bunny. As soon as Lady Jen sat down, she immediately poured her tea. If Lady Jen seemed slightly exhausted, she would take the initiative to massage her legs and shoulders. At this moment, she saw Hao Ren and Su Han picking up their teacups, and she gritted her teeth before standing beside Lady Jen. Duan Yao was Lady Zhen's disciple, and Su Han and Hao Ren were Lady Zhen's guests. In this situation, her status was already lower than theirs. Unless Lady Zhen asked her to sit down, she wouldn't sit down presumptuously. Lady Zhen didn't ask Duan Yao to sit down. She let her stand deliberately to discipline her a bit more. Since Lady Zhen wanted Duan Yao to become the #1 demonic girl in the world, the latter couldn't be too overbearing. In the future, she still had to marry someone when the time came. Hao Ren took a sip of tea and looked at Lady Zhen without looking at Duan Yao. He asked, "Auntie, are you planning to settle us here?" Lady Zhen was glad to be addressed as Auntie by Hao Ren. Hao Ren was now the blood brother of Zhen Yuanzi, but he still addressed her as Auntie. In this case, her status was higher than Zhen Yuanzi's. Of course, such a joke quickly went through her mind. She wouldn't hold the status to herself. The actual reason that she was glad was that Hao Ren didn't put up an attitude because of his association with Zhen Yuanzi. How was the battle in the Nine-Dragon Palace? Lady Zhen picked up the teacup and blew on it to cool it down as she asked Hao Ren. "Auntie, do you want to listen to the detailed version or the brief one?" Hao Ren asked. Of course, as detailed as possible, Lady Zhen smiled. She always felt mysterious to Hao Ren, so he didn't dare to treat her as an ordinary beautiful woman. He also didn't dare to hide things from her. Thus, Hao Ren started with how they entered Nine-Dragon Palace, how they entered the Baxia Palace, how they reached the Heaven-Reaching Tower, and how they fought against Chu Niu. He described everything in detail but omitted that night he spent with Su Han in the cave. Duan Yao, who stood beside Lady Zhen, widened her eyes and listened carefully as well. Sparkles appeared in her eyes as if she also yearned for this dangerous and exciting adventure. It also seemed like she imagined the thrilling scene that Hao Ren encountered in the process. Su Han also listened seriously. When she heard that Hao Ren omitted the night in the cave on purpose, her face turned red. She picked up the teacup and took a small sip slowly. If Lady Zhen didn't suddenly appear, she might have had the wedding ceremony with Hao Ren. A tiny bit of my spirit senses was on the purple gold hairpin. Now, I know more after you told me the details. Lady Zhen listened to Hao Ren's description thoroughly and nodded in satisfaction. Hao Ren nodded and didn't think much. Yet, Su Han, who was holding the teacup, suddenly sat upright and felt awkward. Lady Zhen's words obviously had other meaning. Since a tiny bit of Lady Zhen's spirit senses remained in the purple gold hairpin, then Lady Zhen probably knew everything that Hao Ren and Su Han encountered. Which meant, the purple gold hairpin which was at the cave entrance that night, in between stacked dry woods and swaying bonfire. "There's nothing wrong that you guys like each other." Lady Zhen lowered her head slightly and seemed like she was in a melancholy state. She repeated the phrases that Zhen Yuanzi said before. The feeling of affinity had passed. Su Han suddenly pondered when she heard this poem for the second time. "You guys can rest here for a bit. This is a great place for cultivation. I will come to you guys if there's anything." Lady Zhen stood up elegantly and said to them. Hao Ren looked at Lady Zhen in bafflement. "Why does it sound like she is trapping us here?" Hao Ren thought. Hao Ren didn't understand Lady Zhen's intention because she didn't say anything about sending them back nor having them stay here for a set time. Su Han didn't mind since the nature essence intensity was high in the Demon Sea. "Nuan Xin, Nuan Yi, stay at the door. Follow Mr. Hao and Ms. Su's orders if they need anything." Lady Zhen walked out of the door and said to two maids. It sounded like Lady Zhen didn't want Hao Ren and Su Han to walk around this palace randomly. She also didn't plan to separate Hao Ren and Su Han into different rooms. "Yes, Queen Zhen," the two maids saluted towards Lady Zhen. Hao Ren looked at their realm and was surprised to find that they were both small demon kings. Hao Ren couldn't head out even if he wanted to with them guarding the door. Lady Zhen walked softly toward a distance. Duan Yao, who followed her, turned her head to look at Hao Ren before speeding up and disappearing in a corner with Lady Zhen. "Choose between sleep or cultivation," Su Han said to Hao Ren and turned to walk toward the room. It seemed like she was settling down, and she didn't even plan to go back before reaching peak Qian level or the heavenly dragon realm. "I choose to sleep," Hao Ren looked at her and said. "Then, I'll cultivate," Su Han replied briefly and went into the room. This room was very simple. The exterior was a small hall with tables and chairs for welcoming guests, and the interior was a small bedroom for resting and only contained one flatbed and a mat atop. Su-han's white boots were thrown away. Now, she climbed on top of the hard bed barefooted and crossed her legs to cultivate. Black tights wrapped around her long legs. Even though those weren't the long robes for cultivation, her posture still looked beautiful. The purple sweater was also dried up and fitted her body curve tightly. The nature essence intensity at the center of the Demon Sea was higher than any places that Su-han had been to. Certainly, she had to cultivate effectively with her time. Even those demon beasts with weak talent could cultivate to level 10 and pass heavenly tribulations. A cultivator like Su-han who was at top-tier Qian level would definitely benefit from here. Hao Ren reached out his arms and legs, sliding himself on the bed and didn't want to move anymore. His nature essence was recovered through Zhen Yuanzi's immortal fruit. However, his body which was almost destroyed by Chu Niu still suffered from severe pain. He was lying in front of Su-han, and the latter still hadn't closed her eyes yet. When she saw Hao Ren like this, she could only roll her eyes helplessly. Sigh. Hao Ren was slightly worried about Zhao Kuo as well as Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. Since he couldn't do anything at the moment, he took out the jade slip which contained the mystic water sword techniques from his necklace and put his spirit senses into it. He suddenly found that the scripts and images in it were clearly revealed. Chapter 718. A small request from Lady Zhen. Hao Ren's realm reached mid-tier Shuan level, and his spirit senses also increased substantially. However, after breaking through a realm, it usually required some time for the realm to stabilize. Hao Ren didn't have time to stabilize his realm when he suddenly leveled up to mid-tier Shuan level in the Nine Dragon Palace. When he reached the top of Origin Dragon Grand Palace, he fought a fierce battle against Chu Niu, and that was why his body was injured severely. In addition, Hao Ren used Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength, which almost destroyed his body. If not for Zhen Yuanzi's immortal fruit, Hao Ren's body, meridians, and dragon core would have collapsed. First strike, second strike, third strike, 16th strike. Hao Ren's spirit sensors spread out continuously in the jade slip and could see 16 out of the 32 strikes. Although Hao Ren was surprised, he quickly memorized and practiced every single strike. Even though these sword strikes were complicated, it wasn't difficult if one put enough effort into learning them. The most troublesome part was that it was hard for the spirit senses to spread into the jade slip and read more sword strikes. In this palace deep in the Demon Sea, Hao Ren could suddenly see through 16 strikes. How could he not grasp this kind of opportunity? Su-han thought Hao Ren was asleep because the latter lay on the bed and wasn't moving at all. She immediately concentrated and studied the sky-patching scroll. Nuwa stone could only be borrowed temporarily, but this sky-patching scroll could be cultivated for an eternity. Although this cultivation technique was short, it was a few hundred or thousand times better than the ice frost scroll that she was cultivating now. Su-han had already cultivated her ice frost scroll to the highest level, and she could switch her focus and cultivate other supplementary cultivation techniques. The sky-patching scroll required the cultivator to be female but didn't have other requirements. Su-han held her breath, stayed focused, and tried to cultivate the sky-patching scroll. She suddenly discovered that the amount of nature essence required for cultivating this scroll was beyond her imagination. Clouds of white mist condensed around Su-han. She followed the first few sentences of the cultivation technique and got very tired and sweaty quickly. She thought about passing this cultivation technique to Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi, but she just found out that top-tier Qian level strength was required to cultivate this ancient scroll. At Su-han's current realm, she could barely cultivate. However, this was good news to Su-han since she was worried that she didn't have a better cultivation technique to cultivate. The appearance of sky-patching scroll gave her a new goal to pursue. Thinking about this made Su-han's chest bulged as she moved the nature essence in her body and made them pass through the two critical acupoints on either side of her shoulders. Then, a longsword which was as small as a tattoo shined with a green light on the back of her left shoulder as it sensed the change in Su-han's body. All the cultivation techniques were essentially stimulating the ancient bloodlines in the bodies. The cultivators who had thicker ancient bloodlines were better at cultivating these ancient techniques while the one with thinner ancient bloodlines weren't as good. The cultivation techniques were ranked based on their effect of stimulation the ancient bloodline hidden in the bodies. Clearly, the ancient cultivators' bloodlines were a lot better than the current cultivators. Therefore, most of the cultivators nowadays couldn't cultivate ancient cultivation techniques. A cultivator like Su Han who reached top-tier Qian level was on par with the weakest ancient cultivators, so she could start cultivating the sky-patching scroll. However, the ancient cultivation techniques didn't differentiate between the 5 elements. As long as nature essence could be absorbed, one could cultivate the ancient cultivation technique. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll that Hao Ren cultivated was the cultivation of 5 elements, and the cultivation method was the closest to the Hunden cultivation which ancient cultivators practiced. If Hao Ren's realm reached Kun level, he would have the most abundant nature essence to allocate. By then, he could cultivate most of the cultivation techniques stored in the 9-Dragon Palace. With one sitting and the other lying down, they were both concentrating on their cultivation without disturbing the other. The scene was tranquil and peaceful. Queen! Suddenly, 2 maids yelled from outside of the room. Hao Ren memorized the first 16 sword strikes and put away the jade slip. Su Han also heard the noises since it had been very quiet, so she stopped her cultivation immediately and opened her eyes. Lady Zhen was wearing a colorful and gorgeous robe, and she entered the room with Duan Yao who wore the 7-color traditional dress. Duan Yao's expression changed slightly and looked at Hao Ren in disdain when she saw Hao Ren and Su Han resting on the same bed. Auntie, Hao Ren rolled over, sat up, and greeted Lady Zhen. Lady Zhen nodded slightly and moved her gaze to look at Su Han. She said, Ms. Su, if you like this tranquil resort, feel free to stay for a few more days. I plan to do so, Su Han said candidly. She didn't know Lady Zhen well, but this Demon Sea was an excellent place for cultivation. Ms. Su, you are pretty straightforward. Lady Zhen smiled and looked at Su Han as she said, I have a little request, but I don't know if you are willing to accept. Hao Ren looked at Lady Zhen cautiously as he heard Lady Zhen's words. If I am capable of doing it, I can definitely help, Su Han said. May I take a look at the Nuwa stone? Lady Zhen asked the question directly. Su Han hesitated for a few seconds because it sounded like Lady Zhen was about to take away her Nuwa stone. Lady Zhen stood beside the bed and looked at Su Han with a smile. Her eyes were filled with confidence. I'm not a stingy person. How about this? Ms. Su, if you are willing to lend me this godly item, I will spend some time and guide you through your cultivation. How does that sound? Lady Zhen stopped for a bit and asked again. In fact, Su Han didn't have any other choice since she was in Lady Zhen's territory. She couldn't win a fight against Lady Zhen and couldn't escape either. If Lady Zhen wanted to rob her, Su Han couldn't guard the Nuwa stone. Nephew, have I bullied you guys before? Lady Zhen asked Hao Ren when she saw him looking at her. Lady Zhen didn't like explaining things, and she could have taken the Nuwa stone directly. However, she was fond of Hao Ren. Besides, Hao Ren was the blood brother of Zhen Yuanzi now, and Lady Zhen didn't want their relationship to be awkward. Of course, it can be lent to you, but you have to return it, Hao Ren said. Ha ha ha, Lady Zhen covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Am I that immoral in your eyes? She changed her tone and added, if I want to rob it from you, I wouldn't say borrow. Nephew, you can relax. Auntie won't mistreat your lover. As she spoke, she gently tapped her finger. Suddenly, the gray Nuwa stone hopped out from Su Han's storage ring, and Lady Zhen released a dash of light and grabbed it into her hand when it was about to break through the window and flee. Duan Yao glared at Hao Ren, and no one knew why she was angry. Nuwa stone ranks last in the 10 godly items, but it should be enough. Lady Zhen looked at the Nuwa stone which was emitting 5 colored lights as she murmured with a sorrow expression on her face. When she turned and walked toward the door, Hao Ren asked in a hurry, can we go with you? Lady Zhen turned around, looked at Hao Ren, and hesitated for a few seconds. Follow me if you want to. Hao Ren slid to the side of the bed. Seeing that Su Han was still sitting foolishly on the bed, he grabbed her and pulled her down. Since Lady Zhen wanted to borrow the Nuwa stone, she must have her reason. Besides, Hao Ren thought that it wasn't a coincidence that they fell from the 9-Dragon Palace to the Demon Sea. All this time that he and Su Han worked hard in 9-Dragon Palace, they were helping Lady Zhen to fetch a godly item in the end. After passing through many palaces, they arrived at the Taichi Palace. There was nothing when they entered the palace. However, when Lady Zhen put her palms together and twisted them, the time and space in the palace seemed to be distorted instantly. Hao Ren grabbed Su Han's arm quickly. As both of them just got back their balance, a downward stone path appeared on the floor of the palace. Duan Yao seemed to be surprised as well. It seemed like a person like her who had lived with Lady Zhen for a while also didn't know that this mysterious passage existed. I don't need to let you know about this, but I don't want you to misunderstand me. Lady Zhen walked toward the stone path and said at the same time. Duan Yao didn't hesitate and followed Lady Zhen. Hao Ren and Su Han looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and followed. When they walked down, Su Han swung away Hao Ren's hand slightly. Hao Ren protected her several times and slightly touched her. However, she was still a strong woman and admired powerful masters. If Hao Ren were able to become a heavenly dragon in the future, Su Han would definitely make Hao Ren accept her even if that meant she would have to pursue him. Tap. 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 Lady Zhen walked in the front. Her colorful robe was like a lantern in the dark, illuminating the deep stone path. At the end of the stone path was a sealed stone room. After Lady Zhen raised her hand and touched it gently, the heavy stone door opened automatically. There was a circular secret chamber inside, and 8 ever-lit lanterns were set up according to the pattern of the 8 trigrams. A crystal coffin was placed on top of the Tai Chi in the middle of the stone chamber. Hao Ren didn't expect to see this and was stunned. Obviously, Su Han didn't expect this either. While she warned herself to keep some distance from Hao Ren, she couldn't help but moved a few steps toward him. Duan Yao widened her eyes and remained in the same spot, staring blankly. A good-looking young man laid inside the crystal coffin. He had slender fingers, fine skin, and delicate facial features that were almost prettier than a girl's. He was wearing a blue robe and seemed like he was asleep. Don't panic, Yao. This is my husband. Lady Zhen turned her head and said to Duan Yao. Master's husband. Duan Yao blanked out for a bit and didn't know how to address him. Then, she walked over and bowed 3 times respectfully. Get up. Lady Zhen raised her hand slightly and supported Duan Yao without touching her. Her hand pointed forward softly, and the Kunlun godly lamp flew out from Duan Yao's sleeve. The lamp that was shaped like a godly bird landed on the top of the crystal coffin. Lady Zhen made several gestures and put some energy into it. The ancient lamp emitted dazzling blue light, and a spirit came out from the crystal coffin. The Kunlun godly lamp could collect souls and also pull out souls from bodies. The soul that just came out of the crystal coffin was about to disperse, and Lady Zhen quickly sent out several dashes of light and lightened up the lamp. Qin, you will be resurrected today. Lady Zhen smiled sadly and beautifully as she said to the good-looking young man's soul that gradually solidified. Chapter 719. Everything started and ended because of love. That soul gradually solidified and formed into a young man. He opened his eyes slowly, exposing cold blue eyes. He looked at Duan Yao, Hao Ren, and Su Han slowly, and then he turned his head to look at Lady Zhen. Hao Ren felt a chill when that soul gazed at him. Zhen. Why are you suffering through all this? Heavenly Tao has its own reincarnation. A magnetic yet extremely gentle voice sounded in the secret chamber. Heavenly Tao has its own reincarnation. Even you are saying this kind of nonsense. Suddenly, Lady Zhen shook her shoulders violently and looked at this young man's soul angrily. She glared and showed an angry expression that Hao Ren had never seen before. This made her 2 silver earrings shake intensely. The expression on that young man's face was still calm and cold. From his brooding eyes, Hao Ren seemed to sense the infinite vicissitude. Return to your father. You don't have to guard my demon kingdom. Some dreams are destined to be broken, and some relationships are doomed not to last. The young man said calmly, and his solemn words echoed in the stone room. Hearing the young man's words, Lady Zhen took a few steps back abruptly as if she were in great shock. Her tears suddenly rolled down her face. Yes, I'm dumb enough to be a demon for you. Guard this place for a few thousand years for you, and turn your demon kingdom that I didn't want to manage into the top force in the demon sea for you. What is a demon? What is immortal? And what is the heavenly Tao? Lady Zhen said as she raised her head suddenly. Duan Yao, who stood in the middle of the stone room, suddenly felt touched when she heard Lady Zhen's words. Hao Ren and Su Han stood at the door, looked at Lady Zhen, who stopped crying gradually, and didn't know what was happening. Hao Ren didn't expect Lady Zhen to cry. but Su Han watched silently and slightly understood Lady Jen's feelings. "Everything's over, Jen. Go pursue your freedom and don't spend any more time and energy." The young man smiled, and his soul was about to disperse. Buzz. Lady Jen shot out a ray of demonic light. The Kunlun godly lamp released pieces of blue light to gather and solidify the soul again. "No matter if you want to live or not, there are some things that I must do." Lady Jen's demonic essence rushed out. "It's just millions of demonic souls, 10,000-year lightning tribulation, and permanent abyss." Lady Jen stomped her foot gently and flew up. Suddenly, a square skylight opened on top of the secret chamber. "Come with me, Yao." Lady Jen turned her head and yelled. Duan Yao bit her lips tightly, used all her nature essence, and flew up with Lady Jen. Lady Jen's right hand raised slightly, and the ancient lamp which was on top of the coffin flew toward Lady Jen's hand. Then, Lady Jen threw it to Duan Yao. In an instant, the ancient lamp released mysterious runes and circled Duan Yao. Hao Ren and Su Han looked at each other and flew up in the sky in a hurry. The effect of the Kunlun godly lamp was lost, and the young man's soul returned to the crystal coffin automatically. Everything started and ended because of love. Even if the heavenly Tao didn't allow it, and even if she had to go through the 10,000-year lightning tribulation, Lady Jen didn't have any regrets. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter suddenly sounded. Most of the big demon kings in the Demon Sea were there. Teoti, Tao Wu, Goosh, and Nine-Tailed Fox. They formed a circle and surrounded Lady Jen and Duan Yao, who rose from the sea. The news of Zhu Hao's death spread to these big demon kings, and this made them feel like they couldn't sit still and have Lady Jen kill them one by one. Thus, they finally stopped the chaos and united together. They might not be able to defeat Lady Jen, but they had to make her hand over Hao Ren for them to make the immortal pill. "Mrs. Hong, hand over that kid who has the immortal physique." Teoti's shout shook both the heaven and earth. There was no way that Lady Jen wouldn't be afraid of them when they united together to intimidate her. As long as their auras overpowered Lady Jen, she wouldn't be able to fight against them, and their demon soldiers and generals would be able to attack Lady Jen's kingdom from different directions. In these days, the big demon kings had been fighting against each other. Suddenly, they discovered that the strength of Lady Jen's kingdom was constantly increasing as if her ambition were about to explode. They were trying to test Lady Jen's intention by using Hao Ren to pressure Lady Jen. At this time, Hao Ren and Su Han also flew out of the sea. Chang Chi, who couldn't hold back anymore, attacked Hao Ren immediately. As long as he could seize Hao Ren from the chaos, he could return to his territory, make the immortal pill, and advance in realm. They didn't know that Hao Ren was already Zhen Yuanzi's blood brother. His body was not purely the immortal physique, he was also the chosen one for the heavenly Tao. Killing Hao Ren would cause them to become an enemy of the heavenly Tao. Although this relationship was still weak, it was not what these demon kings could meddle with. Those who were imprisoned in the Demon Sea were the extremely vicious and malicious demon beasts and immoral creatures. In fact, the Demon Sea was a supreme sea prison. Other than low-level demon beasts, high-level demon beasts, especially those in the transformation realm, couldn't take a step out. The lightning power within the clouds of the Demon Sea flashed, but these demon kings still couldn't sense it. "You're so dead." Lady Jen was in a bad mood. How could she not know what these big demon kings intended to do? They want her to hand over Hao Ren. These demon kings must be tired of living already. Even if the relationship between Hao Ren and her was average, these demon kings couldn't threaten her. Roar! The big demon kings were enraged suddenly. They came to Lady Jen's territory together because they were prepared to battle. No matter how strong Lady Jen was, she wouldn't be able to defend against several big demon kings' attacks. Many of them were ancient demon beasts that were infamous for tens of thousands of years. Although they were locked in the Demon Sea, and their strengths weren't as strong as before, they were still overlords in different regions. This Lady Jen, who just appeared in Demon Sea a few thousands of years ago, dared to challenge them. How could they endure this? All kinds of messy techniques struck towards Lady Jen. Everybody knew that Lady Jen was strong, but no one had seen Lady Jen fight in person. Whoosh! Lady Jen's palms emitted 5 colored lights. "Now that you guys are here, I don't have to waste my time finding you guys." Lady Jen stepped up to the sky. The tears on her face were gone, and she smiled glamorously. The majestic demonic essence that was indescribable covered up the entire sea. These big demon kings could feel colorful lights piercing through their bodies when their bodies froze. Surprisingly, as a demon king, Lady Jen could activate the ancient godly item. Nuwa stone. The Nuwa stone that was contained tens of thousands of years of Nuwa's cultivation strength. These big demon kings felt like flames were burning them. The power of the Nuwa stone wasn't something that they could endure. Among the big demon kings of the Demon Sea, Exahau didn't have the best cultivation technique but excelled in fleeing. However, Exahau was already killed. How could they escape from here? Lady Jen shot the Nuwa stone toward Duan Yao's ancient lamp and said, "I'll let you gain some knowledge today." Rays of piercing lights shot out from Lady Jen's colorful robe. She didn't need to activate the Nuwa stone to penetrate the heads of these big demon kings. Boom! 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 Unable to endure Lady Jen's power, these big demon kings returned to their demon beast forms. There was no chance to escape now, so they could only fight with Lady Jen. I was just missing a few main souls. Lady Jen's mood was unpredictable. She suddenly smiled, struck out numerous lights from her palm, and froze these demon beasts. The nine-tailed fox, which was the most skillful at spells, finally saw the things that Lady Jen shot out. They were colorful feathers. Yao! Lady Jen yelled at Duan Yao, who was flying toward the sky. Duan Yao was holding the ancient lamp, and her face became solemn as her eyes turned cold. Surrounded by ancient runes, Duan Yao chanted a mysterious spell. The bronze ancient lamp that was almost rusty lit up and covered the sky. The big demon kings who were the closest to Duan Yao were the first few to have their souls taken inside of the lamp. The nine-tailed fox, who was the most skillful at spells, still wanted to resist. Yet, the fox-shaped soul still went out of her body and flew toward the blue lamp. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen demonic souls were added to the runes that surrounded Duan Yao as if they were a part of this Dharma treasure. The divine power of the Nuwa stone created glorious lights that energized the ancient lamp. Duan Yao, who was controlling the ancient lamp, was just like the wick and became one with the godly lamp. Collect the souls. Suddenly, Duan Yao opened her eyes. Her body emitted sacred brilliance, and she seemed like a goddess. Countless demonic souls rushed over from all directions, and they were pulled into the ancient lantern. In an instant, the demon sea was like a living hell with sorrow and disaster everywhere. Wherever the lights of the ancient lamp went, flames appeared on the surface of the sea, and the demon king's souls were pulled away. Even the eternal demon king such as Teoti couldn't even fight against the combination of the Nuwa stone and the Kunlun godly lamp, let alone other weaker demon kings. Su Han had never encountered such scenes before, and she stood closely beside Hao Ren and couldn't help but grab his hand. Lady Jen's expression was gloomy as she looked at the dark demonic souls that were flying over and remained motionlessly. Without their demonic souls, these demon kings would die. Although these demon kings killed many lives to reach their current realm, killing them in such large numbers result in heavenly condemnation. Sigh, in the end, it is still a tribulation in the world. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the flames and sighed helplessly in the Penglai Island. Buzz. All the remote celestial mountains in the Demon Sea were covered in white array formations to block the flames. Many demonic souls gathered into the ancient lamp like a torrent and formed a black aura. While holding the ancient lamp, Duan Yao's face turned pale, and it seemed like she couldn't support herself anymore. "Nephew, take care of Yao if anything happens to me." Lady Jen gently lifted her right leg, flew tens of meters, and took the ancient lamp from Duan Yao's hand. Chapter 720. Working against the heavenly Tao, bang! Lady Jen's right hand moved slightly, sending Duan Yao flying toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren caught her immediately, but Duan Yao struggled out from his arms and looked up at Lady Jen worriedly. Go! Turning the ancient lamp toward the bottom of the ocean, Lady Jen condensed tens of millions of demonic souls into a stream of energy with the several eternal demon kings as the main souls and many big and small demon kings as supports. Instantly, the great power shook the world. Even without the souls of the big and small demon kings, the demonic souls of the eternal demon kings were powerful enough. For example, a sharp sword containing the soul of Teoti, the ancient fierce beast, was unrivaled. Besides, Lady Jen condensed these demonic souls into the ancient godly lamp. Many demonic souls were released from the godly lamp into the secret chamber at the bottom of the ocean. They were like a magnificent and endless waterfall with flashing lights. Almost instantly, the sky changed colors while the dark clouds turned into bloody lights. While the fire spread on the ocean, the blood-colored lights spurted in the sky. It was the 10,000-year lightning tribulation, the ultimate lightning tribulation. Many fierce beasts had existed since the prehistorical days. Despite their countless killings, even the Heaven Tao didn't have the right to take their lives. It could only trap them in the demon sea. However, Lady Zhen had killed them all, which was a mortal violation of the laws of nature. The so-called 10,000-year lightning tribulation literally meant that it would last at least 10,000 years. It was so powerful that no one could escape from it. Lady Zhen had angered the heavenly Tao by taking tens of millions of demonic souls, but she didn't care that she would be permanently pressed into the bottomless abyss by the heavenly lightning bolts as long as she could bring her husband back to life. Seeing the heavenly lightning bolts surging in the sky, Duan Yao's breath quickened as she got emotional. This was true love in her mind. One could give up everything including their own lives for this. For this love, Lady Zhen was willing to be punished for tens of thousands of years. Duan Yao's eyes lit up while she sensed the magnificence of love. This was the feeling that she had admired and pursued. Lady Zhen was her idol. Bang! 10,000 lightning bolts shot down together. The bright-colored robe flew from Lady Zhen's body. The robe suddenly turned into a piece of boundless silk cloth which covered the entire sky above the demon sea. When heavenly lightning bolts struck onto the colorful silk cloth, they couldn't pierce it and could only make some small dents. Lady Zhen had such a great cultivation strength that she could even block the heavenly lightning bolts that engulfed the entire demon sea. Her power was probably on par than Zhen Yuanzi's. Kicking her feet lightly, she waved her hands while the colorful silk cloth that was covering the sky turned around her. The dense heavenly lightning bolts crashed onto the colorful silk but couldn't break her defense. By blocking the heavenly lightning bolts, she was buying time for her husband to return to life. Crack! The ancient lamp suddenly shattered. At a light movement of Lady Zhen's finger, the Nuwa stone with flashing colorful lights flew toward Su Han. Since she had borrowed the Nuwa stone from Su Han, she wouldn't go back on her words. After all, she had planned it and made Su Han venture into the Nine-Dragon Palace, and the purple gold hairpin was originally for Su Han as well. Since Su Han helped her, she would return the favor. Su Han raised her hands and tried to catch the Nuwa stone with both hands, but she found that it was burning hot like a meteor. However, it was too late to find another way to catch it. Hiss! The NVWA stone opened Su Han's flesh and entered her body. While feeling acute pain in her heart, Su Han realized that her mystic crystal was broken, and the Nuwa stone had taken its place. Puff! The Kunlun godly lamp vanished in a wave of green light, leaving a green lotus flower in the sky. Suddenly, a blinding green light shot out of the secret chamber in the deep ocean. At the price of tens of millions of demonic souls, Lady Zhen had brought her husband back to life. Bang! A five-colored godly lightning bolt shattered Lady Zhen's colorful robe. With a crisp cry, Lady Zhen flew into the sky and finally revealed her original form, Phoenix. Under the background of the sea of fire, the golden phoenix looked more radiant than the five-colored lightning bolt. Her golden feathers stood up and blocked the heavenly lightning bolts, and the lightning energy was shaken down into the sea. Looking at the phoenix that Lady Zhen had turned into, Hao Ren was astonished to see that she was one of the holy beasts. With her prestigious status, she had been living in the demon sea as a demon king. None of those ancient fierce beasts deserved to battle with her. She had killed all the big demon kings with one attack. It showed Lady Zhen's great power. Boom! Endless lightning bolts that were as thick as mountains struck toward Lady Zhen. The heavenly lightning bolts were sent by the heavenly Tao, and Lady Zhen couldn't overturn them all by herself. Lady Zhen's golden feathers looked brighter as the heavenly lightning bolts struck her. With her unkillable form, she would have to withstand the lightning strikes for tens of thousands of years. From now on, the demon sea would become a sea of lightning, and Lady Zhen would have to bear all the strikes of the heavenly lightning bolts. Although the heavenly lightning bolts couldn't kill her, she wouldn't be able to escape from them either. The heavenly Tao wanted to make her regret her act after tens of thousands of years of torture before sending her into the abyss so that she would be struck by the heavenly lightning bolts for an eternity. Su Han clenched her fingers with Hao Ren's, suddenly feeling tiny and weak. Lady Zhen had shot the Nuwa stone into Su Han's body in the last moment as a return of favor to Su Han. She had taken Hao Ren and Su Han into the Pity Flower Palace instead of letting them return immediately because she had known that the big demon kings were waiting outside, which was why she killed those demon kings. Lady Zhen had sounded casual, but she had been prepared to be struck by heavenly lightning bolts for tens of thousands of years. This punishment was worse than death. Bang! Suddenly, a violent green light beam that had a diameter of tens of thousands of meters shot out from the sea. It instantly blocked the heavenly lightning bolts that were crashing toward Lady Zhen. Kiran. A green demon Kiran whose body covered half of the sky. He was Lady Zhen's husband, the real ruler of the demon kingdom that Lady Zhen governed. Releasing proud light, the green scales on the Kiran's body knocked back the heavenly lightning bolts one by one. The endless heavenly lightning bolts receded a bit before gathering again. The remote celestial mountains on the ocean surface sensed that the situation had gotten out of control, and they sank into the ocean one by one with wide array formations around them. The situation had gone beyond the imagination of these remote independent cultivators. They knew that it was no longer a battle among demon kings. They were afraid that the heavenly Tao might destroy the entire demon sea. Watching the Kiran and the Phoenix blocking the heavenly lightning bolts for each other, Hao Ren got emotional and was about to fly up and try to help, but he was pulled back by Su Han. Even Su Han wasn't sure if she could block one heavenly lightning bolt, let alone Hao Ren. The sky soon turned into a dark red color, seeming to reveal the fury of the heavenly Tao. Guang. When the heavenly lightning bolts were destroying the entire demon sea, the magnificent nine-dragon palace suddenly dropped from above and appeared in the blood-colored sky above the demon sea. Chapter 721. World-ending lightning tribulation. Hao Ren was surprised that the nine-dragon palace would appear at this moment, and he instantly knew that he and Su Han couldn't leave the demon sea successfully since Chu Niu would keep his eye on them once he had recovered some of his energy. However, after it appeared above the demon sea, the nine-dragon palace kept quiet. The lightning bolts which were covering the sky crashed down on the demon sea densely except the area where the nine-dragon palace stood. Since the lightning bolts couldn't penetrate the array formation of the nine-dragon palace, the palace formed a big shade like a huge umbrella. The green Kiran also blocked the heavenly lightning bolts with his body for the phoenix while its scales stood up and formed a green energy sphere around its body. Under the strikes of the endless lightning bolts, the demon beasts under the sea didn't dare to come to the surface to see what was going on. In the space illuminated by the blinding lightning bolts above the ocean, there was nothing but the phoenix and the Kiran. The phoenix spread its wings and covered more than half of the demon sea. Determination and persistence appeared in her eyes. The body of the Kiran was only half of the phoenix's, but it was thicker than the latter. While it blocked the lightning strikes for the phoenix, it looked at the phoenix with love. Hovering above the demon sea quietly, the nine-dragon palace looked quite eye-catching in this earth-shaking upheaval. Although the big space under the nine-dragon palace was free from any lightning bolts, the phoenix and the Kiran didn't have the intention of flying under it even though it would take them only 1 second to get there. The heavenly lightning bolts didn't abate, instead, they got stronger. Meanwhile, the phoenix and the Kiran didn't show any signs of exhaustion, and it seemed like they could withstand for a long time. If Soul Formation Realm cultivators were here, they would have died thousands of times. Although the phoenix shook out the flashing lightning bolts, Hao Ren knew that it didn't feel good. Also, the Kiran roared while it held on firmly. The phoenix which was transformed by Lady Zhen didn't let out any cries of pain. She would rather die before she would submit. The heavenly Tao should be merciful, however, if it were true, it wouldn't have allowed the demon kings to kill each other in the demon sea. Lady Zhen believed that her husband had done the right thing by conquering the demon sea and uniting all the demon beasts. However, the heavenly Tao didn't allow it since the heavenly realm was afraid that the demon beasts would emerge and threaten their status. Meanwhile, those ancient fierce beasts were either cruel, stupid, or cunning. They kept the demon sea chaotic, which gave an excuse to the heavenly realm to send troops to suppress Lady Zhen's husband's demon kingdom. This was why Lady Zhen hated those demon kings so much. Today, she had gotten her revenge by taking their demonic souls and bringing her husband back to life. What was justice and what was evil? What were immortals and what were demons? The strength of fists decided everything. Lady Jen knew that she was no match for the heavenly Tao, but she wanted to fight it anyway, even at the price of turning the entire demon sea into a sea of eternal lightning. The golden phoenix waved her wings and spread endless demonic flames into the sky, turning the sky red. The green Kirin also shot out many green lights from its scales, striking back the thousands of heavenly lightning bolts temporarily. However, they couldn't hold back the heavenly lightning bolts forever nor shatter the energy clouds. The next is the world-ending heavenly tribulation. If you don't beg for mercy, your souls will be scattered. A low but clear voice came from the Nine-Dragon Palace suddenly as rumbling noise sounded. Hao Ren looked up at the sky and found thick clouds forming, ready to deliver the most powerful attack of heavenly Tao. The legendary ancient array formation, Immortal Slaying Array, had the world-ending lightning strike as the last attack. It was no longer a punishment from the heavenly Tao but the killing intent. It could even scatter the souls of a Deluo Gold immortal. After taking the tens of millions of demonic souls in the demon sea, Lady Jen still resisted the punishment of the heavenly lightning bolts, which forced the heavenly Tao to destroy her. However, the phoenix didn't show any fear even in this situation. After shooting out golden lights from her golden feather, she flew toward the lightning bolts. Since she had brought her husband back to life, and she got to see him again, it was worth everything. She didn't care about the overwhelming offense that she had caused. If her husband died with her, she could find a way to reincarnate. Even though she would lose her immortal physique and cultivation strength of hundreds of thousands of years and become a mortal who wouldn't even be noticed by the heavenly Tao. Perhaps her husband would appear around her after reincarnation, but he wouldn't have any memories of his previous life. Also, Lady Jen wouldn't regret anything if her husband survives alone. In addition, Jen Kongming could return to the demon sea and become the ruler of the demon beasts since she had killed all the big demon kings who posed threats to Jen Kongming. She had chosen her path without any regrets. The clouds in the sky suddenly receded and revealed a huge hole. In the blue sky, white flashes were gathering with hissing noises. Once activated, the world-ending lightning tribulation was impossible to dodge. With a furious roar, the green Kirin flew to the side of Lady Jen while stepping on the heavenly fire. The phoenix changed into Lady Jen's human form. She was wearing her beautiful traditional dress with a small oil paper umbrella in her hand. The Kirin changed into an elegant and handsome young man in a green robe, and he grabbed onto Lady Jen's hand. Lady Jen turned to look at him with satisfaction and joy. Right now, Lazy Jen had changed into her younger self who had an innocent smile on her face. Looking at the quiet couple who were standing in the high sky, Duan Yao tried her best to suppress her tear. When she lived in sixth heaven, she could get anything she wanted but hadn't felt any real warmth. However, after Lady Jen adopted her, the latter taught her meticulously and trained her with strict standards. She hadn't known that Lady Jen had such a girly heart hidden under her cold appearance. Willful or persistent, Lady Jen did things that she thought were worthy of her efforts. This touched Duan Yao's heart. Duan Yao felt like Lady Jen was her future self. If you admit your mistakes, I'll forgive everything that happened in the past. Chu Niu's magnificent voice came from the Nine-Dragon Palace. However, Lady Jen didn't spare a glance toward the Nine-Dragon Palace. Instead, she took her husband's arm sweetly, and she looked up at the hole in the clouds which contained an insane amount of power without a trace of fear. She looked calm and relaxed. Her husband, Qin, turned his head slightly and whispered into her ear, and their intimate looks showed no fear. Boom! The Hunden energy of the world-ending lightning tribulation increased the nature essence intensity of the demon sea by hundreds of times instantly. The sky and the earth shook while the seawater rose and hovered in the air as particles. Hao Ren and Su Han couldn't remain their balance. Seeing the peaceful expressions of Lady Jen and her husband and the awe-inspiring ultimate heavenly lightning bolt, they tightened their grips on each other's hand. Watching with widened eyes, Duan Yao's heart was in her throat. She didn't want to watch Lady Jen getting turned into dust by the world-ending lightning tribulation, but she also didn't want to look away from her master in the last moment. She was willing to trade Lady Jen's life with hers. Guang. World-ending lightning tribulation. The world-ending lightning tribulation that hadn't been activated for tens of thousands of years was triggered. You just aren't willing to admit your mistakes even if you die. In the radiant lights, Chu Niu's desperate roar came from the Black Nine Dragon Palace. The overwhelming lights almost blinded Hao Ren. He couldn't see anything between the sky and the ocean. Master. Duan Yao, who had been silent, called out with all her heart. Despite being with Lady Zhen for a short time, she admired her master from the bottom of her heart. Guang. The strong lights lasted for a few seconds and then receded gradually. To his astonishment, Hao Ren saw Chu Niu standing under the hole in the clouds in his true form, which was a yellow dragon. As he moved in a mysterious pattern, he had blocked the world-ending lightning tribulation with force. Bang! Lightning bolts suddenly shattered before spreading outward. Hao Ren gaped, not understanding why Chu Niu had come to the rescue so suddenly. Under his protection, Lady Zhen and her husband were intact. Su Han turned to look at Hao Ren in bafflement as she grabbed his hand. Standing before them, Duan Yao blinked her eyes and looked at the high sky in a daze with tears on her face. Lady Zhen's expression turned cold while she flew toward the sea, holding the hand of the handsome young man whose name was Qin. The clouds scattered gradually, and the heavenly lightning bolts which were about to shatter the entire demon sea vanished almost instantly. Chu Niu was in his peak state and could destroy the world, but his power wasn't directed at Lady Zhen, who had wounded him. Instead, he had helped her block the lightning tribulation. Stop! Seeing Lady Zhen flying toward the sea, Chu Niu shouted. However, Lady Zhen still flew toward the sea swiftly without any sign of stopping. You would rather die than admitting your mistakes. A yellow light beam shot out of Chu Niu's dragon claw. Lady Zhen didn't try to block and let the yellow light shot toward her back. She wasn't even scared of the world-ending lightning tribulation, let alone an attack from Chu Niu. While Hao Ren and Duan Yao were anxious about Lady Zhen's safety, the yellow light was suddenly taken back. Humph! I should have allowed the heavenly lightning bolts to kill you. The yellow dragon shook violently in the high sky while he yelled with violent force. Father, you can take your daughter's life at any time. After turning her head, Lady Zhen furrowed her eyebrows and tossed out the words with determination before entering the ocean with a splash. Hearing Lady Zhen's words, Hao Ren's eyes almost popped out. Chapter 722. It's all arranged by fate. Roar! Chu Niu let out a furious roar, and his dragon whiskers stood on ends while flames appeared around its dragon body. However, he calmed down quickly. Lady Zhen addressed him as father in a cold tone. Although she still held a grudge against him, she had acknowledged Chu Niu as her father. Due to the past incidents, the father and daughter had disowned each other for thousands of years, and Lady Zhen even sent Hao Ren and Su Han to injure her father while he was at his weakest moment. She had even controlled the purple gold hairpin and exploded it. It was her protest for Chu Niu taking away Zhen Kongming. Father, hovering in the high sky, Chu Niu savored this word carefully. Lady Zhen didn't show any gratitude, but she had acknowledged their relationship as father and daughter again. If Chu Niu had stood back and watched, she would have entered reincarnation fearlessly without acknowledging her father ever again. Chu Niu would have lost his daughter forever, and Lady Zhen would never call him father again. Everything would be gone with the reincarnation. Hu! Chu Niu spat out flames from his nostrils. When his gaze turned toward Hao Ren and Su Han, his fury rose again. Seeing Chu Niu's angry expression, Hao Ren shivered and didn't know what to do. He realized that he and Su Han had been two chess pieces in the conflict between the father and daughter when they attacked Chu Niu in the Nine Dragon Palace. Now, he realized that Zhen Kongming was Chu Niu's grandson. No wonder Lady Zhen wasn't worried when Chu Niu took her son but looked resentful when she mentioned it. Since Lady Zhen didn't want to see Chu Niu, she had done some calculations and asked Hao Ren and Su Han to get a godly item for her when Chu Niu was at the weakest moment. In this way, she could bring her Qing back to life. Chu Niu must have known Lady Zhen's plan, and Hao Ren guessed that Chu Niu might have gone easy on them in the Nine Dragon Palace. The fierce battles that Hao Ren and Su Han engaged in with Chu Niu in the Nine Dragon Palace indirectly repaired Chu Niu and Lady Zhen's father-daughter relationship. The most innocent victim in the conflict was Zhen Kongming. He didn't know that his master who made him create elixir pills was his grandpa. Humph! To relieve his frustration for not being able to suppress his stubborn daughter, Chu Niu shot his dragon claw toward Hao Ren. Ding! Ding! Two lights, one white and one red, shot from the ocean to block Chu Niu's dragon claw. Chu Niu's claws broke the white light easily, but the red one blocked his claw. Ha 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 ha! The Penglai Island rose in the distance while Zhen Yuanzi hovered above the island in his simple Taoist robe with a Taoist whisk in his hand. He was laughing as he stroked his beard. The red light had come from his direction. Ancestral Master Chu Niu, this young friend is my brother. If he offended you in some way, I, the older brother, beg for your forgiveness. While he said this, Zhen Yuanzi rested the Taoist whisk on his arm and bowed toward Chu Niu slightly. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's sudden appearance, Chu Niu froze. He turned his head toward Hao Ren, surprised that this kid was related to Zhen Yuanzi, the leader of the earthly immortals. As a figure who had understood the heavenly Tao in the Hundan era, Zhen Yuanzi was on the same level as Chu Niu. However, despite his humble and gracious manner, his senior status and great power earned respect from Chu Niu. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi begging for forgiveness, Chu Niu looked embarrassed. It seemed like he was a bully who suppressed two youngsters with his super strength. After understanding the heavenly Tao, Zhen Yuanzi had been serene and hadn't been in a battle for many years. However, judging by the red light that he had just shot out, Chu Niu knew that Zhen Yuanzi's strength was no less than his own. After rescuing Lady Zhen, Chu Niu had expected that she would show some gratitude. But to his surprise and displeasure, she had given him the cold shoulder. Angry, he had just wanted to teach Hao Ren a lesson. He didn't intend to kill him. Now that Zhen Yuanzi showed up, he couldn't even touch Hao Ren. Ha ha ha, I understand. Since this little friend exchanged a few attacks with me in the Nine-Dragon Palace, I just wanted to give him some tips. Chu Niu suddenly shot out a flame from his dragon claws. 6 fire rocks entered Hao Ren's body and burned out a dragon-shaped image into his body. Hao Ren felt acute pains all over his body, but he sensed that all his acupoints began to connect after a little while. To show respect to Zhen Yuanzi, Chu Niu couldn't attack Hao Ren, but he was still displeased with Hao Ren for attacking him in the Nine-Dragon Palace. To save his face as a dragon ancestor, he gave a severe punishment to Hao Ren in the disguise of elevating his cultivation strength. Hee hee. Thanks for your help, Ancestral Master Chu Niu. With his realm, Zhen Yuanzi knew that the 6 firestones not only created a lot of pain for Hao Ren but also unblocked his acupoints. He called Chu Niu Ancestral Master, not because the latter had a higher status than him but due to his politeness. After all, Chu Niu was the ancestor to dragon cultivators, and he was the leader of the earthly immortals. They were in 2 different systems. Strictly speaking, despite his special situation, Hao Ren was one member of the dragon tribe, and it was Chu Niu's right to teach him lessons. Brother Hao, hurry up and thank Ancestral Master Chu Niu. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Hao Ren with a smile and reminded him. Thank you, Ancestral Master Chu Niu. Hao Ren lifted his sore arms and cupped his hands toward Chu Niu while he said politely. Humph. Chu Niu soared in the high sky while spitting out flames from his nostrils. Although he didn't know that Hao Ren had such an extraordinary connection, Zhen Yuanzi was nice enough to give him a way out of the situation with dignity. Here are 2 immortal fruits, and you must heal the injuries when you get back to land. Zhen Yuanzi took out 2 white fruits and tossed them at Hao Ren. Then, the white fruits flew into Hao Ren's hands. Chu Niu had wanted to teach Hao Ren a lesson, but he could only create some pain in Hao Ren's body and increase his cultivation strength. From Zhen Yuanzi's point of view, it was the result of the interference of the Heaven Tao. Since Hao Ren was now the chosen one, he naturally received aid from the heavenly Tao. Thank you, Brother Zhen Yuan. While putting away the fruits, Hao Ren thanked Zhen Yuanzi. However, he still found this new way of addressing Zhen Yuanzi awkward. Ancestral Master Chu Niu, I have 2 extra immortal fruits with me. If you like, they are my compensation for the offense that my brother caused. With a wave of his Taoist whisk, Zhen Yuanzi took out 2 white immortal fruits from his sleeve and placed them onto a platter before lightly pushing the platter toward Chu Niu. Chu Niu's cultivation had been interrupted by Hao Ren and Su Han at the critical moment. Also, after blocking the world-ending lightning tribulation for Lady Zhen, Chu Niu needed some holy fruits to repair his body, which made Zhen Yuanzi's gifts especially precious. By emphasizing that they were compensations, Zhen Yuanzi showed Chu Niu great respect. After all, the saying of extra immortal fruits was just to show his modesty. Zhen Yuanzi's immortal fruit tree produced only about 30 immortal fruits every 10,000 years. I'll accept them, and I'll remember your generosity, Zhen Yuan immortal. After taking the 2 precious immortal fruits, Chu Niu flew toward the 9-dragon palace. After tossing Hao Ren and Su Han into the Demon Sea, he had planned to bring them back. After all, since they entered the 9-dragon palace, they must get out of it by themselves. However, since he had gotten 2 immortal fruits from Zhen Yuanzi, he could recover the cultivation strength that he lost in the battle with Hao Ren and Su Han and even gain some extra strength, which gave him no reason to torture them anymore. Little girl. I will only loan you the thing that you took from me for 1 month. If you don't return it by then, I'll take it myself, Chu Niu yelled while he flew toward the 9-dragon palace. Obviously, the words were for Su Han. Since the Nuwa stone had been shot into Su Han's body by Lady Zhen, he would damage her body if he took it now. He was very generous to give her 1 month. It was already a great fortune to borrow such a godly item for 3 days. Zhen Yuanzi's 2 immortal fruits had gotten her great benefits. Not understanding the situation, Hao Ren was afraid that Su Han couldn't reach the heavenly dragon realm in 1 month and thus thought that Chu Niu was a bit too aggressive. You too. Don't think all problems are solved. Chu Niu suddenly tossed the words into the ocean. His magnificent voice shook the entire Demon Sea and surged up waves that several meters high while it traveled to the bottom of the ocean. Don't worry, father. We'll handle the issues with second uncle. Lady Zhen's clear voice came from the bottom of the ocean. Humph. With a snort, Chu Niu shot into the 9-dragon palace which instantly vanished. Although he had blocked the world-ending lightning tribulation for Lady Zhen, it didn't mean that it was the end of their problems. Among the 9 brothers, Chu Niu wasn't the most powerful one. When Lady Zhen cried and begged him on her knees many years ago, he had refused to interfere, which was why she had left in anger and severed ties with him. If he hadn't helped this time, he would have lost his daughter forever. After thousands of years of thinking, he had changed his mind already. However, after Lady Zhen brought her Qin back to life with all her efforts, no one knew what would happen next. Watching the 9-dragon palace disappear in the sky, Hao Ren wondered if the spiritual herbs that he had collected were enough to cultivate the 7-core 5-color lotus. His new brother Zhen Yuanzi might have the ability to provide the missing materials, but Hao Ren was too bashful to ask for his help after eating several immortal fruits. Heavenly Tao is vast and high. Brother, you must work harder. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Hao Ren from the distant Penglai Island and said with sincerity. I will. Hao Ren cupped his hands and answered. If he didn't reach the heavenly dragon realm soon, he would be too embarrassed to call himself Zhen Yuanzi's brother. With a wave of his Taoist whisk, Zhen Yuanzi vanished in the mist together with Penglai Island. Chapter 723. Return in one piece. When the 9-dragon palace and Penglai Island vanished from the sea, the Demon Sea which had been filled with booming heavenly lightning bolts instantly became quiet. Looking at the calm ocean, no one would think that it was a dangerous place full of demon beasts. Since the tragedy was avoided, the remote celestial mountains emerged from the sea one by one and floated in the mist above the Demon Sea. After a glance at Hao Ren, Duan Yao was about to enter the ocean when Lady Zhen came out of the water wearing a wide-sleeved long dress which was embroidered with floral and animal patterns. Her pale face showed that the heavenly lightning bolts injured her. Although she was a phoenix, she was still severely wounded, let alone the Kirin who had blocked the heavenly lightning bolts for her after being resurrected. Gongzi Hao, you are now the brother of Zhen Yuan immortal, and I can't treat you as a junior anymore. Lady Zhen looked at Hao Ren and smiled. Despite her severe injuries and pale face, she was in a good mood and looked charming. I can't call you older sister, right? Hao Ren said with a grin. Sly boy. You can call me anything except little sister. Lady Zhen turned her gaze from Hao Ren to Su Han and said, I'm lucky to be alive today. Ms. Su, if you want, you can stay in the Demon Sea for a few days to solidify your realm. Thank you. Su Han nodded without hesitation. She knew that Lady Zhen had used her, but she realized that she had gained a lot in the process after some consideration. The Nuwa stone alone would make many cultivators jealousy. Of course, the Nuwa stone wouldn't be much use to her cultivation unless she could merge it into her body completely with the help of the abundant nature essence in the demon sea. It would give her a significant boost during the heavenly tribulation. How about you? Will you return or stay here with your lover? Lady Jen asked Hao Ren. Su Han turned to look at Hao Ren as well. I'll go back, Hao Ren answered without hesitation when he thought back to Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, and his family who were still waiting for his return. Hearing his words, a trace of loneliness flashed in Su Han's eyes, but her expression remained the same, knowing that Hao Ren had his family and other attachments while she was only an orphan who was in pursuit of the highest realm. Seeing Hao Ren choosing to return, Duan Yao's heart lurched. She didn't know when it began, but Hao Ren had become the person who pushed her forward. She always thought of him when she cultivated. She had thought that Hao Ren would stay here so that she could have the opportunity to have practice battles with him. Yao, you can bring Gongzi Hao out of the sea, Lady Jen said suddenly when Duan Yao turned to look at Hao Ren. Duan Yao froze for a few seconds, not knowing how to respond. Lady Jen lifted her hand, and a small 3-footed bird flew to Duan Yao. Then, she picked up Su Han's hand lightly and entered the demon sea together. Looking at Su Han's expression, Lady Jen felt like she resembled herself thousands of years ago, so she felt a little empathy toward her. What are you looking at? Annoying. Seeing Hao Ren gazing at her, Duan Yao glared at him before jumping onto the back of the 3-footed bird. The fiery red 3-footed bird was the legendary godly bird of the Kunlun Mountain. Now that Lady Jen had eliminated almost all the demon kings in the demon sea, it wasn't dangerous for the 3-footed bird to roam around with Duan Yao. Standing on a 5-elemental sword energy, Hao Ren followed Duan Yao. Su Han would be safe in the demon sea. Also, since she needed to concentrate on her cultivation, Hao Ren didn't want to disturb her. However, from Duan Yao's point of view, Hao Ren was a cold-hearted man who deserted his lover. Duan Yao, where did you master, Lady Jen, cultivate in the past? Hao Ren asked suddenly after flying on the sea surface for a while. Duan Yao had planned to ignore him, but she blurted out her answer at his sudden question. I'm not sure. When her words came out, she remembered that she wasn't supposed to speak to this pervert. I will kill you. She tossed the words to Hao Ren abruptly. She hated these bad men who looked decent but were ditched their lovers. However, she didn't understand what those girls saw in him, and why they wanted to stay with him. Sometimes, she would flip through the comic book on her bedside table at midnight in the small palace that Lady Jen designated to her and remember Hao Ren's room. She didn't quite understand the contents in the comic book, but it was the only gift that she got from the mortal world. Maybe I can live a life like Zhao Yanzi someday. After thinking of Zhao Yanzi, Duan Yao was filled with envy and jealousy. Ahead of us is the border of the demon sea, Duan Yao looked up and said while pointing forward. Okay. Hao Ren nodded slightly when he saw a small black dot in the distance. Duan Yao claimed that she would kill him but couldn't make her move in the demon sea under the restriction of Lady Jen. It must be hard for her, Hao Ren thought as he looked at her. My master, cultivated under the guidance of the Queen Mother of the West in the Kunlun Mountain. For some reason, she later stayed in the demon sea, Duan Yao suddenly said while she flew toward. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. He had guessed that Lady Jen wasn't a demon king who was born in the demon sea since she was more powerful than those big demon kings. Duan Yao's words explained Lady Jen's familiarity with the Kunlun Mountain from where she had taken the Kunlun godly lamp by force and her friendship with Zhen Yuanzi. The 3-footed bird was the legendary godly bird from the Kunlun Mountain, and the fact that it was staying with Lady Jen also showed her connection with the Kunlun Mountain. Maybe she wasn't an official disciple of the Queen Mother of the West, but due to Chu Niu, she probably had cultivated under the guidance of the Queen Mother of the West. All in all, Lady Jen's status wasn't low. Due to her status, it was a shame for Lady Jen to act like a demon queen in the demon sea from Chu Niu's perspective. From Duan Yao's one sentence, Hao Ren had reasoned out the whole story. The demon sea was like a prison for the heavenly realm, and all kinds of demon beasts were locked in there. Hao Ren wouldn't have liked it if his daughter had chosen to stay in such a place. Chu Niu probably had his reasons for taking Zhen Kongming out of the demon sea. However, Lady Jen would rather stay in the Demon Sea with her husband, Qin. It seemed like no one was at fault. While he was thinking, Hao Ren flew out of the Demon Sea. Seeing Hao Ren flying out without saying goodbye to her, Duan Yao stomped her foot on the back of the three-footed bird with fury. Flapping its wings, the three-footed bird quickly returned to the center of the Demon Sea. Without the purple gold hairpin at his disposal, Hao Ren felt like it was a bit inconvenient. The purple gold hairpin didn't possess its own intelligence except for a thread of Lady Jen's spirit senses. It responded to the situations around it according to Lady Jen's personality, acting as a split soul of hers. The explosion of the purple gold hairpin was an attack from Lady Jen since this Dharma treasure was different from supreme spiritual treasures like the Golden Shield. Hao Ren remembered how the Golden Shield had first challenged the purple gold hairpin, which was a representative of Lady Jen. Of course, the Golden Shield was no match for Lady Jen, whose original form was a phoenix. After being beaten many times, the Golden Shield was now free without restraints. Hao Ren sped up his sword energy and traveled at the speed of mid-tier nascent soul realm across East Ocean, returning to East Ocean City in the blink of an eye. The students in East Ocean University were in class when Hao Ren landed on the campus in the energy sphere. Brother Hao! Brother Hao is back! The dragon cultivators in East Ocean University all sensed his appearance. Hao Ren had been absent for over 10 days, and all the dragon cultivators in the calligraphy club including Lu Qi couldn't find him. They had asked Xie Yujia, and she told them that Hao Ren had gone out on a trip and would come back soon, but they saw the worry in her eyes. When they began to fear that something had happened to him, Hao Ren came back abruptly. During the last few days, many crown princes had transferred to East Ocean University. When they came out to greet Hao Ren, they realized that Hao Ren emitted the aura of mid-tier Xuan level. In about a dozen days, Hao Ren had elevated to Xuan level from Dewey level. He had been cultivating in seclusion, they thought. The members of the calligraphy club looked at each other in amazement, thinking that it was a miracle. Hao Ren is indeed a genius among geniuses, they thought to themselves. The most astonished was Lu Qi, who had observed Hao Ren since the latter was at Gen level. Each time he saw Hao Ren, the latter had improved drastically. "Where's Yujia?" Hao Ren asked Lu Qi. "I've sent her the notice about your return," Lu Qi said, still looking at Hao Ren in astonishment. Hao Ren. The moment Hao Ren asked about her, Xie Yujia rushed toward him from the direction of the library on her bicycle. When the bicycle came before Hao Ren, Xie Yujia almost flew from it and threw herself into his arms. Seeing Hao Ren was in good shape, she couldn't control her tears anymore. She had no appetite and poor sleep while he was absent. When she returned to Hao Ren's home, she had to act cheerful and lie to grandma, saying that Hao Ren had gone to a school research program in the mountains and didn't have signal. She was afraid that Hao Ren couldn't make it back and wondered what she should do if he didn't return. When she was in the library, she couldn't read a word. After receiving the news about Hao Ren's return, she almost flew out of the library on the Ruyi cloth. Seeing the gentle and strong Xie Yujia crying her heart out, Hao Ren felt guilty. He had just thought of challenging himself and didn't really think about the possibility of not coming back. Xie Yujia's white shirt beneath her black jacket was soon dampened by her tears. In the past days, she had cried in secret many times. The longer Hao Ren was absent, the more anxious she had got. Now that Hao Ren has come back, all the emotions inside her erupted. The crown princes around Hao Ren and Xie Yujia thought that Xie Yujia indeed loved Hao Ren deeply since she cried like this while Hao Ren was only absent for about a dozen days. They didn't know that Hao Ren had been to the Nine Dragon Palace and the Demon Sea. The ordinary cultivators would have died 100 times or even 1,000 times if they entered these two places. What day is today? Where's Z? Seeing more and more students looking their way on tiptoes, Hao Ren dried the tears on Xie Yujia's face and asked. He had hurried back for two reasons. The first was that he must return and give the immortal fruits to Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi before the nature essence on them was lost. The second was to check if third uncle Zhao Kuo, who had ventured into the Nine Dragon Palace as well, had come back safely. Chapter 724. Is this immortal fruit? Xie Yujia didn't notice until now that more and more students were watching them from a dozen meters away. Knowing that she had lost her composure and remembering that Zhao Yanzi still didn't know about Hao Ren's return, she pulled Hao Ren toward the gate of the school. In fact, after careful consideration, Xie Yujia had told Zhao Yanzi the whole thing on the second day after Hao Ren was gone. Zhao Yanzi was astonished by the news, and what happened next was beyond Xie Yujia's knowledge except that Zhao Yanzi's third uncle seemed to have decided to go to the Nine-Dragon Palace and rescue Hao Ren. She knew that Zhao Yanzi was concerned about Hao Ren despite her words. Although she didn't talk to Zhao Yanzi in the past few days, she could imagine the latter's anxiety. However, Zhao Yanzi had gotten the news about Hao Ren's return from somewhere. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia came to the main gate of East Ocean University, she had rushed out from the entrance of Ling Jiao Middle School from across the street and jumped into Hao Ren's arms. Jerk! Jerk! While she cussed, Zhao Yanzi pounded her fists on Hao Ren's chest. She had been worried while Hao Ren was away and couldn't hear a word in class. Ling even thought that Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren had broken up. Standing beside them, Xie Yujia couldn't help smiling when she saw Zhao Yanzi's cute look. Hao Ren's safe return was the most important thing for her, and she had realized his realm had increased again, knowing that he must have gained it in the Nine-Dragon Palace. After pounding Hao Ren's chest for a while, Zhao Yanzi finally realized that they were in front of Hao Ren's school and immediately stood away from Hao Ren's warm arms with a flushed face. She had always claimed that she disliked Hao Ren, but she revealed her true feelings today. Here are 2 fruits. Each of you can eat one now. Hao Ren took out the immortal fruits and offered one to each of them. You got some special products from the Nine-Dragon Palace. Seeing no injuries on Hao Ren and finding his eyes brighter than before, Zhao Yanzi was satisfied and cheerful with the knowledge that he had elevated his realm again. Without a word, she took the fruit from Hao Ren's hand and took one bite. The crisp fruit tasted like a pear. With only one bite, Zhao Yanzi felt the abundant nature essence begin to gather in her body. What's this fruit? Xie Yujia asked in her usual considerate way. This is immortal fruit. It can extend one's lifespan and increase cultivation strength, Hao Ren explained with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi had been good to his brother, Hao Ren, by giving him 2 immortal fruits while only giving Chu Niu 2 fruits as well. Hao Ren had saved the 2 immortal fruits for Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi. Since they hadn't cultivated for long, these fruits would surely benefit their future cultivation. As to Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, they had immortal physiques, so Hao Ren decided not to give the fruits to them. They were all dear to him, and it was hard to be impartial. Hao Ren finally understood Grandma's dilemma. Then, I'll save mine for Grandma. Xie Yujia put away the fruit and said to Hao Ren. Having taken a big bite of the fruit, Zhao Yanzi blinked and took the fruit from her mouth when she heard Xie Yujia's words. She stuck out her tongue with some embarrassment. Xie Yujia wanted to save the fruit for Grandma, but she had begun eating it the moment that she got the fruit, which showed that she was more selfishness. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't care about her elders. It was just that she was still a bit immature and didn't think a lot. When she saw the gift from Hao Ren, she was overwhelmed with joy and didn't think of anything else. I'll save mine for third uncle, Zhao Yanzi said with a pout. With only one bite, she knew that the fruit wasn't an ordinary item, and it would be a waste on her low realm. Since she had taken one bite, she couldn't give it to Grandma, so she decided to save it for her third uncle. If she had known that this fruit was so precious, she wouldn't have eaten it. Grandma isn't a cultivator. If she eats it, it will probably damage her meridians. These fruits had grown in a place with abundant nature essence and will lose their nature essence gradually on land. You must eat them now, Hao Ren said with a smile while he looked at their expressions, one considerate and the other silly. I still want to save it for third uncle, Zhao Yanzi said while holding the immortal fruit that she had taken one bite. Zhao Kuo was good to her. Since he would soon charge at the heavenly dragon realm again shortly, Zhao Yanzi thought that the fruit would be beneficial to him even though it lost some of its nature essence. Of course, another reason why she acted so considerately was that she wanted Hao Ren to have a good impression of her as well. Speaking of that, do you know if third uncle has returned or not? Hao Ren asked her. Surprised, Zhao Yanzi raised her head and looked at Hao Ren with a frown. Didn't third uncle return with you? Zhao Kuo had gone to the Nine-Dragon Palace to find Hao Ren. Now that Hao Ren had returned safely, Zhao Yanzi thought that Zhao Kuo had come back with him. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's response, Hao Ren knew that Zhao Kuo hadn't returned yet, and a bad feeling rose in him. He had met Zhao Kuo in the Nine-Dragon Palace, but they had gotten separated due to the subsequent events. Seeing the alarm on Hao Ren's face, Zhao Yanzi panicked as well, and the joy on her face disappeared. Zhao Kuo had rushed into the Nine-Dragon Palace to rescue Hao Ren, but now Hao Ren was back while her third uncle. While they stared at each other and Xie Yujia began to look worried by their sides, a black dot appeared in the sky. Who? A black object fell from the high sky. Bang! While they were trying to determine what this object was, a round energy sphere appeared around it, and it began to spin in the high sky. If sharp-eyed mortals saw the black dot in the high sky and then noticed its disappearance, they would think that it was a UFO. Guang! The object surrounded by an energy sphere spun in the sky and finally dropped into the flower bed in front of the school gate, destroying many flowers. Hao Ren and the two girls hurried over and saw the black-faced Zhao Kuo trying to get out of the flower bed. Damn it! Mortified, Zhao Kuo brushed the dust off his clothes and cussed. He had been tossed into the inner area of the Demon Sea from the Nine-Dragon Palace. Before he understood the situation, he was hunted down by several demon kings. When he was about to lose the battle, flashes of green lights rose in the Demon Sea, and the small demon kings who were attacking him lost their souls. Then, he wanted to flee from the Demon Sea when the environment became chaotic. Shocking lightning bolts that he had never seen before crashed down, forcing him into the ocean. Through the seawater, he had vaguely seen a golden phoenix and a green Kirin withstanding the heavenly tribulation together. When he thought that he couldn't get out of the situation, the lightning tribulation suddenly ended. Just as he was about to get out of the ocean, he saw the Nine-Dragon Palace flying over the sea surface. Without a chance to resist, he was sucked into the Nine-Dragon Palace again. In the Nine-Dragon Palace, he was hunted down by many fierce beasts. When a level 9 fierce beast was about to bite off his neck, he was tossed out of the Nine-Dragon Palace by a mysterious force. When he saw Hao Ren standing before him in clean clothes with smooth cheeks, he became furious. I almost died in the battles just to rescue you, he thought. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi ran over and hugged Zhao Kuo, who looked like a beggar with mud all over his body. At this moment, the students of East Ocean University and Lingjiao Middle School were all in class, and the few students passing the gate just saw a brawny man climbed out of the flower bed, never suspecting that he had fallen from the sky. After looking at his tattered clothes and then glancing at Hao Ren, Zhao Kuo suddenly realized that it must be ancestral master Chu Niu who tossed him out of the Nine-Dragon Palace. Chu Niu had purposefully tossed him in front of Hao Ren as well. He had been worried that Hao Ren was eaten by the demon beasts in the Demon Sea, but it seemed that this kid had had good food and maintained a healthy look. Third uncle. Hao Ren walked over and pulled Zhao Kuo out of the flower bed. He was relieved that Zhao Kuo was back safely. No matter how rude Zhao Kuo was to him, the former had gone into the Nine-Dragon Palace to save him at the risk of his own life, which touched Hao Ren's heart. Hao Ren observed Zhao Kuo's realm and found that the latter was still at peak Qian level, which showed that Zhao Kuo wasn't seriously injured when he fell from the Nine-Dragon Palace. Third uncle. This is for you. Zhao Yanzi lifted the immortal fruit that she had bitten to Zhao Kuo's face. Several mid-aged men walked past them and looked at Zhao Yanzi and Zhao Kuo curiously, thinking that this little girl was so kind-hearted that she was giving fruit to a beggar. Oblivious to the mortals' gazes, Zhao Kuo looked at the immortal fruit in Zhao Yanzi's hand in astonishment. From its abundant nature, essence and unique shape, Zhao Kuo immediately knew that it was an immortal fruit from the legendary origin of all earthly essence, immortal fruit tree. Seeing Zhao Kuo's hesitation, Zhao Yanzi explained while thinking that her third uncle had never seen this fruit before. Hao Ren brought these fruits to us, and he said that they could extend one's lifespan and increase realms. Zhao Kuo immediately looked toward Hao Ren in astonishment and thought, damn it. This thing is so precious that even the earthly immortals don't have the chance of eating. It not only would extend one's lifespan and increase realms, but it could also turn a cultivator into a half-immortal physique. Hao Ren is really a bad-ass and got 2 of them. The immortal fruit tree grows in the backyard of Zhen Yuanzi, the leader of the earthly immortals. Was Hao Ren so bold that he had stolen fruits from the leader of the earthly immortals? Chapter 725 to 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs. A friend of mine who lives in the Demon Sea gave them to me. I ate one and have two left. Seeing Zhao Kuo's glaring eyes, Hao Ren immediately explained. He said that they were gifts from a friend instead of mentioning his new relationship with Zhen Yuanzi. Otherwise, Zhao Kuo would be more astonished. Yeah. Third uncle, this is good stuff, and I give mine to you, Zhao Yanzi continued. She had taken one bite and knew that the fruit was extraordinary, so she decided to give it to Zhao Kuo. You've lost your dragon core, and this fruit will help you solidify your foundation. You should eat it now. Zhao Kuo glared at Zhao Yanzi and said to her. Although the immortal fruit, an ultimate treasure, tempted him, he would never take stuff from a junior. Besides, Zhao Yanzi had lost her dragon core. Even though she was strengthening her body by cultivating the human techniques for the time being, she could have problems anytime. This fruit was a good elixir that could improve her physique. Okay. Subdued by Zhao Kuo's fierce look, Zhao Yanzi thought that she had offended Zhao Kuo by offering a fruit that she had taken a bite. She immediately ate the remaining immortal fruit in several bites. I'll give mine to third uncle. Standing beside them, Xie Yujia presented her intact immortal fruit to Zhao Kuo with a smile. She knew that her poor talent limited her future, and it would be better to give this fruit to Zhao Yanzi's third uncle than wasting it on herself. Also, she was grateful that Zhao Yanzi's third uncle had gone into the Nine-Dragon Palace to rescue Hao Ren. No. Zhao Kuo waved his hand in determination. I, Zhao Kuo, never rely on elixirs in my cultivation. After stomping his feet on the ground, he created an energy sphere and shot into the sky. With the 7-core 5-color lotus as his mystic crystal, he had enough boost in his mind. After his battle with Chu Niu in the Nine-Dragon Palace and the battles with several small demon kings in the Demon Sea, he felt like he was about to break through. In this situation, it would be humiliating if he took stuff from juniors. He would cultivate in seclusion in the East Ocean Dragon Clan for a while and then battle with Su Han before charging at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Watching Zhao Kuo flying into the distance, Hao Ren turned his gaze to Xie Yujia and said, "You should eat it now." Okay. Nodding, Xie Yujia ate the immortal fruit bite after bite. The moment that the immortal fruit entered her belly, a warmth rose in her as if all the meridians in her body were unblocked. Hao Ren watched her eat it, afraid that she would offer the fruit to someone else. Xie Yujia knew Hao Ren's thoughts. Also, she guessed that the fruits must have been obtained with great efforts despite Hao Ren's casual words from his eyes. Oh. I have an urge to cultivate. Feeling the same warmth in her body, Zhao Yanzi said to Hao Ren. While all the acupoints in her body were stimulated, Xie Yujia also felt like she was about to break through. It seemed that the immortal fruit could help her reach peak foundation establishment realm and even the core formation realm. Little White. Hao Ren released his spirit senses. Little White, who had been sleeping somewhere, suddenly sensed Hao Ren's call and climbed over a wall. Only about a dozen days had passed, and Little White's fur looked whiter and shinier while its body turned slimmer. It almost looked like a white fox. Now that it had reached level 5, it could change sizes and colors at will. When it saw Hao Ren, it jumped into his arms and acted as if it were affectionate. Hao Ren pulled up its ears and made it change into its huge snow lion form in the energy sphere. As his spirit beast, Little White should have sensed his presence the moment that he returned to East Ocean City from the Demon Sea. However, it had slept in the grass and didn't show up until Hao Ren called it, which showed that it had faked the affection as a makeup measure. Let's go to 5th heaven. Hao Ren patted Little White's furry head and pulled Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi up to Little White's smooth back. At level 5, Little White's intelligence had improved, and it could understand Hao Ren's words. While shooting flames from its paws, it flew up into the high sky. It had been sulky since Hao Ren had gone on an adventure without it. Feeling deserted and forgotten, Little White thought that Hao Ren just took it as a mount. It kept on mumbled something as if it were complaining. Okay. I'll bring you next time. With his mind connected with Little White, Hao Ren sensed its sulkiness and said while rubbing its soft neck. Ruff. Ruff. Little White wriggled its tail cheerfully and flew faster. Didn't Sister Su come back with you? When Hao Ren didn't mention Su Han, Xie Yujia couldn't help asking. She's cultivating in the Demon Sea and will come back in a few days, Hao Ren said. Demon Sea. Xie Yujia nodded. Since Lady Zhen was from the Demon Sea, Xie Yujia felt like Su Han must be staying with her while she cultivated in the Demon Sea. In fact, Xie Yujia wanted to know if Hao Ren and Su Han had got more intimate but didn't know how to approach the topic. After all, it was a sudden leap for Hao Ren to jump from Dewey level to Xuan level. He must have gotten help from Su Han. I collected some spiritual herbs in the Nine Dragon Palace. You can take a look at them for me to see if they are useful. Hao Ren touched her forehead and said, cutting off her confused gaze. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded obediently. She knew that Hao Ren cared for her, but sometimes he was too reserved. Seeing their loving gestures at each other, Zhao Yanzi curled her lips but remained silent. In fact, she and Xie Yujia both were concerned about Hao Ren. If Hao Ren must choose between them, one of them would get hurt. On second thought, Zhao Yanzi realized that Xie Yujia wasn't that bad. Besides, in the past few days, the crown princes from other dragon clans had transferred to study in East Ocean City, and many dragon kings and crown princes had visited her home. She had found that most of the crown princes had more than one wife. Comparatively, Hao Ren was considerate toward her and cared for her in many things. Boom! Little White broke through the array formation of Fifth Heaven. The moment that Hao Ren entered Fifth Heaven, he noticed some unique spirit senses traveling around on Fifth Heaven. Since he and Su Han had forced the Nine Dragon Palace to show itself on Fifth Heaven, it had attracted the attention of the Soul Formation Realm cultivators, making Fifth Heaven the target for the Soul Formation Realm cultivators on Seventh Heaven. Of course, with Chu Niu in the Nine Dragon Palace, the Soul Formation Realm cultivators probably couldn't find the Nine Dragon Palace. Furthermore, they wouldn't dare venture into the holy place of the Dragon Tribe without good reasons. Hao Ren directed Little White and avoided those spirit senses and entered Ethereal Summit. Due to the condensation effect of the array formation, the nature essence in Ethereal Summit was more abundant than before, and the spiritual fields in the valley looked more prosperous. The dozen snow lion cubs had gotten bigger. 3 of them had officially reached level 1 while another one had reached level 2. Sensing Xie Yujia's scent, the snow lion cubs trotted over and surrounded her. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had been planting spiritual herbs in the waterfields with their pants rolled up. When they saw Hao Ren, they waved and yelled cheerfully. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had been sleepless with worry, but the Lu sisters were doing better. Since Hao Ren had attained the immortal physique through their poison pill plan, they had rebuilt his meridians with their blood and flesh, establishing a connection between them and Hao Ren. If Hao Ren were in danger, they would receive some vague signals. If Hao Ren were really in danger, they had a secret way of entering the Nine Dragon Palace, even though it would be quite risky. Hand in hand, they leapt up and stood before Hao Ren with bare feet. Congratulations to Gongzi for reaching mid-tier Xuan level. They looked him up and down before saying. From their slightly mysterious smiles, Hao Ren knew that they might have known something about his situation with Su Han and felt embarrassed. Gongzi, you've encountered special fortunes, and your immortal physique is more stable. Lu Lily leaned toward his ear and whispered. Hao Ren thought that it would be a shame if his body didn't experience any changes after eating 2 immortal fruits. Gongzi, your vital yang energy is a bit used, but the benefits that you got suppressed the disadvantages, Lu Linlin whispered in Hao Ren's other ear. Hem. Hao Ren cleared his throat. He had indeed been impulsive in the Nine Dragon Palace, but it would be a lie if he said that he had no thought about Su Han. There was no man who didn't like Su Han, but most of them just admired her beauty. Only Hao Ren loved her personality and even cherished her after getting to know her better. Under her cold appearance, Su Han was very lonely, and she even had low self-esteem. Due to her fragility, she had never wanted to lose or reveal her soft side. Seeing Hao Ren's awkwardness, Lu Linlin covered her snicker with her hand. Hao Ren was the most decent man that she had ever seen since he didn't lose his head while interacting with so many beautiful girls. It made her and her sister liked him more. The best way to know a person was through time. In the long time that they had stayed with Hao Ren, they knew that he wasn't a man who would lose his head in front of beauties. If Hao Ren had done anything outrageous, they would have returned Hao Ren's favor and gone back to the heavenly realm. However, since Hao Ren acted better than they had imagined, they had stayed by his side for this long. Instead of teasing Hao Ren like her sister, Lu Lily looked at him and smiled with her eyes. Yujia, take a look at them for me and see which ones are useful. After taking out that box from his necklace, Hao Ren dug out some spiritual herbs one by one. Iron essence flower, soul grass, golden hammer, and daphne. Xie Yujia selected 4 level 6 spiritual herbs and looked up at Hao Ren in excitement. They are all 100,000-year-old herbs. All the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs were the top-tier spiritual herbs. Hao Ren had just picked a few spiritual herbs randomly on top of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace, and they were all 100,000-year-old herbs. Remembering how Chu Niu had burned all the spiritual herbs into ashes in a fury, Hao Ren's heart ached for the loss. We are almost done except for several 10,000-year-old black herbs. Xie Yujia looked up at Hao Ren with joy and a bit of disappointed. With a frown, Hao Ren thought that the Demon Sea had abundant nature essence, and Lady Jen's prosperous and wealthy demon kingdom might have 10,000-year-old black herbs. However, he felt embarrassed to trouble Lady Jen with this request while her husband was still healing from his severe injuries and she was busy tutoring Su Han. If he went to ask Zhen Yuanzi for help, he would look frail. Gongzi, we've searched for the 10,000-year black herb that you want and heard that there are some on 7th heaven, Lu Linlin said. Chapter 726. 7th heaven. 7th heaven. Hao Ren looked at them doubtfully. Yeah. We got the information from Sky Mountain sect who said that they had tried to ask for the herbs for Ethereal Summit, but the sects on 7th heaven didn't want to help, Lu Linlin said. In the last dozen days, since Xie Yujia didn't have the energy to take care of the spiritual herbs in Ethereal Summit, the Lu sisters had often come here to manage the spiritual fields. Hao Ren knew that the information from Sky Mountain sect was reliable. They had told Ethereal Summit the information to gain favors. Hao Ren studied Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's realms and found that they had recovered to mid-tier Qian level in a short time. They would reach top-tier Qian level in a little while. Then, let's go and have a look on 7th heaven, Hao Ren said. Now that he had reached Shuan level, he needed the mystic crystal the most at this moment. If they could successfully cultivate the 7-core 5-color lotus, he could plant the mystic crystal into his dragon core and reach Qian level in 3 years. Then, it would be relatively safe for him to transfer half of the dragon core back to Z. I will go as well, Xie Yujia said softly. Me too, Zhao Yanzi offered bravely. You two stay in the valley and cultivate. In a place like 7th heaven, we'll work better with fewer people, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia thought about it and kept silent, knowing he was right. With her low realm, she would become a burden if she went with them. Zhao Yanzi had wanted to see what 7th heaven was like, but she decided against it when she heard Hao Ren's words. After eating the immortal fruit, her belly felt warm, and she felt like a breakthrough was near. If she could reach mid-tier core formation realm, she would be more powerful. By then, the purple-green sword mark on her belly would probably shrink. Right now, that mark extended from her chest to her belly, and she must cover it with her clothes. It was very ugly. Linlin, Lily, come with me. Hao Ren looked at the Lu sisters by his side and said. Okay. The Lu sisters said without hesitation. After all, they had the highest realms among the group. And you? Hao Ren suddenly shot out a white sword energy. The sword energy flew toward a black disc which suddenly jumped up from a piece of black rock. The sword energy shattered the rock. The flying black disc was the golden shield. It had been lying on the big black rock and not moving at all, thinking that Hao Ren wouldn't recognize it. When this thing flew out of the 9-Dragon Palace, Hao Ren knew that it would return to Xie Yujia or go to Ethereal Summit to replenish its nature essence. The golden shield spun 2 circles before slowly going to another rock and lying on it. Seeing its lazy look, Hao Ren knew that it was useless to call it again. With a slight snort, he patted Little White on its rump. Little White changed back to its snow lion form and carried Hao Ren on its back. The Lu sisters flew out of Ethereal Summit with Hao Ren each stepping on a ring. The master is back. The master is back. The cultivators in the 3 small sects around Ethereal Summit yelled in excitement when they saw the pure white snow lion and the 2 fairy-like female cultivators stepping on rings barefooted. In the past dozen days, Hao Ren didn't appear around Ethereal Summit, which made the 3 sects anxious. They wondered if the Herb King Master had left Ethereal Summit. If he did, what should they do? The disciples of the sects were instantly relieved when they saw Hao Ren's sudden appearance. In the last while, the three sects had been expanding fast. The constructions had spread over half of the mountainside, and the number of new disciples had doubled. Some new disciples hadn't seen the Herb King Master before. When they saw Hao Ren coming out riding on a hill-sized snow lion, they were filled with amazement and admiration. The nascent soul realm cultivators are indeed magnificent, they thought. The new female disciples of Qin Yin sect were attracted by Hao Ren's powerful presence and youthful look. However, they got the warning from their senior sisters very soon. The Herb King Master didn't even like their beautiful senior sister Wu Yan, let alone others. All the cultivators were awed by Hao Ren's powerful presence and subconsciously ignored the Lu sisters who were very pretty. Watching Hao Ren and the Lu sisters flying toward sixth heaven, the cultivators couldn't control their surging emotions. They were filled with pride even though they only got a glimpse from a distance. After all, a nascent soul realm cultivator was a mighty figure on fifth heaven. Besides, the Herb King Master who provided them with protection was a great figure whom even the large sects on sixth heaven couldn't mess with. Qin Yin sect, Seven Stars sect, and Changhua sect's supplies of foundation establishment pills were several times more than the other sects. Besides, they had many other kinds of level 3 elixirs. With such great fortune at hand, they must cultivate hard. Watching the white snow lion disappearing into the clouds, the cultivators were filled with great admiration. Hao Ren didn't know that him simply coming out of ethereal summit had caused such an upheaval among the young cultivators in these three sects. He was just flying toward sixth heaven to ask Sky Mountain sect for more information. He wasn't trying to put on a show. However, the cultivators watching him admired his presence as a master. With its level 5 strength, Little White traveled through the array formation between 5th heaven and 6th heaven before flying toward Sky Mountain sect. After a period of resting and rebuilding, Sky Mountain sect had gradually recovered its previous glory. Lingwu Master, who represented the highest seniority in Sky Mountain sect, hadn't recovered to the peak nascent soul realm, but he could cultivate again, which greatly boosted the morale of the disciples. As long as Lingwu Master was with them, even if he couldn't reach peak nascent soul realm, his rich cultivation experience would bring the juniors great benefits. Also, the overall strength of the sect would grow a lot. At this moment, the two cultivators who were guarding the gate of Sky Mountain sect tightened their grips on their swords when they saw a white mass flying toward them from a distance. In the past, Sky Mountain sect didn't need people to guard the gate. However, the current situation on 6th heaven was even more unsettling than that of 5th heaven, and every sect was wary of others and afraid that they would be attacked. The white mass shot toward them at a speed surpassing the nascent soul realm. It was almost as fast as the soul formation realm cultivators. Before the two cultivators could release a warning to the sect, Hao Ren had passed the gate. The grand array formation that had just been re-established couldn't block the level 5 Little White, and Hao Ren didn't even sense the existence of the array formation. It was easy to rebuild the houses but not array formations. The grand array formation that protected Sky Mountain sect had just been barely put up and thus was as fragile as an eggshell compared with the previous array formation. It couldn't block any nascent soul realm cultivators. Instead, it acted as a warning system. Swoosh, 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 3 nascent soul realm cultivators instantly flew out from the scroll pavilion. When they saw that the intruders were Hao Ren and his 2 female cultivators, they immediately turned respectful. When they saw that Hao Ren had reached mid-tier nascent soul realm, they were astonished. They had thought that Hao Ren was the senior disciple of the Herb King Master, but now they began to suspect that this youthful-looking cultivator was the Herb King Master himself. He probably is living as a hermit on 5th heaven due to a huge realm drop either caused by an injury or a secret technique, the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators thought while they welcomed Hao Ren respectfully. I need several 10,000-year-old black herbs. It said that there are some on 7th heaven, right? Hao Ren asked directly. After the 3 nascent soul realm cultivator looked at each other, one of them said, Herb King Master, you might find the 10,000-year-old black herbs in the black herb spiritual field in the mystic sound faction on 7th heaven. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. Who will show me the way? Hearing Hao Ren's request, the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators looked at each other again. It was already very risky to give out information about 7th heaven. If they led the Herb King Master to take the spiritual herbs from 7th heaven, It would be, after all, seventh heaven was backed by soul formation realm cultivators. Master, what can we do for you? Lingwu Master in a red Taoist robe came from the back mountain while riding on the level 6 snow lion, Jishin. Sensing that a nascent soul realm cultivator had come to Sky Mountain Sect, he immediately came out to see who it was and saw it was the VIP, Hao Ren. I want to borrow several 10,000-year-old black herbs from 7th heaven. Which disciple can show me the way? Hao Ren asked him. Lingwu Master looked hesitant when he heard this request. If it's not convenient, you can just tell me the direction, Hao Ren said directly, not wanting to waste time. I have connections with Mystic Sound Faction. I'll go with you. Lingwu Master gritted his teeth and said. The 3 nascent soul realm cultivators all looked at him in shock. The rules on 7th heaven were stricter than those on 6th heaven, and no cultivator of 6th heaven was allowed onto 7th heaven without permission. Due to his previous realm of peak nascent soul realm, Lingwu Master had been occasionally called up to 7th heaven, but his movements were restricted within certain areas. Now that Sky Mountain Sect had been beaten into such a pathetic state, and Lingwu Master's realm had dropped to a low realm, the sects on 7th heaven didn't show any reaction. If Lingwu Master tried to bring other cultivators onto 7th heaven, it would be. However, the ancient-looking Lingwu Master had his own ideas. He had thought that the Herb King Master was a cultivator from 7th heaven who had gone to live as a hermit on 5th heaven for some reason. However, Hao Ren's unfamiliarity with 7th heaven meant only one thing in his mind. The Herb King Master was a cultivator from 8th heaven. He never imagined that Hao Ren, who could use the 5 elemental cultivation technique, wasn't a cultivator above 5th heaven but a cultivator on land. Okay. Let's go. Without hesitation, Hao Ren patted Little White's head and turned toward the gate of Sky Mountain Sect. Chapter 727. Steal or Trade? Lingwu Master decided to throw the caution out of the window. When almost all the nascent soul realm cultivators on 6th heaven had their realms locked, the cultivators on 7th heaven got the news but didn't show any response. This attitude meant 2 possibilities. One was that the sects on 6th heaven meant nothing to the sects on 7th heaven. The other was that they would rather see the sects on 6th heaven fight and kill each other so that they would pose less of a threat to the sects on 7th heaven. As the center of that incident, Sky Mountain Sect received the greatest damage, but none of the sects on 7th heaven showed any intention to help. Remembering how Sky Mountain Sect had provided elixir pills and spirit beasts to the sects on 7th heaven, and those sects had remained neutral in the conflict, Lingwu Master was incensed. Sky Mountain Sect had accumulated strength for hundreds of years and had barely gotten the opportunity to elevate onto 7th heaven, but they lost half of their strength due to the incident at Ethereal Summit. The main reason was that they had messed with people that they shouldn't have, but another reason was that the sects on 7th heaven had stood back and watched while Sky Mountain Sect was beaten into a decline. After his realm was lowered, Lingwu Master had stayed alone in the back mountain and reflected on many things. He realized that the sects on 7th heaven didn't want any other sects to elevate onto 7th heaven, which meant that no matter how much progress Sky Mountain Sect had made, it would be beaten down by them. Despite the conflicts among themselves, the sects on 7th heaven was a group and shared interests, and they controlled the dozens of sects on 6th heaven and indirectly controlled the hundreds of sects on 5th heaven. It didn't matter how hard the Sky Mountain Sect tried, it was just a supplier of resources to them. Due to this realization, Lingwu Master began to lean toward Ethereal Summit after recovering a little with the godly elixir pill that Duan Yao gave him. Ethereal Summit had been quite eye-catching on 5th heaven, but the sects on 7th heaven showed no intention of interfering, which made Lingwu Master wonder about the potential extraordinary background of Ethereal Summit. From the way that Ethereal Summit treated the 3 small sects surrounding it, Lingwu Master found it to be both generous and protective. Lingwu Master decided to accompany Hao Ren to 7th heaven to see how the situation would evolve. Even though his act would displease the sects on 7th heaven, they wouldn't use this excuse to get rid of Sky Mountain Sect completely. From this incident, he knew that he didn't have to be so loyal to the sects on 7th heaven. Lingwu Master had cultivated for almost 1,000 years, but now he realized that he had been naive to believe the promises made by the sects on 7th heaven. At these thoughts, Lingwu Master's resentment toward them even surpassed the grudge that he held against Hao Ren for dismantling Sky Mountain Sect. In the cultivation world, It was widely accepted that the powerful preyed on the weak, but he couldn't take it when others tried to trick Sky Mountain sect with empty promises. "Lingwu Master, you seem quite resentful," Hao Ren suddenly commented while sitting on Little White's back. "No, not at all." Lingwu Master cupped his hands at Hao Ren immediately. He was feeling resentful, but it was aimed not at Hao Ren but at the sects on 7th Heaven that had lied to Sky Mountain sect for hundreds of years. The winner takes all. That was the rule that governed the world since the world was created. After cultivating for almost 1,000 years, Lingwu Master understood that he must admit defeat since he was no match for Hao Ren, and Sky Mountain sect was no match for Ethereal Summit. For someone as tough as Lingwu Master, he admired people with great power. Since he was defeated fair and square, he wouldn't hold that many grudges. After all, he wasn't a sore loser. Hee hee. Hao Ren chuckled but didn't pursue the topic. Now that he had reached mid-tier Shuan level, which was equivalent to mid-tier Nascent Soul Realm, and Lingwu Master had only recovered to mid-tier Core Formation Realm, the latter posed no real threat to him even though he had the level 6 Snow Lion, Jishin. Besides, Hao Ren was sure that Lingwu Master wouldn't dare to play tricks on 7th Heaven since Sky Mountain sect had declined and would be finished if it got another destructive defeat. In addition, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were with him. Similar to 6th Heaven, 7th Heaven also had a huge array formation to separate itself from the lower cultivation world, and only a few tunnels were available for cultivators to pass through and enter 7th Heaven from 6th Heaven. These tunnels were guarded by several sects on 7th Heaven, and anyone who wanted to enter the upper heaven must have special tokens. This mechanism prevented any sect on 6th Heaven from moving lots of cultivators into the upper heaven, and all the sects on 7th Heaven would have the information about the movements of cultivators of other sects, so they could monitor each other and guard themselves. Hao Ren and Lingwu Master didn't have any tokens issued by 7th Heaven. However, Hao Ren wasn't worried. He took out a realm-breaking note that Yu Zilong gave him and shot it abruptly on the array formation between 6th Heaven and 7th Heaven, creating a crack in the array formation. Lingwu Master looked at Hao Ren in shock. He had seen Hao Ren use this special Dharma note to break array formations, but it was his first time witnessing it at this close range. The array formation between 6th Heaven and 7th Heaven was several times tougher than the one between 5th Heaven and 6th Heaven, and even nascent Soul Realm cultivators couldn't break it. Lingwu Master could rely on the level 6 Snow Lion, Jishin, to break this array formation, but it would cause a great commotion, and it would take some time before the array formation could be broken. However, Hao Ren just shot out a Dharma note, and the array formation opened a crack in silence as if a fire melted a hole in an ice wall. It was as simple as that. In fact, Hao Ren was also silently praising the realm-breaking note's miraculous effects. However, he didn't know that it took Yu Zilong 1 month to make one Dharma note. Something that took a peak Qian level cultivator 1 month to make was not a common object. If Yu Zilong knew that Hao Ren used his realm-breaking note so lavishly, he would probably spit out blood with fury. Wah! The moment that they entered 7th Heaven, intense white fog engulfed them. The nature essence intensity on 7th Heaven was much higher than that on 6th Heaven. Sitting on Jishin's back, Lingwu Master couldn't help deeply inhaling the nature essence on 7th Heaven since he had just recovered to the core formation realm and needed to replenish lots of nature essence. I have 2 plans. Hao Ren looked at Lingwu Master and said, "First, we can pay a visit to the Mystic Sound faction with your connection and see if we can trade for the 10,000-year-old black herbs. Or, you can take me to the place near the black herb spiritual fields, and then you back away to the distance. When I get the black herbs, we'll return to 6th Heaven." Lingwu Master looked at Hao Ren with a frown. Although he didn't understand some words, he knew the general idea of it. The second plan was quick and direct. With Hao Ren's superpower, he had a good chance of success. However, it was theft, and it would be disastrous if they failed and Sky Mountain sect got punished. However, if they successfully stole the herbs, he would get closer to the Herb King Master, which would benefit the relationship between Sky Mountain sect and Ethereal Summit. Lingwu Master knew that the Herb King Master preferred the quicker solution instead of making a fuss of it. If they chose the first plan, they would be questioned by the Mystic Sound faction even if they could dodge the other sects, but they couldn't offer a good explanation for their appearance. Besides, Lingwu Master wasn't sure that the Mystic Sound faction would give them the precious 10,000-year-old black herbs through negotiation and trade. I'll take you to the Mystic Sound faction, and you can decide what to do when we get there, Lingwu Master said after some consideration. He felt like Hao Ren preferred the second plan. When he rode on Jishin and led Hao Ren toward the Mystic Sound faction, he had a feeling that this guy might be involved in the several spiritual herb thefts in Sky Mountain sect. In fact, Hao Ren indeed wanted to take the simpler option. Obviously, the sects on 7th heaven were not easy to handle. Even if he could trade a level 10 demonic core for 10,000-year-old black herbs, it wasn't wise to catch the attention of the sects on 7th heaven. Since he still had several realm-breaking notes, he could get some well-aged black herbs from the Mystic Sound faction even if they had set up powerful array formations around the spiritual fields. Even after they returned to 6th heaven, he knew that Lingwu Master wouldn't dare to reveal him. If Xie Yujia could cultivate the 7-core 5-color lotus, it would be a huge success. After all, the big sects on 7th heaven might not detect the loss of only a few spiritual herbs. Also, even if they did, they might not be able to trace it down to him. Soon, Hao Ren found that his mindset was quite like Zhen Kongming's. However, he had sifted through all the options, and stealing seemed to be the quickest solution. If he felt guilty, he could leave them a level 10 demonic core which would bring great exhilaration to Mystic Sound faction. There were only 7 sects in the vast 7th heaven. 200 years ago, the New Sun faction had been tossed into 6th heaven and was renamed New Sun sect due to its decreased strength. Only the sects on 7th heaven could be called faction. It showed their different status. Due to the vast space and fewer people on 7th heaven, the possibility of encountering a cultivator here was far smaller than on 6th heaven. The patrols were less frequent than on 6th heaven as well. The sects here mainly relied on array formations for defense. Besides, who would be so bold as to mess with the sects on 7th heaven? Each of the 7 sects possessed several spirit stone mines and the bountiful resources. They didn't have to fight with each other. The disciples who were outside of the sects were scattered in distant places, and even the small battles between the junior disciples wouldn't evolve into wars between sects. This was why 7th heaven looked so peaceful. Following Lingwu Master, Hao Ren and Lu sisters encountered no cultivators on their way. Behind those 2 mountains is the spiritual fields of the Mystic Sound faction. Riding on Jishin, Lingwu Master pointed forward and said, "The 4 of us have entered the territory of the Mystic Sound faction." Chapter 728. Little White's new ability. Since only 7 sects lived on 7th heaven, each sect had a vast territory. The mountains that Hao Ren and the others had passed by all belonged to Mystic Sound faction, but disciples of other sects were allowed to move in here. However, the area that they entered now was the restricted territory of Mystic Sound faction, and cultivators outside of the faction were not allowed to enter without permission. We, Sky Mountain sect, have the closest relationship with Mystic Sound faction, and I've been here several times. This mountain is called Bullhead Mountain, and the spiritual fields are in here, Lingwu Master continued. Okay. Hao Ren nodded and released weak sword energies to scout the array formations while he flew over the mountain cautiously. In the large plain surrounded by mountains, there were colorful spiritual fields where many spiritual herbs lived. There were buildings along the mountainside, but the scale was almost the same as the sects on 6th heaven. Is this the whole Mystic Sound faction? Hao Ren asked. Master, you misunderstood. This is the Bullhead Mountain branch of Mystic Sound faction, and it's not a core section, Lingwu Master explained in a low voice. The core section of Mystic Sound faction is a bit far from here. Hearing his explanation, Hao Ren understood that Mystic Sound faction was like a business group with its headquarters and subsidiaries. This was the spiritual field base or one of the spiritual field bases of Mystic Sound faction. Since Sky Mountain sect excelled in growing spiritual herbs and provided spiritual herbs to Mystic Sound faction regularly, they were familiar with this area. Also, because the spiritual fields were far from the headquarters of Mystic Sound faction, Lingwu Master was bold enough to accompany Hao Ren to steal the herbs. Sitting on Little White's back, Hao Ren looked down at the spiritual fields at the foot of the mountain from the distance while hovering in the sky. This branch of Mystic Sound faction branch was as big as Sky Mountain sect, and many cultivators guarded the spiritual fields while they cultivated, so the other 6 sects wouldn't come and harass them. In fact, among the sects on 7th heaven, Mystic Sound faction was the weakest one in growing spiritual herbs, which was why they had requested Sky Mountain sect to grow spiritual herbs for them and hand in the products regularly. Meanwhile, Sky Mountain sect handed some simpler and low-level spiritual herbs to the affiliated sects on Fifth Heaven such as White Sand sect. In reality, Sky Mountain sect didn't want to do all this work for Mystic Sound faction, but they must have a good relationship with Seventh Heaven to gain a solid footing on Sixth Heaven where competition was fierce. Which ones are the black herbs? Hao Ren asked the Lu sisters beside him. They have 5 branches in the shape of a plum flower with a small green ball on the top. Their leaves are white, Lu Lily said while pointing at one of the spiritual fields. Lingwu Master had been prepared to answer Hao Ren's question and was surprised at Lu Lily's familiarity with spiritual herbs. Hao Ren had thought that the black herbs were black, and he was surprised that they were actually white and green. The black herbs are picky with their growing environment, which is why they can't grow on Sixth Heaven. They need an abundant amount of nature essence, and the place around them can't grow other spiritual herbs. The simple way to determine their age is to see the area around them. The ones without any herbs growing near them, not even other black herbs, are the most aged ones, Lu Lily continued. Hao Ren looked at the direction that she pointed. Sure enough, there were several white spiritual herbs topped with green balls growing alone in a spiritual field, shaking their heavy, green heads in the wind. Lingwu Master was impressed. Although his Sky Mountain sect excelled in growing spiritual herbs, he was surprised that the 2 maids who were serving the Herb King Master had such knowledge in spiritual herbs. Little White, did you hear that? Hao Ren suddenly lowered his head and pulled up Little White's ears. After returning from the 9-Dragon Palace, he had sensed that Little White's intelligence had improved, and it should understand the general meaning of the Lu sisters' words. Little White barked and shrunk to the size of a fist, playing around in Hao Ren's palm like a furry ball. Stop playing. Hao Ren slapped it on the head lightly and instantly silenced it. See those high-level herbs? Bring them to me, Hao Ren said to Little White. Little White nodded and whined in submission. If you bring them to me, you can eat as many elixir pills as you want, Hao Ren said while he flicked his fingers on its rump, and Little White almost rolled down the hill. Lingwu Master looked at Hao Ren in surprise, not expecting that he would send a spirit beast to steal herbs. This level 5 snow lion is just as smart if not smarter than my Jishin, and it is even bolder. Even Jishin probably don't dare to steal herbs on 7th Heaven, but this level 5 snow lion didn't even hesitate, he thought to himself. Linlin, Lily, guard me, Hao Ren said. Okay, Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sat down on both sides of him, cross-legged. Senior Lingwu, please watch out for us, Hao Ren continued. Okay. Lingwu Master nodded dully without a choice. He, the dignified ancestral master of Sky Mountain sect, was watching out for a herb thief. Meanwhile, Jishin shrunk to the size of a squirrel and stood on Lingwu Master's shoulder, watching around warily. With his realm at only the core formation realm, Lingwu Master wouldn't catch much attention on 7th Heaven. Also, Jishin was able to hide his aura further. When he looked at Hao Ren, he saw the 2 female cultivators beside him controlling 2 rings. As these 2 rings hovered around them, their auras all completely disappeared. Swoosh, 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 Hao Ren shot out dozens of sword energies ahead of Little White to scout the array formations for it. Little White ran on the hill like a regular white bunny. When Lingwu Master stared at it, Little White suddenly vanished. It was a high-level ability of the Snow Lions, Stealth. Lingwu Master held his breath in astonishment. With the elevation of levels, the spirit beasts could activate their bloodlines and some innate abilities. For example, level 6 Jishin possessed both fire elements and ice elements, and its roar could suppress nascent soul realm cultivators. However, this level 5 Snow Lion was able to achieve stealth which only level 6 Snow Lions were capable of. With this ability, the spirit beasts could instantly conceal their bodies and auras. If they did it in battles, it was formidable. Except for cultivators with super powerful spirit senses, others couldn't detect where they were. Seeing Little White becoming invisible, Hao Ren was also surprised. Since it possessed both fire elements and ice elements, Little White hadn't revealed any other abilities. Hao Ren was surprised that this Snow Lion was able to achieve stealth at level 5. If Hao Ren didn't have the mental connection with it, he wouldn't be able to find its accurate position. As a level 5 Snow Lion, Little White was equivalent to a mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Together with this stealth ability, it could be almost unrivaled. Hum. A slight ripple appeared before the invisible Little White. It was Hao Ren's weak sword energies touching the array formation that was created by Mystic Sound Faction. A realm-breaking note was shot out from Hao Ren's hand, floating toward the array formation steadily close to the ground. Pop. With a slight crisp sound, the array formation had a small crack in it, and the invisible Little White crawled through. It was perfect teamwork. Lingwu Master widened his eyes in astonishment. If he hadn't stared at the direction of the black herb spiritual fields, he wouldn't have noticed the small fluctuation in the space around the array formation. The remaining sword energies accompanied Little White forward and met another array formation beside a big spiritual field. Hao Ren shot another realm-breaking note through the crack in the first array formation and quickly broke the second array formation as well. As ultimate treasures, the realm-breaking notes could break any array formation, but only Hao Ren, who could control sword energies, could send the notes forward close to the ground. Lingwu Master tensed up when he saw Hao Ren breaking the second array formation from a distance. The Herb King Master is indeed powerful. He can even easily break the array formations around the spiritual fields on 7th heaven. And the cultivators of Mystic Sound Faction nearby didn't sense any disturbance, he thought. Soon, Little White had arrived at the edge of one black herb spiritual field. Hum. A small red light flashed nearby while Hao Ren shot the third realm-breaking note to break the third array formation. Little White couldn't control its demonic essence anymore and returned to its puppy form. It grabbed a 10,000-year-old black herb and pawed the soil with all its force. It was fortunate that Little White had a small size that was not noticeable to the cultivators of Mystic Sound Faction. Little White pulled out one 10,000-year-old black herb before running to another 10,000-year-old black herb in the center of another black herb spiritual field. It used the same method and dug out another herb. Not daring to eat the 10,000-year-old black herbs that Hao Ren wanted, it swallowed a nearby 1,000-year black herb, and the intense nature essence gave it a great refreshing feeling all over its body. 10,000-year-old black herbs were one of the top-tier level 6 spiritual herbs in the cultivation world, and only sects on 7th heaven had enough resources to grow them on in large quantities. However, not all level 6 spiritual herbs could grow here. It just happened that a piece of land in Mystic Sound Faction was fitting for the growth of the black herbs, and the faction grew several 10,000-year-old black herbs. Little White had dug out 5 herbs in the blink of an eye, and its small mouth was almost full. However, it wanted to dig out one for itself, so it ran deeper into the field and quickly pulled out another. The most precious spiritual herbs in this branch of Mystic Sound Faction were almost all dug out by Little White in the blink of an eye. While Little White was recovering its demonic essence and about to go back to its invisible form, the 10,000-year-old black herb that it had just dug out triggered a trap. The root of this 10,000-year-old black herb was connected to a thin thread. Boom! A huge golden cage fell from the sky. With 6 10,000-year-old black herbs in its mouth, Little White tried to run but bumped onto the edge of the golden cage, which shot out flashing lightning bolts and shook Little White out of invisibility. Hao Ren didn't expect that they would fail at the last moment. Mystic Sound Faction had set not only array formations but traps as well. Seeing the cultivators of Mystic Sound Faction getting the alert and flying toward the black herb spiritual fields, Hao Ren stood up and flew over without hesitation. Chapter 729, Sword Array, 7-star Big Dipper Array. Herb King Master. Before Lingwu Master could finish his sentence, he saw that Hao Ren had dashed over, breaking 2 array formations through the cracks in them. He knew that they were in big trouble. All the thieves who stole the spiritual herbs from 6th Heaven sect were punished with death, let alone the theft on 7th Heaven. The Mystic Sound Faction cultivators were also surprised when they saw a cultivator flying over and breaking through 2 array formations. They had thought that it was only a level 5 snow lion from 7th Heaven breaking into the spiritual fields to steal spiritual herbs, but now they knew that someone was behind this. Different from 6th Heaven, 7th Heaven had some wild spirit beasts due to the abundance of nature essence. Occasionally, these spirit beasts would sneak into the spiritual fields to steal spiritual herbs, but most of them would be blocked out by the array formations. If a level 5 snow lion were caught stealing the spiritual herbs, it would be sent to the headquarters of the faction. It would be tamed or get its demonic core, skin, and bones made into Dharma treasures. However, if a cultivator was behind this, it became another matter. The Mystic Sound faction cultivators who were flying toward the cage changed their directions when they saw Hao Ren, shooting out Dharma treasures at him. While the most commonly seen cultivators on 6th heaven were at the establishment realm, the most commonly seen cultivators on 7th heaven were at the core formation realm. The cultivators who were flying toward Hao Ren were all at the core formation realm. On 7th heaven, the establishment realm cultivators were not allowed to leave the faction or fight with enemies. While these cultivators attacked Hao Ren, auras of nascent soul realm cultivator appeared in the big caves on the hill. Since it was a branch of Mystic Sound faction, nascent soul realm cultivators were guarding the place. The most powerful cultivators on 6th heaven were at the nascent soul realm, but the soul formation realm cultivators were the top forces on 7th heaven. On 7th heaven, the nascent soul realm cultivators were not needed in the headquarters, so they were sent out to manage the branches. Break. Hao Ren's sword energies scattered the Dharma treasures that were shot by the core formation realm cultivators before condensing into lightning energy and exploding the cage into pieces. Little White had been bumping around in the cage with futile efforts. Now, it turned into its snow lion form and dashed toward Hao Ren with 6 10,000-year-old black herbs in its mouth. It had known that Hao Ren would come to its rescue. While putting the 6 10,000-year-old black herbs into his necklace, Hao Ren stood on the back of the hill-sized Little White and looked at the nascent soul realm cultivators who were rushing from the distant cave. Since the black herbs had been dug out, they couldn't be put back into the soil. There were only two options to bring the black herbs back. One was through negotiation, and other was through battle. Lingwu. How dare you! The red figure who was flying from the cave sensed Lingwu Master's aura and let out a furious shout at a mountain. Sitting on Jishin, Lingwu Master rose from the mountain. His face was red not from shame but anger. When he was peak nascent soul realm, the nascent soul realm cultivators of Mystic Sound faction all called him Lingwu Master. Now that the strength of Sky Mountain sect was damaged, and his realm dropped to the core formation realm, this nascent soul realm cultivator who was only guarding the spiritual fields dropped Master from his title and called him directly by his name. No matter what, Lingwu Master had the highest status in Sky Mountain sect, but this low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator was so arrogant to him. In the eyes of Mystic Sound faction, Sky Mountain sect was nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 nascent soul realm cultivators appeared on the hill. Although the Bullhead Mountain was far from the headquarters of Mystic Sound faction, it was a very important spiritual herb base and a hub for disciples' field training. Since a group of young disciples was in training in the nearby valley, the 2 nascent soul realm cultivators who led the team were taking a break in the Bullhead Mountain. Hearing the commotion outside, the remaining 3 nascent soul realm cultivators also rushed out of the cave abodes. Knowing that they were no match for Hao Ren and the level 5 Snow Lion, the core formation realm cultivators retreated to form a defensive array formation. With 4 of their nascent soul realm uncle masters showing their hands, they were sure that the level 5 Snow Lion and this mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator couldn't escape from Mystic Sound faction. Instantly, 2 top-tier, 1 mid-tier, and 1 low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators were out. Sitting on Little White, Hao Ren looked at them and cupped his hands. Swoosh, 3 radiant Dharma treasures shot toward Hao Ren's head. These nascent soul realm cultivators didn't want to hear Hao Ren's explanation. What they needed to do was to catch him and punish him according to the rules of Mystic Sound faction. They had seen that Hao Ren wasn't a cultivator of 7th heaven, which meant that his capture wouldn't cause any conflicts between all the factions. He would be punished however the elders wanted. Since the damage of the 10,000-year-old black herbs couldn't be recovered, this level 5 Snow Lion and Lingwu Master's level 6 Snow Lion would be taken to compensate for the loss that Mystic Sound faction suffered. Flowing above the mountaintop in the distance, Lingwu Master didn't know that his Jishin had been counted as a part of the compensation to Mystic Sound faction. Damn it! Hao Ren changed his sentence when he saw the Dharma treasures flying toward him. The sects above 5th heaven were each more aggressive than the other. When Sky Mountain sect went to Ethereal Summit, they had said some words. However, Mystic Sound faction just attacked without a word. Roar! Little White spat out a fireball and an ice ball, blocking the golden hammer shot out by the mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Bang! Hao Ren released 5,120 sword energies from his body. Seeing 4 nascent soul realm cultivators surrounding Hao Ren, Lingwu Master glanced at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily beside him. You. Now that he was on the same boat with Hao Ren, he didn't want Hao Ren to be defeated since he knew that Sky Mountain Sect was no match for Mystic Sound faction as well. The only solution right now was that if Hao Ren could defeat them, he could show his identity and negotiate. However, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked quite relaxed. They glanced at Lingwu Master and said confidently, Gongzi can handle them all by himself. While they talked, the 2 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators shot out 2 radiant Dharma treasures at Hao Ren from the right and the left. Hao Ren moved his hands, and the 5,120 sword energies instantly changed into 8 small sword array formations, each consisting of 640 sword energies. 7-star Big Dipper array formation. 3 small sword arrays formed the upper 3 stars, another 3 small sword arrays formed the lower 3 stars, and the last 2 arrays intertwined with each other and stood in the center of the big sword array formation as the heart of the array formation. It was an array formation formed by small array formations. Tianchu, Tianxuan, Tianji, Tianchuan, Yuhang, Kaiyang and Yaoguang, many variations appeared. After entering Hao Ren's sword array formation, the 2 Dharma treasures were surrounded by 2 small sword arrays and then tossed out from the sides. This, Lingwu Master looked at the 7-star Big Dipper array formation, becoming speechless in astonishment. Sky Mountain Sect had used a lot of resources to trade for the Big Dipper constellation scroll from Wuji faction of 7th Heaven, and that scroll recorded some powerful techniques. Since he had to teach Duan Yao the sword techniques, Lingwu Master had studied the techniques from that scroll and was very familiar with all the variations. However, when he saw the 7-star Big Dipper array formation formed by Hao Ren's 5,120 sword energies, he knew that Hao Ren's sword array formation was 100 times more advanced than the Big Dipper constellation scroll. The 4 nascent soul realm cultivators who surrounding Hao Ren from 4 directions widened their eyes with astonishment when they saw Hao Ren releasing this colorful sword array formation. Although Hao Ren only revealed his mid-tier nascent soul realm, his power was no less than top-tier nascent soul realm. Bang! Bang! Astonished, the 4 nascent soul realm cultivators attacked together and shot the 4 Dharma treasures and other techniques toward Hao Ren. Each of the nascent soul realm cultivators on 7th Heaven had great power, and they didn't believe that the 4 of them were no match for one young cultivator, unless the latter was a soul formation realm cultivator. Break! Hao Ren's sword array formation was suddenly activated. With 2 sword arrays in the center as the axis, the other 6 sword arrays spun like whips with different variations. The 4 Dharma treasures were all swept into the sword arrays, and they were shattered into pieces by the sword arrays. He could block all 4 of them. The core fruition realm cultivators had been watching the battle on the distant hills, and the sight dumbfounded them. 4 of their uncle masters were no match for an outside cultivator who came here to steal their herbs. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily watched Hao Ren with a smile on their faces, knowing that his current strength could handle 2 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. As to the 2 weaker cultivators, Little White could manage them. After all, the Lu sisters were not cultivators of this world and could only frighten these cultivators with their auras occasionally. If they attacked, they would be breaking the rules. The 4 nascent soul realm cultivators suddenly joined forces and formed a circle of purple lights. The Dharma treasures that were breaking into Hao Ren's sword array formation suddenly increased their powers. Even the 7-star Big Dipper array formation, which was formed by 5,120 sword energies, almost couldn't block their powers. Little White, who had been carrying Hao Ren, suddenly vanished with a cry. Careful! 2 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators yelled simultaneously. The low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator who was controlling a golden stamp-shaped Dharma treasure suddenly felt a powerful energy attacking him from the back, sending him flying for 1,000 meters. Little White's stealth was unnoticeable to low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. With one low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator pushed out, the pressure on his sword array formation lessened suddenly. Little White went invisible again, and the mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator dug out a Dharma note to stick on his chest in a hurry. Then, a layer of pale golden energy sphere appeared around him. Hao Ren wanted to toss out a realm-breaking note to help Little White's sneak attack but felt like it was a waste. He put more essence into the sword array and turned the 640 sword energies in the Tianshu sword array at the edge into a strengthened one-line snake array formation. The 7-star Big Dipper array formation released 1 star. The sword array formation shot over like 640 energy arrows one after another, instantly breaking the energy sphere built by the mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. Little White took the opportunity to pounce. With a furious roar, it pushed the mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator into the spiritual field from the back. The mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator was pale with fear. He was no match for a level 5 snow lion, and he was now pressed onto the ground and stared at. The level 5 snow lion had all the ferocious characteristics of a demon beast. However, Little White just licked his forehead, which scared him and caused him to faint. Little White wagged its tail smuggling and leapt up from the spiritual field before flying toward Hao Ren. Outrageous! A godly light shot from a distance and hit Little White's belly, sending it into the spiritual field. Chapter 730, Soul Formation. That godly light hit Little White and suddenly shot back toward Hao Ren, and Hao Ren just stood there in shock. Hao Ren couldn't see what the godly light was, but he could sense that it was a treasure. However, the cultivator who threw this treasure was not within the detection range of Hao Ren's spirit senses. The treasure had appeared before the cultivator. It meant that the cultivator who had released the treasure was at least thousands of kilometers away. Hao Ren's sword energies formed a large round, defensive sword formation, but it shattered under the attack of the godly light. He had helped Zhao Yanzi with the cultivation of Big Dipper constellation scroll, so he was very familiar with concepts of the Big Dipper constellation. Therefore, he was smooth even though this was his first time using this powerful array. However, the difference in strength between him and that soul formation realm cultivator was drastic. Even though the sword array formation was powerful, it was no use. This soul formation realm cultivator had shot out a treasure from far away. Whoosh! Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were standing on the peak of a mountain. They saw that Hao Ren wasn't in a good situation, so they flew toward that treasure which was wrapped in godly light. Bang! The black and white bracelets blocked the godly light. The power of the two bracelets was of similar strength to that godly light. The two top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators were knocked away for a few hundred meters by the explosion caused by the collision. Lingwu Master was still where he was, but he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. If he did not see for himself, he would not believe that these two female cultivators could block the attack of a soul formation realm cultivator. Wah! A 5-color light appeared from afar. The soul formation realm cultivator who used this treasure came out directly from Mystic Sound faction. Lingwu Master was secretly crying out of despair because they had triggered a soul formation realm cultivator this time. There were only a few soul formation realm cultivators in this world. They did not ascend into the heavenly realm but chose to stay in this world. However, they were earthly immortals who possessed great power. Even peak nascent soul realm cultivators were far from the powers of the soul formation realm cultivators. Just when Lingwu Master was unsure of what to do, this soul formation realm cultivator of Mystic Sound faction had already flown from the headquarters of Mystic Sound faction to the Bullhead Mountain. The treasure that was covered in godly light stopped a bit. Then, it showed itself. It was a jade flute. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood in front of Hao Ren, protecting him from both sides. The black and white yin-yang bracelets did not stop for even a moment as they continued to attack the jade flute. Mid-tier Qian level, top-tier Qian level. Suddenly, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily unleashed power equivalent to peak nascent soul realm. Lingwu Master had never expected the two maids of Herb King Master to be at peak nascent soul realm. From all the given evidence, Lingwu Master felt like Herb King Master probably was a soul formation realm cultivator from 8th heaven. Lingwu Master was so shocked that he was speechless. There was no spot for him in a fight between soul formation realm cultivators. The battle of the gods wasn't something that an ordinary person could meddle with. Lingwu Master could only watch on the side since he was only at the core formation realm now. Bang! Lu Linlin and Lu Lily unleashed their powers together to use the yin-yang bracelets, and they were able to block the jade flute of a soul formation realm cultivator. The two top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators had retreated to the back and were now shocked. If they can fight on equal grounds with a soul formation realm cultivator, why are they here to steal spiritual herbs? They thought. Hao Ren had over 5,000 sword energies around him. They were like layers of curtains, blocking the energy waves. He wasn't sent flying because of them. HMPH. A cultivator took back the flute that was sent flying and snorted. This noise made all the cultivators feel like a hammer had hit their heads. Master. The four nascent soul realm cultivators who were hurt by it immediately bowed. Jishin that was on the top of a mountain created a black energy sphere to help Lingwu Master withstand the aura of a soul formation realm cultivator. Hao Ren's sword energies all let out a glow but then fell to the ground. He was barely able to withstand the power of a soul formation realm cultivator. In these seconds of silence, Hao Ren was able to see who that person was in the light. She was a mid-aged female cultivator who wasn't pretty and was rather mean-looking. She glared at the black herb spiritual field and saw that the few 10,000-year-old black herbs had already been dug out. She was immediately enraged, and the jade flute stopped for a bit in her hand before suddenly attacking Hao Ren and the Lu sisters. She had used another technique to attack Lingwu Master who was at the peak of a mountain. The black Jishin roared and shot out a black light to block the blue light that was sent out from the soul formation realm cultivator's hand. Beastard. How dare you resist? This soul formation realm cultivator frowned, and a white jade hairpin flew out from her sleeves. When it was flying in the air, it let out an eye-piercing white glow. Then, it pierced toward Jishin. A nascent soul realm cultivator would not dare to attack a level 6 snow lion. However, she was at the soul formation realm, and her power surpassed that of a level 6 spirit beast. A level 6 spirit beast had equivalent realms to that of a mid-tier nascent soul realm, but their combat abilities surpassed that of top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. In the cultivation world, a level 6 snow lion was almost as powerful as a soul formation realm cultivator in many people's minds. In reality, a level 6 spirit beast was still much weaker than a soul formation realm cultivator. Jishin's entire body was lit up in black lights. It clawed two strips of golden light with its front paws, but they were both destroyed by the white jade hairpin. The white jade hairpin had the power of the soul formation realm, so it was able to pierce into the thick and hard skin of the level 6 snow lion, Jishin. How dare Sky Mountain sect think of invading Mystic Sound faction? I'm going to keep this level 6 snow lion, the soul formation realm cultivator said in a strict tone. What? When Lingwu Master heard these words, he couldn't maintain his composure. Sky Mountain sect was damaged right now, and Jishin was their strongest weapon. If Mystic Sound faction were to keep Jishin, then it was equivalent of wiping out Sky Mountain sect. Moreover, Jishin had followed Lingwu Master closely for the past 1,000 years. If it were to be taken by Mystic Sound faction, its ending would be unknown. It might have to face the destiny of getting its bones and muscles pulled out to be used in making Dharma treasures. One sentence already showed how overbearing Mystic Sound faction was, and those words came from a female cultivator. Hao Ren suddenly felt like old grandma who taught Xie Yujia was very gentle and kind, and Sky Mountain sect which had attacked Ethereal Summit was also very generous. Bang! The white jade hairpin pierced through Jishin's body and hit Lingwu Master's heart, knocking Lingwu Master to the bottom of the mountain. Almost at the same time, the jade flute was violently attacking Hao Ren and the Lu sisters. This soul formation realm cultivator had attacked in both directions, showing how strong and confident she was. The Lu sisters used their yin-yang bracelets to block the jade flute that was attacking them from afar, but that only showed how powerful the bracelet-shaped treasures were. However, it was no indication that the two nascent soul realm cultivators could block the attack of this soul formation realm cultivator in a short range. Although the Lu sisters were pretty, this soul formation realm cultivator had no intention of showing them any mercy. This herb-stealing level 5 snow lion also needs to stay. The soul formation realm cultivator sent out another treasure from her sleeve toward Little White. Don't you dare! Hao Ren was suddenly enraged. Little White was a level 5 snow lion. It was far weaker than Jishin, and it might die under such attack. More than 5,000 sword energies blocked the treasure that was attacking Little White. However, Hao Ren did not have any defense for himself now. The bright jade flute that was surrounded by the godly light aimed toward Hao Ren. Gongzi, be careful. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily shouted as they moved their fingers, and many white and black lights dashed out, enveloping the world. The black and white crossed each other, absorbing in all the nature essence in the area. The pure five-elemental nature essence within Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were peaking, and it seemed like the two girls might be able to break through in a moment. They looked at each other and felt a bit helpless. Bad things might happen if they unleashed their full strength on seventh heaven. The godly light around the jade flute seemed to dim down a bit, and it let out a purple light under the technique of the soul formation realm cultivator. It was a supreme spiritual treasure. Lingwu master who sat at the bottom of the mountain watched closely as the jade flute spun in the midst of the black and white clouds. He had been to Mystic Sound faction before but had never seen the soul formation realm cultivators of the faction. Amongst the 4 nascent soul realm cultivators, only the 2 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators had seen this soul formation realm cultivator in the headquarters, but they did not see her true power. The black and white bracelets let out mystical lights in the sky. They were ignoring the power of the jade flute since they were also supreme spiritual treasures. The soul formation realm cultivator pointed her fingers a bit further, and nature essence suddenly burst from her body. The jade flute let out purple lights which aimed toward the energy sphere that the black and white bracelets created. This soul formation realm cultivator did not expect her opponents to own a set of supreme spiritual treasures. However, she was at the soul formation realm while they were only at the nascent soul realm. The powers would be different. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily unleashed all of their nature essence. Buzzing and popping noises sounded as if tiny lightning bolts were spinning around them. Instantly, they let out the aura of the soul formation realm. The two had the same techniques, and their souls were connected. The power was immense and burst up to the sky. The black and white bracelets indicated the changes in heaven and earth, and they suddenly merged together. Destruction of heaven, earth, and immortals. The jade flute exploded into pieces.